Adam,
What's up, Steven?
nothing much. How you doing?
Doing well. Flew in last night. Excited to be here.
Where'd you
Yeah.
fly in from?
Chicago. Big
Cool.
Chicago. You know what?
Yeah?
I just learned that the ground zero for mass deportations are going to be in Chicago. So this week, I'm going to be on the ground with Tom Homan. I don't know if he's going to be there, but they're going to send like a few hundred ICE agents and start deporting people. So,
That's crazy.
yeah.
Do you have any illegal immigrant friends we need to know about?
No, but the ones that voted for MAGA I already reported to ICE anyway, so it's fucking...
Jesus. How do you feel about that? Do you think people should be reporting illegal immigrant MAGA supporters?
Probably not. I mean...
Really?
no.
Probably not?
You were
What
just
a
saying
weak-
you feel cynical. Like... so
That
you
was
think
off camera.
Yeah.
Now you're bringing that up?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Why don't you bring up how you've been grifting the whole time? And you
I'm a
voted
huge-
for Trump in 3 different elections. It's
Yeah.
not even allowed to.
Huge.
You were
grifter.
11 years old at the ballot box.
I voted for Trump 3 times in the past election because, you know, the liberals stole 2020, so I was like, fuck, I gotta start.
Fucking base.
Yeah.
It can't be too big to rig if you've got... Make a clever rhyme.
Too big to rig if you got...
Yikes.
No.
That's why we don't freestyle here.
Yo, but we should introduce me to your audience because... I don't know
Oh,
if you know
yeah.
me. Yeah.
Beasley Luke?
Yeah.
That's your name?
No. Are you
Wait,
Piker?
Parker?
Yeah.
Oh, good one.
Ooh.
Wow, nice.
No.
We're joined here by the Mockler.
Yeah.
The
Adam
Mockler. Adam Mockler.
We've only interacted a few times, not really on stream, but we did one panel together. But I'm Adam Mockler.
Wait, what was the panel we did?
I was in Wisconsin. Remember, we were in the car after and we were talking about...
Yeah, I
stuff.
remember hanging out after. I'm trying to remember what the fuck the panel was
It
about,
was
though.
me, you, Erudite, Hutch. It was just like...
Oh, it was just like a chill.
Yeah, chill panel. It was a DGG canvassing event.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'm partnered with Midas Touch, one of the fastest growing online media companies. We interviewed Biden a few weeks back, one of his final interviews. I've been to, my boss did, you know, it's whatever. But
No, that's good, yeah.
I've been to like 30 to 40 different Trump rallies, and each one is more brain rotted than the last. But yeah, I mean, I started doing this when I was 21 years old, and I've been growing my audience pretty quickly. And now
That seemed like a long time ago? Because you're 22 now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've learned a lot. I was young and naive when I started at
Mhm.
21, but now I'm 22 years old. I've learned a lot. You get fucked over on multiple contracts, and you begin to realize, like, dude,
Jesus.
yeah, I mean, I could tell you, right now, what I'm in is great, but I could tell you some stories of my cameraman fucking me over, stealing footage from me, extorting me for shit. This has all happened in the past
Oh my
year and a half.
God.
Dude, and it's like
Your cameraman?
my cameraman that I trusted. We went to a bunch of MAGA rallies together, and this dude, I told him that, like, I'm gonna have to take a break using him as a cameraman, and honestly makes me seem like an idiot too. He privates our Google Drive where we had a bunch of shared MAGA footage.
Damn.
And I should have downloaded it. I should have backed it up. I should have made him sign something where I own all the footage, because I didn't realize that if you own the camera and you shoot off of that camera, the ownership of the footage goes to you. And this dude has no use for my MAGA fucking footage. So then he was like, you either send me 10K or you never see the footage again. And I just
Damn.
blocked him on everything.
That's great. Cake does this. I've got a web dev, and he does this like every 3 months. I don't know if he's got a drug habit or what, but he'll be like, "Hey, by the way, your site went down," and I'll be like, "Well, what's going on?" He's like, "I need 15K to bring it back up." I'm like, "Seriously?" And he's like, "Okay, good luck." And then I'm like, "Fuck!" And he changes the password to all my my server logins and I don't know what the site runs on or whatever.
It's like an abusive relationship.
Yeah,
And
it's
he's just-
fucking insane. I tried to bring it up last time, and he's like, "Here you go, buddy," and he links me to www.apache.com. I have no idea. I don't know what any of this shit
He's
is.
like,
I'm
put 15K in Trump's
yeah.
new meme coin, and you get all your
Unbelievable.
stuff back. Yeah.
15K. Oh man, thank you for reminding me. I need to go and buy. Do you think it's listed on Coinbase yet? What is
I
it?
don't know.
$DJT guys.
Yeah.
Buy Trump coin.
No,
Support
it's just
America.
Trump, I think.
Oh,
Isn't it? I mean, why are we telling them where to go find it? But
so
it's
that
like,
they can support America.
yeah.
Because the dollar buy-in probably goes to like supporting America or something, right? Like
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
Trump merchandise. Did you know that when you know that none of the Trump shit? Sorry, I'm switching to real.
No, you're good.
You know that none of the Trump stuff goes to the campaign, right?
What does it go to? Like other PACs or something?
No. That was cute, but no, it just goes to him personally. It's just enriching him personally.
Shit.
Like if you look at the
Trump, no.
yes, yeah, crazy, I know,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
If you look at the fine text on the websites for any of like the Trump Bible, the Trump cards, the Trump Gold, the Trump all of that, if you read the fine text, it says all of it. None of it is going to any political campaign or anything. That's just Trump.
You know,
Selling
80%
shit.
of this Trump coin is
Held by
owned
insiders?
owned by insiders, and it vests throughout his presidency. I think over the next 6 to 12 months, it unlocks. So I don't know. That tells me that it won't be like an immediate rug pull. They'll slowly be taking out liquidity, right, and then just enriching themselves. Is that right? Is that the right read? Or they just have really good intentions and they just want to save America. And,
Maybe that 80% should just stay strong
yeah.
to keep pumping the coin up for all of those lovely fans that come in, you know?
We're a little bit cooked. We're a little bit cooked, but it's okay. You know what cooked means, or is that Zoomer slang I have to explain to you?
Cooked means like the temperature's getting higher, so the tensions are growing.
Exactly.
Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, later on we should watch some of these MAGA clips so we could just talk about how dumb these people are. But also some of these are like perfect examples of how these people think. I can ask them like, do you trust this institution? No. Mike Pence, no. Bill Barr, no. No, no, no. And then I'm like, but you trust Donald Trump? They're like, of course. Like Trump and Mike Lindell are my saviors. And it's insane. Yeah.
I will say it's really hard to find a high quality pillow for the low cost of $14.88. So I thank Mike for that.
Yeah. Just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Just a coincidence. Sam Hyde vibes. Sam Hyde's favorite pillow.
A little, although Lindell is actually probably crazier. Not like more racist or more Nazi, but just crazier. That guy's just insane.
Yeah, but like Lindell, I've talked to him a few times. I had a whole Lindell debate, and he had like 15 Trump supporters. It was literally like 30 Trump supporters yelling at me, calling me a libtard and shit. And Mike Lindell grabs my shoulder. He's like, this guy works for Dominion Voting. He works for Smartmatic. And the Trump supporters are screaming at me. It's one of my most viral videos. But
Damn.
This dude believes everything he says. He's so caught up in the lie. And I think it's like meth brain or whatever. He's so, you would know about that, right?
What do you mean by that?
But he's so caught up in the fucking lie that he believes all of it. Yeah. I don't know.
Do you really think he believes it?
Mike Lindell, he's a true believer. In every movement, there's true believers. Mike Lindell is a true believer to the fullest. Do you think he doesn't?
I haven't spoke to him. I'm not sure.
Doesn't he spend like millions of his own dollars trying to fight these cases and shit like that?
Yeah, but I don't know if he's spending that money to like curry favor and then or whatever. Like it's hard to say. Like I don't think Tim Pool, for instance, he's not a true believer.
No. Tim Pool is just
he's a liar.
disingenuous.
Yeah, he's a fucking liar. He knowingly lies about basically every single thing he says on his program.
Yeah.
If he disagrees with that, he can sue me. You know that he tried to sue. Oh, his lawsuit against the Kamala campaign. Did you follow that at all?
No. Fill me in.
He sued them because he didn't like that they quoted a tweet of theirs, and he said it was not good or whatever. He didn't like it was like misrepresenting him. The whole lawsuit was bullshit. He filed it, and then they withdrew it. He just wanted to be able to say that he was suing the campaign, and then they withdrew it for no reason.
Really Trumpian tactic.
Yeah. Well, no, because Trump at least like tries to follow through and bully people with lawsuits. Tim Pool is too much of a cowardly fuck to actually even go through with it. So
You know what I always find really interesting? Have you ever done research on Roy Cohn, the dude that basically like he's a New York lawyer that trained Trump in the ways of deception? Have you ever heard about that?
Is this the guy that supposedly actually wrote The Art of the Deal, or?
I don't know about that.
Okay,
but
then
Roy
I don't
Cohn,
know.
like
No.
he just told them like always deflect, deny, sue back, countersue. There's a photo when Trump was getting sued by the DOJ. I think it was in the 70s or 80s. Roy Cohn taught him always hold the press conference to control the narrative. Always countersue. That's how you control the narrative. So you can see this photo from like 40 years ago. Trump's first lawsuit Trump's first press conference after a lawsuit, and then now after the E. Jean Carroll shit, after the Jack Smith shit, he still holds these press conferences. You can like track it back to Roy Cohn. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know if you care, but it's interesting stuff.
Interesting stuff. You should always countersue, I think. There's no penalty for it. You're already in court anyway.
Yeah, it's not some like unique.
But it might be that, but Trump's like offense works really well.
That's what he taught him.
But it's also like the Republican Party was, I think, uniquely primed to fall into that trap of whatever hero idol worship that they're in right now. I think they were probably a little bit primed for it, unfortunately.
But they called Obama the deporter in chief, right?
Thanks, Piers.
Piers Morgan quote. I don't know why.
He loves bringing that one up.
Yeah.
It's like his fucking, like if he was a WWE fighter, that would be like his signature finisher move.
It's like Tim Pool when he's like, well, Obama killed an American citizen. And he uses that to write off. You know what I'm talking about?
They haven't read a single memo. I hate these guys. Tim should have, honest to God, I wish that Luke needs to just trend up and beat the shit out of these people when they try to bully him on these shows.
He did well on the last appearance.
He did. He's done well on almost everyone I've seen.
Yeah.
When Tim like did that whole like fucking soy rant, you could see the estrogen like fucking like oozing out of his eye sockets, and he's like, "You don't even fucking, you liberals don't fucking read anything. You don't fucking know anything about George Floyd. I'm an armor. You don't read anything." And then Luke's like, and then it's funny because Luke just like kind of dispassionately like laid everything out, and then Tim Pool was like, well, let's go check that out. And the fucking retard doesn't know how to do anything besides Wikipedia, so he's on the wiki trying to read the criminal shit.
He's so disingenuous. He's like, there's no sources here. Why are there no sources rather than just pulling up the fucking indictment? It's like, what the fuck?
The funniest thing was when they tried to move on, Luke was like, wait, hold on. Are you guys going to admit that you were wrong on everything you just said, right? You were
Yeah,
completely wrong.
nothing.
And it's crazy too, because it's like it almost feels like a skit where like you have like an interview and then like part of the joke is that like you just throw in another person when the camera switches. Because
Yeah.
I swear to God, like midway through that conversation, the camera switches like a fifth conservative. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? And it's just crazy that Luke is there and there's like 5 other conservatives and not a single person besides Luke knows a single fucking fact about any of that case. I bet these guys could fucking rattle off like the entire family lineage of every single person that was in Burisma.
Yeah.
But they're like, Electa, I've never heard of that.
Sure, yeah.
Enrique Tarrio, I don't even know. Like, you don't know a single fucking thing. Like, you know everything about the vague, nebulous accusations against Hunter Biden, but you don't know about the seditious conspiracy convictions of these other guys. How is that possible?
Does it bother you that these people won? Like, it has to. It bothers me a lot that like all the dumbest people I knew
These
from high
people
school.
cannot win. The only thing that can happen is we will just all lose. So
but,
that's what's
like,
happening right now. Is we're all losing.
All my friends from high school, they know that I'm into content shit. They know that I have a YouTube channel that's like pretty big, like 750K, and they were just hitting me up after the election, and they were just like, "How do you feel? You fucking libtard, blah blah blah." And I'm just like, I don't know. You're not supposed to flex on people with like behind the scenes how much I make, but I just didn't want. I didn't know how to. I'm just
Flex
like,
on them. That's what you do.
yeah.
How do
just
I
don't
feel?
know.
I'm about to save more on my taxes than you made last year. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
you
true.
broke.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
No.
We have to be compassionate.
But like, I want to ask, you know how you got a little drunk on election night? You teed
No.
up a little bit. You were definitely. On
Oh, I
the
was
stream a
faking
little
it,
bit.
but go ahead.
Yeah, faking it all. When you woke up the next morning, was there like an oh shit moment where you rolled over? Like, no, that couldn't have been real. Like that. Like, what was your reaction when you sobered up the next morning?
Honest to God, the biggest. I already said this, that one of the things that conservatives are really good is they're good at making us kind of like accept how fucked reality is. And what we're fighting for is like if 0 is neutral and 10 is good and -10 is bad, we should always be fighting for 10. But the conservatives have mind fucked into like fighting for -2 while they're fighting for like -8. And we're just in this weird world where we're not even really, like the ground is so uneven. Like in my mind, the only acceptable outcome for that election would have been bare minimum like a Reagan tier, like 49 state, if not 50 state sweep. Everything that Trump has done is just so far beyond the pale that like even if she would have won all 7 swing states, I would still be incredibly disappointed in this country. So
like we knew it was 50-50 going into it, but the thought of a second Trump term was still unfathomable to me. Not like statistically, like I knew that there was a chance, but
Yeah, of
just the
course.
thought of the dude who cooed the Capitol, genuinely going back to the Capitol and swearing an oath to the Constitution and putting his hand on the Bible one more time. It's almost an unfathomable thought.
It's crazy.
Did you have like an oh shit moment the next morning where like this can't be the reality? It was like the worst fucking timeline.
I think I just spent so much time online. I always know that it can be.
Yeah.
It's always possible.
I remember my oh shit moment, and like I took it well. I didn't really care. I was on stream most of the night, and I was just like chilling. But afterwards, there was a moment where I was sitting there. I was like, Elon Musk and RFK Jr. These motherfuckers basically just rolled us. Like they won.
The Elon stuff is so crazy, but I think I'd already like been dealing with that for like the months leading up to it.
Yeah.
Like the fact that do you remember when it must have only been like half a year ago when Elon was tweeting out the fact that I upset the right and the left the same amount is actually so important and it shows how objective I am, right? Do you remember him tweeting
It was
this
like
out?
8 months before the election. He was saying he's not going to donate to either side.
Yeah. And then he's like $1 million if you're from a swing state, maybe you enter a raffle, and if you vote for whatever, if you sign up to vote or whatever.
Is he fucking with us? So when he posts this photo, and it's like after the election, it was a photo of the U.S. map, and he said, "Look at all the red voters," and he doesn't understand the population density of cities. He's being disingenuous there, right? Like there's
I
no way.
legitimately can't tell. I cannot tell with Elon. Like Trump, I legitimately believe, and I would put money on it that Trump is like
He's dumb, yeah. I guess.
he's below standard intelligence.
Yeah.
I don't believe that Trump is. For Elon, I super can't tell because he just makes so many stupid fumbles. Like this whole video game Path of Exile shit and the stuff with Asmongold is like, this is so cringe.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Arguing with a cockroach infested. Have you ever seen that clip where Asmongold's like, I wake up every morning with a rat by my window, and once the sun hits that rat and it starts to smell, that's when I wake up. I don't know if he's being serious or not, but that's literally
I
what he
don't
said.
know if he's being serious or not, but
But now the Elon shit is fucked up. It's kind of a trip. And you know, sometimes I think that for as much of an idiot Trump is, he did kind of roll the Democratic Party twice. And honestly, 2020 was kind of an outlier. Like Biden won by what was it, 11,000 votes in Georgia or whatever, and that was mainly due to the
was close.
pandemic. Yeah, so like for as much of an idiot Trump is, he kind of does out-strategize us.
No,
a
he doesn't.
lot. You don't think so?
He's just a good guy in the right place at the right time, I think. The Republicans as a whole have been working really hard to build the advantages that they enjoy now.
But like so here's a few things. I remember in 2016, Rachel Maddow did this. I got Trump's tax returns. I finally got the tax
And
returns.
it was like 2 pages of a 1040 from like 2011.
2005, and he actually paid, I think, 40 million on like 170 million. So like it was actually in his favor. And there are now theories that Trump's team released that. So maybe this isn't Trump. Maybe his team knows how to outplay the media. But then that undermines the credibility of the media. And also, when we call him a felon over and over and over, we thought that that was like a really good own. He's a fucking felon. That actually plays in favor of him because his whole thing is these institutions are going to start targeting me. The institutions are going to begin to target you. I'm just standing in the way. They're all corrupt. All these corrupt institutions don't want me back in the presidency. So when we say that he's a felon, it's almost like we're marketing for him. And I'm not saying that he's some like fucking 40 chess master.
That's not a 40 chess master.
It's just like
That's like saying that would be like me saying like, guys, after this vacation I take in Cancun, all of my haters are gonna call me a murderer and a rapist. And then I go to Cancun and I like murder and rape a bunch of people and I come back and it's like, look at what they're saying. And then you're like, God, Destiny's like he's actually like a political mastermind. Like how is he able to maneuver? It's like, no, that's not being a political mastermind. The real mastery that conservatives have done, and Trump doesn't get credit for this, the real mastery that conservatives have done is conservatives have done a really good job at casting themselves as the villain and like the victor simultaneously at all points. And they're so good at occupying both of these roles. And somehow the the centrist people got like sucked into this. And now you've got these Silicon Valley people that are all worshiping Trump. And then you've got all these like the UFC people and the MMA people and all the athletic people and then the fucking like all these different communities somehow all got sucked into the anti-woke communities, and it's just super cringe because now you're in this world where the right will always suck them off, the centrists will always suck them off, and then the left is like so scared of being called Trump derangement syndrome that they won't be critical of him. And so like the final example, like whenever people say like, look at how bad the mainstream media is, they don't mean the mainstream media. They just mean CNN and MSNBC. You've never in your life heard one of these centrists, one of these like fucking losers on their knees with a fucking cocksuck collar like fucking Joe Rogan. You've never seen one of these guys ever say the mainstream media is just in a horrible state right now. Did you see what happened on Fox News? They don't say this. It's always CNN and MSNBC. So fuck these guys.
So that being said, what approach? I'm going to put you on the spot like you were interviewing the DNC chair people. I didn't get to watch many of those, but I'm assuming you guys talked about this. What approach should the party take over the next few years to make sure we're effective? I feel like we don't have a punch right now.
We need way more slurs.
More slurs?
Absolutely.
Like, are you being like ironic or unironic? Like, if we
half ironic.
You think that if we had a candidate who said,
I think that if Kamala Harris would have called Trump the N-word on stage, I think he would have called her the N-word. I think that would have been her pop-off moment.
Yeah.
He absolutely would have lost his mind.
But like, actually,
she could get away with it too, so it would be fine. That would have just been perfect.
He was close during that Black Journalist Conference. He was close. Did you read that Washington Post article where after the debate with Biden, Trump was on his plane and he wanted to tweet out, "My new nickname is Retard Joe Biden." Retarded Joe. Did you read that article? And then Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, his campaign managers and stuff, had to like reel him in basically and be like, "Hey, dude, you just had a huge win." Trump is just like innately drawn towards chaos. It feels like
conflict
sometimes.
and ego. He's fragile. Yeah.
So he wanted to call him Retard Joe Biden. Honestly, I think he still would have won.
It wouldn't have mattered. There's nothing that, because we all view it from the thing too that's like hard is because we're playing with such different standards. Is it like Trump can fail infinitely because to us it's like abhorrent, but to the other side it's literally fucking epic and hilarious every single time. Like if Trump were to accidentally push the wrong button when he was ordering like his daily Diet Coke or whatever, or his daily blowjob from any of the tech giants that now are on their knees for him daily, and he would accidentally like shoot a missile at some like city in Iowa, it would be fucking epic and hilarious.
Yeah. That
would just be it. They would literally all laugh. There's like nothing that Trump can do. Here's like a good question. Do you still go out and do these interviews with people?
Yeah.
This is a good question. If it doesn't get you on any FBI lists, you would ask a conservative, is there any way that Donald Trump could die where you wouldn't think it was a conspiracy? I bet they wouldn't be able to list a single way.
Yeah, that's a scary thought.
If he had a heart attack, would you think he really did?
Yeah.
If he got in a car accident, if he got shot, obviously not. That's conspiracy, right? If his plane crashed, no way. That's conspiracy. There's no way that Donald Trump could die where it wouldn't be a conspiracy.
But like unironically, beyond slurs, beyond just hurling slurs at the other side, what do you think the strategy should be? Like if you were an advisor,
I think some of it is, so I feel like all the worlds have merged into one line. You ever watch Steins Gate?
No.
Fucking God, you're such a fucking zoomer.
I am
Fuck.
22. I don't know. This is old man stuff.
Okay, imagine there's like a Skibbity toilet episode. Okay?
No, that's okay. I'm imagining it. Yeah.
All the realities have merged, and I think all the advice for being like a good YouTuber, a good president, I think it's all the same. One thing that Trump does really well, okay, is he's like, he feels relatable, and that he
Yeah.
doesn't feel like a stiff like, if you listen to Kamala Harris talk, she sounds like Vosh.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like sometimes like everything is like I want it to be a quote that's going to be written down in a history book. I've seen Kamala do. I wish I could remember what, but I've seen her do like interviews where she's like more loose, and she's actually a million times more
She's a cool
personable.
person, yeah. But
Yeah.
she, like, whoever her advisors were, also with Tim Walz, when they brought him in, he was supposed to be this relatable dude, and they kind of just like canned him in a way where he had to continue doing the same few lines over and over. Just they told him to stop doing the couch thing. It just you want to know something interesting. I feel like I cut you off, but I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
While I was flying here, I was listening to Ezra Klein's new podcast. I don't listen to him much, but it's like all about attention within the Democratic Party and how the Republicans have found out how to dominate attention, the attention of the public.
Yeah, this is what. This is what I was gonna. Yeah, going into the having like more personal people. The second thing I was gonna say, like one of the things that helps me so much is streaming. And if you do regular video content, because it keeps you at the forefront of everybody's mind, and you can push through things, and you can keep being relevant, and you're always going to be making better career steps because you're getting live feedback for everything that you're doing, so you can see in real time how people feel about everything. And Trump is so good at being on Twitter and all that shit all the time that he's always in people's minds, and people are always talking about him. So you need somebody that's going to be, I don't want to say bombastic, but at least somebody that's a little bit more present like that. AOC was for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the photo of Trump and Obama sitting next to each other? And I think I saw this on your Reddit. There was a line going across, and they have the same exact skin tone now because Trump is literally just a brown. But
I have not seen that, but
But yeah, okay. Regarding attention, they were saying that like the interesting thing about Elon Musk isn't even his wealth anymore. I mean, of course that's interesting, but it's the amount of attention he controls on a day-to-day basis by owning Twitter.
yeah.
And that Democrats, we don't have anyone like that. Like AOC, I think is the closest thing we have to somebody who's incredibly just like charismatic. You listen when she's speaking, but other than that, we've got a lot of old politicians, and the right, and like all of Trump's cabinet, which is full of TV personalities. Pete Hegseth, he plucked off of Fox News. I'm pretty sure Dr. Oz has a position. All these
He
people.
does. Oz is going to be the head of the FDA.
Oh, great. I wouldn't want him anywhere else, to be honest. But like, they're so good at controlling the attention of the public. And we're about to live in like a propaganda society, aren't we? We already do, but like
We already
it's
do.
about to get bad.
Yeah. It was really bad when Elon Musk was allowed to buy X and then use it to support a single candidate. But
Yeah, but we couldn't telegraph that before. Like, we didn't see 2 years ago that he was actually, like you were just saying, like he was tweeting out, oh, I want to make both sides mad. And yes, it was clearly nefarious and clearly not something that should happen, but nobody knew he would go full-throated MAGA, like full-throated.
the issue is because we've allowed conservatives to lie so much and for so long that they can get away with doing anything because they're just going to say that the Democrats did it first.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. They say it with Elon Musk, like, oh, well, you know, the Democrats are already doing this. If anybody does anything horrible, then the response is always like, oh, what? Like if you say like Donald Trump is going to kill half of America, and they'll be like, oh, what?
Didn't
Like
Obama?
Biden already did, like Obama already did,
Yeah.
like the Democrats already did. So he's literally free to do anything. They say that when it comes to Kash Patel and all the potential investigations that could happen and everything. They're like, oh well, you know, you guys already did lawfare, and it's like, okay,
Are you saying Obama didn't genocide half of America? Are you trying to whitewash that?
with no trial,
Yeah.
Obama genocided innocent American lives.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Tim Pool.
Where's
talking
Tim
point.
Pool? Yeah.
No.
It was absolutely fucking disgusting. Thank God we have those brave people that still protect American freedoms, like those 3 guys that stopped that horrible burglar, Ahmed Arbery, who was trying to break into that house.
I'm so glad they shot.
Thank
They had
God.
to shoot him in the back.
Those
That's how
3
out of control he was. Yeah.
Did they really shoot him in the back?
I think they did shoot him in the back, right?
After he fought, they were fighting over a shotgun, and then he got
Oh,
Ahmed got shot. But I don't know if they shot him.
Maybe I'm
afterwards,
just using lib talking points now. But I
You
don't
probably are, yeah.
know. Yeah. But
You get libtarded.
yeah. Saw it on Twitter.
Probably.
Average Elon Musk post. But like, yeah, dude, we got to hold them accountable. And you know, I feel like that's just a platitude that we say a lot. Oh, they need to be held accountable. But how do we hold them accountable, Republicans? Other than just like making content. I make a bunch of videos a day, but how do we hold Republicans accountable for their lies or flip
I'll
flop?
tell you how do we hold them accountable, but it's going to be when we're on Kick later. I can't say it on
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
The realistic non-doomered version is the Democrats have 2 years to get their shit in line right now because we're not governing anything. We don't have any Congress and no executive branch. So the Democrats have 2 years to kind of get their shit in line. Usually incumbent parties lose their midterms, right?
yeah.
incumbent lose their midterms, right? Or the party in power usually loses the midterms. So
Yeah,
we
no.
have an opportunity to do really well in the midterms. Trump has 2 years. Oh, one thing from the media perspective is like there has to be a careful tracking of and accounting of all of the promises that Trump made and absolutely will not keep. Here's another good question for conservatives. They won't have an answer, but ask a conservative, what could Trump do that would be like too far for you or not okay for you? Because the deficit's not going down. The debt's absolutely not going down, right? We are going to continue to deficit spend. Trump wants to extend the tax cuts. He's not going to pair that with any spending
The
cuts.
prices are going down, right?
Nope, that's not going to happen. Elon lied about finding $2 trillion in spending.
Yeah.
Now he cut it down to $1 trillion in spending. It's going to be no trillion in spending because they want to increase the largest line item in our discretionary budget, which is the military. They're talking about huge increases for the military. So all of that was a lie.
Yeah.
No wars. I guess that was just a funny meme. That was a lie. I know it's like a joke now, but I really do feel like historically it is absolutely fucking insane that Donald Trump is joking. See, I did it. He's not joking. That Donald Trump is seriously threatening our allies, our NATO allies, with military action to conquer like fucking Greenland. That's unhinged and unbelievable.
The real blackpilling part was seeing how quickly conservatives fell in line. Like, yes, Matt Walsh was like maybe trolling when he was like, we could bloodlessly take Canada within a week. But then Ben Shapiro unironically went on a show and he was like, we should take the moon too. We were the first to the moon. Why wouldn't we take it? Then he starts like giggling a bit and he's like, we should take Greenland. It's not a joke. They're being dead ass.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Like Trump can do literally anything.
Yeah.
Like he could bomb a small town in Iowa and it'd be like, oh, maybe Superman should have saved them. Isn't that where he's from? Like it would just be a joke. Everything is a fucking joke.
It was a liberal town.
Meanwhile, I've got that picture seared into my mind, the close-up of Biden with the red flag, with the red light behind him. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, clearly. It was in Philadelphia. Clearly fascistic.
And people are like, oh my God, this is the worst. This is the goddamn worst, most fascist fucking speech I've ever seen in my fucking life. Meanwhile, Trump is suing fucking pollsters. Oh, that's another big one. Always remember, I think you just have to keep the cases in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like also, liberals need to bully way more.
Yeah. That goes back
Dave
to the
Rubin
slurs.
and Tim Pool should be gone from this industry. There is no way that either of them should ever have the audacity to show their face on fucking media after taking $5 million from an enemy of the country to do media. Because there's only two options. One, they either knew it, right? Which Tim Pool and Dave Rubin knew they were taking money from Russia, 100%. Okay, if you think I'm lying, sue me. All right, number one. Or two, they didn't know, and their message just happened to line up so perfectly with Russian propaganda that they were getting paid money without even realizing they had to change their message, which should be equally humiliating and some cause for reflection.
That goes back to the slurs. There should be a slur just for Tim Pool. Like, I don't even know.
We'll think of some
We'll
for our
think of some off
conservatives.
camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable that those guys are. I can't even imagine how fucking humiliating it would be. Like if I was getting paid $5 million from fucking Israel or from fucking like Soros and I didn't know. I had no idea. Like it just I can't believe that they got away with nothing on that. That's just insane to me.
Yeah.
There was one they each did like one 10-minute segment where they're like, we're the victim here. Like can I be the victim for fucking $5 million? Jesus.
Dude, Vladimir Putin is salivating when he sees the current state of America and the discourse. I mean, he's taking a lot of wins. It feels like, I don't mean to be dramatic, but it feels like we're kind of in an invisible war with them and we're losing really badly right now. Like Vladimir Putin is just winning. And the liberals, I mean us, like we've got to have more of a punch. And I know that you were being kind of ironic about the slur thing, but I actually think that we need to start saying the word retard. Like,
retard is really what it all comes back to, isn't it?
that's why we lost. That and
You remember the there was a stupid like TikTok, rest in peace TikTok of the some woman I think goes up to some white guy with like an axe who's just like chopping the ground, and she's like, "We need you again, white guys."
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
that's
Yeah.
some Zoomer shit. I'm not into that. That's some young...
Shut the fuck up.
But
You're zooming so fucking hard.
nah, but this dude said Biden says MAGA Republicans once, and then he clarifies not all, I know this is a trite talking point, but he's like, not all Republicans.
Not even a majority. Not even a majority. He hedges. Biden does a classic destiny mistake of hedging, not knowing that people are going to fucking clip chimp the shit out. Meanwhile, oh my God. I don't know when this talking point emerged. I started to see it like 6 months ago. Do you ever see this bullshit ass, okay, this bullshit life-size Trump cock replica up their ass bullshit talking point of I switched sides when I heard when I found out the truth about the both sides had good people quote.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know that that's bullshit, right? Trump did say that. He said there were good people on both sides of a Nazi march. He was specifically talking about the Nazi march. He was specifically talking about the people that had gone to the Nazi march that were marching with the Nazis. And he said there were good people on both sides of that. One, this is just true. So I heard this talking point like 6 months ago, and then I went back to the original speech. It's like, okay, well, maybe I did only hear a part of it. And I listened to the whole thing. It's like, okay, yeah, this is clearly what he's saying. I don't know why even some of the liberal fact checkers were saying this is a lie, which is not a lie. Yeah. But even more to this, somebody showed me this video yesterday because I came up with P.F. Young, where fucking Ben Shapiro is on his podcast talking about it. And he's like, I don't know why people are like trying to whitewash this for Trump. Trump clearly said at a Nazi march, he was clearly talking about the Nazis that were marching. They're the only people that were Nazis. And Ben Shapiro even like had this set out perfectly. He also said January 6th was an insurrection.
He said the worst thing domestically since 9/11.
Yeah, and he said it was an insurrection one day after it happened, but he walked back on that too.
You think it kills him a little bit inside that he's like a lawyer who went to a top tier school and now he's got to run defense for this orange flag? Like, do you think it kills him or is the money too good?
I think the money's too good.
Yeah.
His type of people.
I was right about to say it. Yeah.
His type of people. Conservatives.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
What?
Never mind. But yeah, it's fucked. We're a little bit cooked, but I think we'll be okay. I think the pendulum will swing back, right? I hope.
Well, I mean, like pendulums can only swing so far and then they break, right? So we got to hope that we.
Do you think?
Also, I don't want a pendulum swing on this because the woke shit is going to be.
The woke shit's pretty insufferable.
It's going to be crazier.
Do you think that Biden's foreign policy was a little bit weak?
No, I thought Biden's foreign policy was exemplary.
Really? I feel like I was reading a thread on I can't remember. It was just basically time and time again, Biden and Jake Sullivan, and I don't have this full argument developed, but time and time again, they would delay aid to Ukraine and say that it was escalatory. Meanwhile, Putin basically had a monopoly on this escalatory rhetoric, and then they delay aid just to give that aid about 6 months later anyways, once they realized. And I think that Biden had a really steady hand. He was amazing domestically, and his foreign policy was pretty good, but I just sometimes wonder if, I don't know, like Netanyahu, for example, just kind of was fucking with him the entire time. And that's not his fault, but like, man.
So there's a couple things. So I think when it comes to Ukraine, there's this quote about Israel. I wish I could remember it, but it's something like, I wish I could remember. It was like, Israel doesn't have a foreign policy. Israel has a foreign policy constrained by its domestic policy, or something like that. It's like the way that the two relate. I think that one consideration that has to be made is that the Democrats are fighting very much on the back foot on everything foreign policy-wise. Mm-hmm. And the Republicans and Putin control the narrative on literally fucking everything. Yeah. So, for instance, somebody even had to remind me of this in the middle, right after a debate, where people were like, well, why didn't they try to pass, like, immigration or whatever? Like, why didn't they do anything? So, well, they had a bill they were going to sign. It's
Langford's bill.
Well, why didn't they sign that bill on its own or whatever? Why did they try to pass with other stuff? The reason why is because Republicans always demand, like, if you're going to pass this, it was them that tried to tie the Ukraine shit to the immigration stuff. Could Biden have been more aggressive in granting stuff to Ukraine? Maybe. I lean on the side that he could have, but like, I can also see the delicate situation and the constraints that he has while operating there. So, like, for instance, in retrospect, right, it seems like Ukraine wants to fight a war. It seems pretty noble that they're fighting the war. But do you remember, I think there was like an interceptor missile that missed and it like landed in fucking Poland. Yeah. There's also the fact that I'm pretty sure, I think the consensus around, I don't think Zelensky knew, but I'm pretty sure it was Ukrainians that blew up the Nord Stream 2. I think most people accept that now. Not like in Tim Pool land, most people accept it, but I think it was some part of the Ukrainian military, that was involved in that. Although I don't know if Zelensky knew about that. I think that's still unclear. So like, I can understand some hesitancy. Now, all that aside, I think I still probably would have been in favor of being a little bit more adventurous, I guess, with supporting Ukraine. But the domestic constraints were fucking unbelievably annoying. For Israel, I think the United States did about all that they could. Yeah. I think that like building that pier, I thought was a good idea. Getting people forget this, but we got like a ceasefire like 1 week, I think, into the war to allow people to move. It was like, because I think Israel was like ready to, not a ceasefire, but like a temporary, like a 1 week thing for people to move. Because I think Israel was ready to like fucking roll in or some shit, or ready to bomb shit. I don't know if it was like a week in or a month in, but like pretty early on, there were like some truces moving people out of Rafah. People were saying, it was around that like hashtag Rafah on fire bullshit.
Yeah.
People were
Or
saying that,
all eyes on whatever.
yeah, like if Israel invades Rafah, they're all gonna die because there are like 1 million people down there.
Mhm.
And in the course of like days, all of those people moved to the north. And I think some of that was at the behest of the United States, where they were like, "You guys better not kill a bunch of people." But nobody talks about that. So some people look now at Biden and think that he failed because now Netanyahu is willing to do like a ceasefire.
Was he fucking with Biden? Like he was basically waiting until Trump got in office, right?
That might have been a little bit, but like people forget that like time moves in one direction. Like they're not going to be at war forever. Eventually they will want to do a ceasefire. And people are saying like, "Oh, well, he could have done this 6 months ago." Bullshit. Israel's gotten a lot of good shit for them in the 6 months of military conflict.
Yeah.
They've obliterated Hezbollah. They finally killed Nasrallah. They killed all 3 of the top Hamas leaders. They fucking Assad's regime has toppled. Yeah, they've continued to like apply a ton of pressure and kill a ton of people in Hamas. Like Israel has gotten more and more and more militarily. So like every day has been like a further step, like entrenching their power. Probably, I haven't seen any polling, but I would imagine increasing support for Netanyahu. So like the idea that like just because they're willing to finally do like a ceasefire now that they would have done one 6 months ago, that's stupid. That's like saying like, oh well, they could have done a ceasefire a year ago. They wouldn't have done a ceasefire.
It's just the timing of it is a little suspect, right? I mean, it seems like I'm not saying Netanyahu was absolutely.
Well, like could it have been like
leash,
a couple weeks earlier, a month earlier, a month later? I mean, that's
it's
possible.
not about the timing. It's like it's more about Netanyahu did a private meeting with Trump, and they were at Mar-a-Lago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there were reports that Netanyahu was single-handedly tanking all of the ceasefire deals, or him and his cabinet were tanking this, like him and Ben-Gvir, whatever the fuck his name is. And I think that just the timing of it does seem like the optics are a win for Trump. Even if Biden was the one that laid the groundwork for this deal, he's the one, his team negotiated for the most part. They let Trump's dude come in. I can't remember his name, but they let
Steve
Witkoff.
something or
Witkoff?
maybe, yeah.
Steve Witkoff, some shit like that. They let him come in, and after a few days, it's just, yeah. And then now, next MAGA rally I go to, which could be in the next few days or whatever, I feel like they're all gonna be like, the peace president. He's the fucking peace president. It's just, it's a little blackmail.
I mean, it's annoying, yeah. But I mean, like, it's annoying. Foreign policy is always annoying. But like, Israel got everything they wanted, I think, out of this. Like, this is an absolute and utter Israeli victory in every single.
Yeah.
Now, I've read that, like, I think Ben-Gvir wants to resign and that Israel's mad because they had to make concessions on something. I'm really curious what those concessions even the fuck are, because there's a world, I wouldn't even call this conspiratorial. I think that having Hamas in power still after they retreat helps Israeli on like 3 huge things. One is it still keeps a separation of the Palestinian powers, because I think that they want the Palestinian Authority is like the governing body that was established for the West Bank. Ideally, that also governs the Gaza Strip. Like having this united would be very good for the Palestinians. It'd be good for progress in the region. But now it won't be, probably, because Hamas is still going to be in charge of the Gaza Strip. So 1, it keeps the Palestinian people divided. 2, Israel still has good reasons to maintain the very strict border control because, well, Hamas. And 3, they still get to have the whole embargo and everything as well for the sea stuff. So, like, Israel comes out of this, I think, like an absolute and total victor. So you've got a lot of these people that I'm trying to build better relationships with online, so I'm not going to call them out by name. You got a lot of people like, oh, well, finally the Palestinian people can stop suffering, and finally, like, I can't believe that Biden did negotiate this. It's like, what are you celebrating? This is a total and absolute victory. Now we're back at October 6th, where Israel has every single thing they want, and we're just like waiting for tensions to build and pop off in another terror attack. Except the Palestinians are even more isolated because we're taking even more and more steps for Israel to normalize relations with other countries in the region, and now they're even more isolated because you don't have help from Iran as much or Hezbollah. So, but.
I don't know if you could tell this about me, but my dad is Muslim. My grandpa's from Syria.
Why would I be able to tell your dad is Muslim?
Why wouldn't you, or what?
Why would I be able to?
I don't know.
Did you mean to say that he's Arab?
No. I mean, he's Arab, but yeah, I mean, I'm just white as fuck. I guess Arab is the. But,
okay.
Yeah, my grandpa's from Syria. He
okay.
moved here. My dad's Muslim, so we fought about this a lot on calls and stuff because he was super like free Palestine, blah blah blah. He never like took it too far. He voted for Kamala because he understands it, blah blah. But like, I was always like free Palestine from Hamas. I feel like first and foremost, and it's messy. It's
it
bad,
is.
But we should talk about something lighter, like the California wildfires, something that's not as heavy.
Oh, lighter, like how they were set.
I don't even mean it like that, but that's good. That's good stuff. But yeah, I mean Marjorie Taylor Greene was tweeting about how the Democrats can control the weather type shit, and that they need to be I don't know. They're like, if Democrats can control the weather, why can't they cloud seed rain all across California? It's like, is there one Democrat sitting in Congress that is that dumb? It goes back to the double standards.
There
This
was
is
one guy, black senator dude, who I remember watching videos of this guy making fun of, but like not everybody's defended him, who expressed concern about a whole bunch of U.S. troops that were stationed in Guam, and he was saying that the island might capsize. Not joking.
Is that an America fat joke? Because
no, he was.
Yeah.
I think he was being serious.
Was this a Democrat?
I think it was.
Either way, though, like, okay.
But the difference, as I point out, is that like I think everybody laughed at that guy. Marjorie Taylor Greene represents like the heart and soul of the current MAGA party.
70% of the sitting Republican congressmen claim that the 2020 election was stolen, even if they don't actually believe that. And the farthest left Democrat who's sitting there is like, Cory Bush isn't even in. So it's like Bernie Sanders is probably right now the farthest left, and he's a respectable, classy dude. He's not delving into any crazy conspiracy theories. Yes, we disagree with him on some stuff, but the difference between the two sides, it just feels like the activists on our side give us a really bad look. And also,
yeah, but the annoying thing, and I keep pointing this out, is our activists. I don't know how Republicans do this. Our activists they don't support the party.
no.
Republicans will talk about how the election is rigged and it's all rigged and the illegals are voting. And then they show up to vote. Yeah. Meanwhile, the people on the far left are like, fuck Kamala, fuck Biden. Maybe if they're really nice, they'll be like, I guess if you live in a swing state and you're around a polling place, maybe if it's not too inconvenient, you could drop in and vote, I guess. Like, that's it. And then on the right, they're like, yeah, I just saw 5 million more illegals on buses come in to vote in my polling place. So me and my whole family had to fight through the fucking rain and sleet and hail and fires to go and vote at our polling place. Like, Jesus, what the fuck?
Well, Chicago is supposed to be ground zero for mass deportations. And we're opening up a studio in Chicago next month. I was going to talk to you about that. You got to come to our Chicago studio at some point, like Q2 maybe, end of Q1, so we can do a show.
Is that how you talk?
Yeah.
With fiscal year, when are we starting? January? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Q1. Okay, I'll shoot for end of Q1. Yeah.
Yeah. D1 crash out.
Okay.
Is what we're
Do you
talking
want to have a D1 crash out?
Yeah, if you keep talking to me like this. No, but like, no, the thing is, I'm just messing. But fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah.
You're gonna be deporting people, yeah.
For our studio, we just got a few FX3s, and I was talking to your.
You mean FX30 Sony cameras?
No, the FX3. It's like an FX6, but there's an FX30 as well.
Oh,
but
you got the cheapo one.
No, it's not that cheap at all. It's really good. You can use it for in studio stuff, and you can also.
I'm sorry, I'm just fucking.
No, I know.
It's a good camera. Sony makes a good camera.
Yeah, and you can have it as a shoulder mount too. So we might go live stream some of the mass deportations.
Jesus, that's fucking savage.
Well, I mean, like, dude, if Tom Homan is there, I wanna. Square. I'm gonna have a D1 crash. Tom Homan, you know that dude, Tom Homan, whatever.
Yeah, but explain for my audience who doesn't know who he is.
Oh, Tom Homan is the border czar for Donald Trump. He's like Stephen Miller almost, but he's like this big ogre type dude. I'm gonna have a D1 crash out on him, if anybody. And yeah, dude, it's gonna be interesting. There's a chance that it's all just a PR stunt, right? They're sending 200 police officers. No, 200.
What are they gonna do?
200 ICE agents.
Oh my god, I know what they're gonna do. There's probably just like ordinarily like deportations that happen every day.
And then they're going to take videos and blast it on Fox News and make it seem like they're doing mass deportations. And then the dumb fucks will be like, he's the peace president. He did the deportations on day one. What else is he going to do on day one? He's got like, he won't even do the tariffs on Canada, right? That's all just for lever. Or he might do some tariffs on Canada.
Knows? But he did tariff last time. It was incredibly detrimental to some U.S. industries.
He did, yeah. And after the election, I've been looking at a lot of this through a different lens, where all this dude wants to do is gain leverage over other people.
Yeah. Do you remember was it Trump that was asked this, or was it another guy where they were like, "Isn't separating families horrible?" And
he's like,
"We'll deport the kids too."
Or no, he was like, "How will you make sure you're not separating the families or whatever?" And like, you're not separating them when you deport them. He's like, "Oh, we'll deport the kids with the parents." Fuck. But obviously you get this, when he uses rhetoric like that, it's like a preventative measure. So it's like having nukes almost. It stops people from coming over in the first place, and now we're naturally going to see immigration decrease, because when you use strong rhetoric like that, and I'm not trying to sane wash this shit, but you get what I'm saying, right?
No, I get it. I just thought of the best business idea. I have great business ideas all the time. Did you ever hear about my idea for having bodyguards for pedophiles?
No.
Oh my God, it was so good. Don't worry about that one though, but a different idea, okay? You should have you seen like the auction shows or whatever where they bid on like lockers and stuff?
Yeah.
You should go to neighborhoods where illegals live, and you should offer them a flat sum to buy out their shit, because they're going to get deported anyway. They can't take it with them. And then you could store it in lockers and then auction it off to people. And you could have like illegal auctions or whatever.
True. Better yet, my MAGA friends, we can just deport their illegal grandmas to ICE and just take over the place.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's a long time to live in the U.S. and still be illegal.
Yeah, it's scary. So you want to watch some of these clips? I need content for my channel because I'm traveling all day. So
You have to watch. Wait, where are you going today?
well, I'm going to DC tonight. I'm taking a train there.
How is that? Is it like Amtrak or is it like?
Yeah, I'm taking the Amtrak. So I flew in from Chicago last night. I got in at like 10, woke up, tried to eat the hotel breakfast, but it was shit. And then came here. I had a banana in that room, so I was all
Okay,
good.
that's good.
In the green room.
Potassium.
Yeah, I needed to eat something or else I'd crash out. I need to stop saying that. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. You know, can't be low on fructose.
No, for real. And then tonight we're going to DC for one more shoot over the next few days. I don't want to give details because I don't want to get fucking assassinated because I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to be walking around. But like, yeah, we're going to go shoot some stuff in DC. And then I'm going to go back to my Chicago studio, set it up, and we're going to do some cool shows there as well. We've got some really sick ideas for what we can do. And like,
Can I suggest an idea?
yeah.
I want to see this turn into a game show so badly. Please, okay? Don't let me interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. Sorry.
The 60 Minutes guy did it on Dave Rubin, so if you want to do it here, that's
Nah,
fine. Take
you're
your call.
good. Someone just
Okay.
No, someone just texted me. What's up?
Okay, that was like a D3 crash out. So, okay. Okay,
gotta
here's
stop
what you
with
do,
that.
okay?
Yeah.
3 Trump supporters, okay? Take them in off the street. Since I say this idea, it's copyrighted to me, so you're owe me royalties, okay?
Mhm.
3 Trump supporters, take them off the street, put them in a studio, okay? This is what you do, all right? $1,000 for each person. Put it on the table, okay? Have your band. That's what you guys call it, right? Bands.
Yeah, bands. A
Yeah.
few bands.
Yeah. So have a few bands on the table, okay? You play a 1-minute Trump clip, and then each of them has a whiteboard. And after Trump speaks, they have to write down what the fuck he just said. Like,
Yeah.
what was he actually saying? And if all 3 have the same point, then all of them get $1,000.
The child care clip.
Just
Remember
to
that?
see, yes.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. And then the question would be like, so what was Trump's policy? And see if all 3 of them can even get the same
They would
answer.
just say, "Have you ever heard Biden speak?" Excuse me. Like that's what they'd literally just. What about over
If
there?
all 3 of them had the same answer for that, then they would
Yeah.
get the money. Just to show that, because I don't think anybody, I don't know what the fuck he's saying half the time. Because I'll pause and ask my audience, like, what the fuck did Trump just say? What is the answer here? It'd be really funny to see 3 independent, like, people, or like Republicans, but all of them try to work out, like, what did Trump just say, and then show the answers. I think it'd be
There's
really
gonna be a lot of that over the next few years. And I was gonna open the studio in LA or New York or something. Like do you have bigger plans for this in New York, or we could talk about that later? And
You know, honestly, it depends on what New Yorkers do with their gun laws. Because right now, I feel very oppressed.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we were gonna move the studio to like LA or
Mm-hmm.
New York, but we decided the Midwest hasn't really been tapped into that much. And I know Chicago is not like LA, but Chicago also is surrounded by all these Midwestern states. There's so many personalities that we can pull in. And there's like the Barstool model where they build personalities from the ground up and they try to make, what's the dude's name? Big Cat or whatever the fuck. They just like pull them off the street. So we're trying to build personalities in Chicago or just like pull MAGA people in. There needs to be more representation of these Midwest Trump supporters. And then we're going to do debates. Like there's going to be, I don't want to give out too many of the ideas that we have, but there's going to be some really cool stuff to be made with our FX3s. After we film the mass deportation.
You could be like fucking Fresh and Fit, but for Democrats. And
Yeah.
then all the people that you bring in are like Republicans.
Yes, like shit like that. Or like Tim Pool.
And it could be like the worst. You should be, like exclusively bring in like the most redneck. Like you've got like 6 guys in fucking overalls or whatever. And you're like, yo, what's up, guys? We're talking to the average Republican here today. And here we go. Like,
And then like ask them their body count and kick them out if they get disrespectful and shit.
oh my God.
No, but like imagine like the Tim Pool vibe where it's we have like 5 liberals and there's just 1 conservative and we're all just railing on them.
that would be fucking funny too.
No,
yeah.
but it's more just
screaming at him.
it's more gonna be respectful shit. Like we want to bring people in. Like one of the ideas we have, and I don't want to give too much. Is like imagine a MAGA father debates their liberal daughter. I've already done a few videos like this, and we just do a sort of like family therapy type thing. And it's just you guys haven't spoken about politics in 6 months because it gets too heated. Well, let's try to come to a middle ground,
Oh,
and we do that, and we also get views.
That would be funny, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
I have a really hard time. There was a person I was talking to the other day, and they're like, "Yeah, I think I had to." What did they say? They voted for Trump for some reason, and I was like, "Oh, like, isn't this like really bad for these reasons?" Like, yeah, I don't know. They're like, I'm worried about. I just get unhinged now. They said something about worrying about like taxes or something because they had like their daughter in the hospital, and I was like, oh, like you know that like you voting for that is increasing the chance that your daughter dies. Like there's a good chance that like if they were to repeal the ACA or whatever, like you wouldn't be able to afford their shit. You're just voting for your daughter to die, right? And then I think they didn't talk to me as much about
They
this.
probably still voted for Trump too.
They
Yeah.
did.
Dude.
But it's like, how can you be so? You're young.
Yeah.
You don't remember this. I hate that nobody remembers this. Okay, you used to be a slave to your job. Because if you had a bad medical condition, you could never get health insurance again without paying out the ass. And you were a slave to your job. You had to be stuck there forever because nobody else would insure you. And we just like forgot about that. Not only have we forgotten about that, The fucking Republicans try to take credit for it. Trump's like, I like pre-existing conditions. Okay, motherfucker, you tried to repeal and replace it in 2017. You literally shit all over McCain's grave just because he thumbs you down when it came time for the Senate vote for repealing it. So how the fuck can you try to take credit for it now?
This dude is shameless as hell.
Which one? All of them, but Trump as well, yes.
He's just uniquely shameless in a way that I think JD Vance even, you can see it in JD Vance's eyes. He's not about that life. Like you know how Trump at his rallies will always point towards the press and the crowd will start booing. JD Vance tried to do that one time, and you could just see in his eyes that he was just like, oh, the press. He's not as shameless. I guess he's getting there. But did you?
They're all. It's all like the. I've actually. I don't even know whether the king has no clothes.
Yeah.
Where they all have to pretend he isn't naked. Or yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's
like
it.
that.
Yeah, exactly. What were you saying? Sorry.
Have you seen his new portrait where he's just like, it's like the mugshot face with crazy lighting? You
know I just assumed that he had a fucking neurological disease, and that's why his fucking
his
eyebrow
eye was drooping and shit.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's
the
type of shit
cringe.
you see in a presidential or like a history book of all the presidents, and you're like, oh, this guy's a dictator. Like you just have to look through all of the shit, and like this guy is a little fashy. It's very, very clear.
Because you see the pictures.
Yeah. Just based off pictures.
Or it could also be the convicted felon count, or it could be the attempted coup, or it could be the...
Just the pictures, yeah. Do you know what's annoying, though? They gaslit us. You know how many times Republicans were, like, pissing, shitting, and puking after the election? Like, you shouldn't have called us fascists. The fact that you called us fascists is why you lost the election. And then a month later, they're like, maybe we should take over Greenland. We could probably do it bloodlessly in about a week. It's just so...
Or the fact that they've been
shameless.
calling us, like, commies and shit for...
It's like Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Do you remember Rush Limbaugh?
I grew up... The foundation of my mind was planted by Rush Limbaugh and Michael Savage and Billy Cunningham and Glenn Beck and
Those were the good old days.
Sean Hannity, all these guys, back when they were real Americans, when this country really knew what it was about.
Yeah.
And now we lost our way. Now we got all these cuck TikTokers and these Adam Mocklers running around with their vertical cam fucking YouTube videos.
Nah, that was filmed on FX3s as well. I mean, the whole video is actually really good, but I just...
Oh, do you just like turn the camera on its side and film?
No, we just fucking cut it and post. To be short form.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I bet you have the most cancerous looking fucking frame guides on your shots. Do you have all the things so that you can see where it's going to be cut or whatever? Or do you just cut and hope that it works?
I just cut it. Yeah, I don't do that. I mean, like I just hired my first editor, and he's a really clever guy. You know, Brain Rot Politics on TikTok or whatever.
Yeah.
He's got an account. Yeah, he's a really clever editor, and this is old stuff that we.
Is he working for you now?
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know. Got an employee I need to fire.
Nah,
I'm just kidding.
Nah, I feel like I'm giving away too many of my plans for the next
No,
few months.
it's good.
Yeah.
Because Brain Rat and me are like this, so the next time you lose access to your footage, it's
Bro.
gonna all show up on my channel.
Jesus
You're gonna be like, give it
Christ.
back, and then all of a sudden Destiny's channel, exclusive. And it's gonna be cut with music to make you sound like a fucking moron. I'm gonna voice over all the Trump guys. You're gonna be like, didn't Trump have a bad economy? And I'm a voiceover for you too. And the other guy's gonna be like, actually the GDP increased, blah, 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 blah. And you're gonna be getting dominated. And then it's gonna be like, wop, wop on every fucking clip of yours.
Yeah.
Where do you think the TikTokers are going?
TikTokers?
Yeah.
I think that I mean, across multiple platforms, I think YouTube has the most longevity out of most platforms. Could you see that as well? I think that if you look at the age demographics of YouTube, I actually have a slightly older audience. Like all the MSNBC people came over to Midas Touch, and I'm in that sphere right now. But then there's also Mr. Beast, who pulls like hundreds of millions of views of young people. There's also middle-aged. I just feel like YouTube has the most longevity out of any platform right now.
Sure.
I could see people going to Instagram Shorts, but the algorithm on there isn't as...
You know, people don't realize this, but I'm pretty sure Shorts is like dominating the market for short form content.
Yeah, Instagram Shorts or YouTube Shorts?
Instagram Reels are insane.
Reels will turn into that. Do you remember a few months ago when you had to click this toggle on Instagram if you want to see politics or not? Like Zuckerberg changed it before the election. I don't know if it was Zuckerberg himself, but they changed it before the election. You had to click a switch if you wanted to see politics or have politics muted. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure they're going back on that, and now they're going to algorithmically promote political stuff. I don't know that for sure, but the way Zuckerberg's been talking lately, he's like, oh, we're embracing politics, no pronouns, no tampons or whatever.
I like those. But people are like, I don't have pronouns.
Yeah.
Good for you, dude. You're so brave.
Have we thought about the transgender immigrants and illegal prisons and the implications on them? Because I feel like that's a great
How can you have, this is what I'm curious about. How can you have all of these like life-ending situations that didn't get fixed? Like, I want to know. I almost have a 14-year-old son, okay? I need to know if drag queens are trying to like trans him or not. Like we talked about this, it was a huge deal, and then it just went away. Like, is that happening still?
Yeah, it's too late.
Or like, are the books that turned the kids gay, are those still in the libraries? Or did we get rid of all of them? Or like, are they Did we ban all the the swimmers and everything? Like, these were like the most pressing issues of the day, and I feel like they just went away. I want to know. I'm curious what happened.
I'm always debating. Like, I've debated a few conservatives who are like, there's sex ed books in high schools that show gay sex now. I'm like, what age do you want your kid to be seeing this stuff? I don't know. There's a thing where I feel like I've talked to you about this or someone where you could basically wrap a lot of liberal values in conservative rhetoric. I don't know if you've seen this clip where I'm talking to this Trump supporter and he says, we need to stop funding Ukraine.
Oh, I
we need
saw
to put
the Ukraine
America
one, yeah.
first. Yeah, it's an old clip, but it's like what you say is you flip it back to them and you say, well, funding Ukraine is how we put America first. We're protecting the borders of a sovereign nation. It helps our economy because it's blah, blah, blah. It's like our old stockpiled equipment. And by the end of it, this dude's like, oh, maybe we do put America first. And then you know what's really funny? He says in the clip, he's like, Russia invading Ukraine would be like us invading Canada, and that's not right. He says that to me like a year ago, and it was so prescient. Is that the word? It was so. It's just insane that Trump's talking about this shit.
But it's epic to them.
Yeah,
it's epic and hilarious.
Because we react to it. Do we need to be less reactionary over the next few years as liberals? Maybe not you in particular.
Maybe we just need to carry it out. Like, randomly, do you know what would be so fucking funny? Okay, so for people that don't know, and maybe you know, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know anything about politics until I was like 33. I didn't know like how our system actually works. So like the votes that happen in Congress aren't like real, and that like they're like, okay, let's vote and see what happens, right? You
They
vote
know before.
Yeah, you know before because you know how people are going to vote, right? What if on one of these, what if the Democrats just like unanimously join the Republicans on like some unhinged shit?
And then
Like, how funny would that be? Like, this is the resolution to fucking rape every fucking Canadian. And Pelosi's like, we're guys, let's fucking go. And then like all of a sudden it's like the House with like a 200 vote fuck. It's like, wait, what? And then it gets to the Senate and every Democrat's like, yeah, let's go. And you know there's enough retarded Republicans like, oh yeah, sure, we're voting on that. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's do the Republican agenda. That would be fucking Keno shit.
Tim Pool would be like, I can't believe the Democrats voted for this. Tim Pool would just focus on like the Democrats should not have voted for this shit. It would still be a
Yeah,
loss
even
somehow.
progressives do that. I can't believe that Cinema and Manchin made it. The Democrats did this. It's like, excuse me, motherfucker. It was 50 Republicans and 2 Democrats. How the fuck is it our fault? Yeah. What the fuck? Like, maybe if you have an actual majority and you're not relying on your 1 or 2 of the most, like, literally certified by physicists as the most purple-colored districts you could ever have. It cannot get any more purple than these people. And these are the ones you're holding accountable for the entire fucking party? Like, get us a fucking majority of votors. In the Senate, sorry.
Do you hate Merrick Garland, or are you disappointed, or do you think that he did everything he could and that was the process?
Does anybody know if Pisco's watching? Not here yet. Okay, I'm gonna assume Pisco's not watching. Okay. I hate on Merrick Garland a lot, but honestly, I just do it to trigger the fuck out of Pisco. I think Merrick Garland tried. I think he could have been a bit more aggressive, but I think he tried. I think he could have been a bit more aggressive.
You said something to me during our, not to me, you said it on stage during our Wisconsin panel, or was it Michigan? I don't know, a few months back. And you were like, we might as well have appointed a pit bull as our AG because you could appoint a Chihuahua with a D on its head, is what you said, and they would still see a pit bull. I was like, that's pretty good. I'm going to act like
Did I actually say that?
Yeah.
That was good.
I'm not
There's shit I watch my shit sometimes like, that's pretty clever. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to act like I came up with that when I repeat it now. But like, no, for real, why would Biden, I feel like that's a perfect microcosm of how weak our party kind of is. And obviously I'm like a lifelong Democrat, so I'm not saying.
Lifelong? You've been voting for it 4 years, low bro. Slow down there, Mr. Lifelong. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Nah. But like, obviously, I'm saying this as constructive criticism. Like, we're so weak that Biden appointed a Republican as the Attorney General rather than somebody who would just get this shit done because he thought that, I don't know, he wants to uphold the norms that we'd be moving.
Wait, at the
past
risk of sounding
Trumpism.
super retarded, because I am. Merrick Garland was a Republican? I didn't even know that.
He's a Republican. Yeah.
Damn, that was going to be Obama's Supreme Court pick.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm 99% sure he's a Republican. And Biden wanted to do this to show that it was a return to normalcy. Return from Trumpism, and we just got fucked over. And I just feel like Biden...
I mean, look at the difference between investigations.
Yeah.
Under Trump's administration, he almost certainly committed obstruction of justice when he fired Comey. He did that because Comey wouldn't kill his investigation. You know that, right? He said... Do you know why he said he fired Comey?
No.
Something to do with Hillary's emails. He said that's why he fired Comey. But he legitimately, he said... I hear
I was
somebody
like 9 at the time. So.
laughing back there. But that is why he said he fired Comey. It was over the Hillary Clinton email stuff. But he fired Comey. He got pissed because Jeff Sessions wouldn't basically kill the investigations because Sessions recused himself. That's why Trump started to fucking talk shit at him fucking every day. Trump did everything that he could to stand between any legitimate progress in that investigation and whatever he was up to. Okay, Trump did everything he could. All right? That was Donald Trump. In Biden's administration, we got a fucking continuation of, is it David Weiss? Was that the special prosecutor for Hunter Biden?
I think so.
We had a continuation of an investigation into his own fucking son, which is unconscionable under a Trump administration. You think his family would be investigated? Never. And we even had an instantaneous special counsel appointed to investigate Biden on the documents. Remember that?
Yeah.
I always say Durham, but it wasn't. Durham was the FBI thing. It was
the Durham report was fucking wild.
That was the FBI thing. Who was the special counsel for or the special prosecutor for?
Oh,
Biden?
her?
Oh, her. Yeah.
Robert Hur.
What the fuck? But here's the thing, and even Pisco. I don't know why he can be a. Even Pisco can't tell me this. I thought because the steel man, and when I say steel, I mean the strongest composite alloy that has ever been created ever, because that's how strong you have to construct the conservative. The steel man argument for like a lot of this Trump shit going away is like, well, can a sitting president really be prosecuted? I don't know. Okay, then why the fuck was there a special counsel for Joe Biden? Because if he would have found illegal stuff, because these are criminal matters, mishandling classified material, they couldn't have prosecuted him, right? So why did we even have a special counsel for that?
The worst part is, during that Robert Hur report, he says in like 100 different ways that Joe Biden was not guilty due to 100 different reasons. I can't remember the exact wording, but he even says that like when Joe Biden came in and sat down, he was like, I don't expect you to remember everything I'm about to ask you. It spans over the course of the past 15 years. There's no expectations for you to remember all of this. Then Biden slips up on a few things, and Robert Hur is essentially like, it was so clear.
Because a lot of people don't know, for the mens rea for most of these criminal statutes, even for mishandling classified material generally, is it has to be like intentional.
Very intentional, yeah.
It has to be intentional. You can't, so like, even for Trump, you would grant the same. Now, it just so happens that we have recordings of Donald Trump saying, this is classified. I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Okay? Now, which is very unfortunate because it's about as fucking clear cut as you can ever get. All right? For the whole, can we read his mind crowd? Okay? But, Joe Biden, it doesn't seem like he intentionally mishandled anything because Hur didn't say something.
Yeah, because then Trump played cat and mouse with the FBI for like a year until they had to raid Mar-a-Lago. And then, of course, he victimized himself even further after that. And then Biden gives up the documents right away.
Yeah.
Right.
And the, what was the, fuck, it was either Josiah or Brian, you probably know him as Brian Tyler Cohen, said this. I wish I could remember who told me this. I need to remember this. Where are we at now with faith in our institutions? What did we get for that? Do conservatives look at Biden and go, well, Merrick Garland did appoint the special prosecutor to look into Biden, and he allowed the bullshit investigation into Hunter Biden to continue under his own presidency. So, you know, yeah, we have faith in the FBI and the DOJ, right? Did that happen?
No, it's just like he might as well have appointed a fucking pit bull.
Exactly.
It's going to be the end result.
Yeah. What the fuck?
It's pretty disappointing. So you agree that Biden was weak in some respects?
I respect what he tried to do.
Okay.
I think that Biden was a better man than I would have been in that situation.
Yeah, and hindsight's 2020. It's always really easy to look back and be like, oh, he should have done this with Ukraine. He should have done this with Merrick Garland.
So we talked a little bit about the foreign policy stuff, right? Yeah. I think he did what he could with Israel.
Yeah, I
think with Ukraine, maybe he could have been stronger, sure. But he kept the Afghanistan pullout. I have high respect for that. So we pulled out of Afghanistan. Biden was the one that got us out of the Saudi coalition against Yemen. So we stopped that. So there's only like 2 active conflicts, neither of which the United States fucking started. And I think that our roles in that have been appropriate. Maybe we could have been a little bit more ardent with Ukraine. Donald Trump did nothing for Ukraine, Russia, by the way. He sold some weapons to Ukraine, but he didn't do anything to push.
He called Zelensky and said, if you don't give me dirt on...
Yeah, and Giuliani. Did you know there's a call with Giuliani?
Like recorded?
Yes.
Oh, shit, no.
47-minute call where Giuliani is... He's the one that called before Trump. That's unbelievable. It's okay. But anyway... All of this to say that, and then Biden's domestic policy, I think, was pretty
great.
good. Maybe we could have done something about the border stuff sooner, for sure. I think that's fair.
Yeah, with the border, too. Like, if he used a little bit more aggressive rhetoric, I don't know. I've just been rethinking a lot of this.
There will be...
I've been trying to...
People will look back, I think, on Obama's presidency is not that good. I think the ACA was really amazing. I think the foreign policy was probably a disaster.
Then they were, like, gridlocked for the next 6 years after the ACA.
Yeah. I think people will look back not good on Obama's presidency. I think people will look back on... Biden as at least the best since Clinton, if not earlier.
Maybe if it feels like it's in between 2 Trump terms, it might just get, I don't know.
It's just imagine the pendulum swing the effective leadership, Biden, like, it
He's a
sucks that
steady
he's
hand.
older. Have you ever seen younger clips of Biden speaking?
Oh yeah, dude, like 65-year-old Biden would have won. He had this quote, I don't mean to cut you off, but he had this quote yesterday or 2 days ago where he was like, I focus too much on policy and not enough on politics. And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about attention, what Ezra Klein was saying, that now it's like a game of attention. Not even money doesn't even matter as much. Trump didn't win. This is what he said. Trump did not win the Republican primary because of money. It wasn't because of that. It's because he was drawing attention to himself. So Biden had this quote where he basically admits it. He's like, I focus too much on policy and not on politics. So I think a 65-year-old Biden absolutely would have crushed Donald Trump.
Yeah, he was a good speaker too. Him doing I just remember there was a speech he did in Congress about intervening. Why the fuck can't I remember it? It was in relation to like Yugoslavia and
Oh, he's like, we need to bomb the.
he was big. Like, America's the moral leader of the world. Who is there
It
without
was so good.
It was that kind of energy, but obviously
Oh, he was like, he's the worst since Himmler. He's the worst. I remember this exact fucking clip. He was
Yeah.
a badass, but
he was
he's a little old now. Maybe a little bit old.
definitely a little old. But that being said, with 50 senators and some purple Democrats, he managed to pass an ungodly amount of legislation. He was above the like game of like the bullshit, like shit slinging constantly. I think he had every reason in the world to be the most hateful motherfucker ever. But he wasn't. He said he was coming in to fight for the soul of America and to be the president for all Americans. And he was. And even when they try to go after him on shit, I just remember reading the quotes because I was looking up, because sometimes I would get scared when we're doing the debates or whatever. And I get like, okay, fuck, like what's going on with the hurricane response? I need to make sure he's not like fumbling this. And every time I tried to look up, I can't remember the names. DeSantis, and then the governor of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brian Kemp. Do you remember Carolinas?
I should.
Disgraceful.
Nah, keep going.
But like all of these guys, when Twitter and everybody else was saying like, "Oh, is Biden saying anything?" I was like, "Oh, he called us like last night. We've already been on the phone with him."
And then they say that Biden didn't call at all. And here's the thing, dude. How can Trump?
Cooper, he was one of them. I think it was North Carolina. Cooper.
Yeah, Roy Cooper.
Yeah.
How can Trump call Governor Gavin Newsom new scum during a natural disaster?
That's disgusting.
Could you imagine if Biden, just imagine, I hate this hypothetical.
Talked
imagine
about
if
this
Biden
to
did
Abbott when fucking Texans are freezing to death,
Or
DeSantis during the hurricanes.
He's like, oh, DeSanctimonious isn't responding to his citizens. I mean, fuck, maybe we do need to use more slurs. Maybe Biden should.
It's just the sad thing is like I wish people could see that. Like if Trump was like falling off like a cliff, as old as he is, I think Biden would like break his back, like to reach down and try to like lift him up. I think that Trump would do a Mufasa.
Yeah.
I think if Trump thought that he could throw somebody off a cliff to get an edge on them, I think he would do it.
I don't get the Mufasa reference. No, I am joking. That was a joke. Sorry.
My
keep
bad.
going.
Do you remember an episode, I think it was a 32 of Skibbity Toilet, where they spin real fast?
We've already made these jokes like 4 times. But,
Fuck you.
no, I've seen The Lion King. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your train of thought.
No, but I think that like, I think it would be unquestionable that if something catastrophic happened in any red state, Biden would basically be like, what do you need? We'll do whatever. And Trump is so fucking disgusting that like, we need to force California to do this in exchange for wildfire shit. And it's like, fuck, like literally hang your hat on this thing and stop talking because it's unbelievable. Yeah. It's so disgusting. I just want to say the person I hate the most in all of this.
Tim Pool or Elon?
Is fucking Luigi. Because
oh really?
No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I'm too edgy. Fuck. It's okay.
You said something, but you didn't fully say it. I saw this clip of you on Twitter where you're like, Luigi should have. I don't even know.
I'm just saying some CEOs
or Thomas Matthew Crooks. Fuck that guy. Like, what was this kid thinking? You know Thomas Matthew Crooks, the skinny Trump shooter from Butler. What was this kid thinking? I'm not even saying
too edgy.
No, I'm not even saying
I don't
that.
want to take you down this road with me. I've already committed to this path.
No,
You've got a bright future ahead of you.
No, I was just going to say, like, what? There's some of these clips are pretty edgy, too. But what was this dude thinking when he's like, I'm going to take a gun and I'm going to get on this roof? What drives a 20-year-old to do something like that? I just don't get. He has to have had some sort of.
I don't know. Did we ever find out anything more about him?
I don't know. His parents called in a few hours before saying he was missing. It's just, what prompts somebody to do this and to try to, it's just insane.
Probably something going on that's pretty wrong with him.
Do you get demonetized on YouTube if you say edgy shit? Like some of these clips are a little bit edgy, and I don't.
My live streams I usually never monetize. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
so make sure you guys donate to me because it's a rough world out here. Okay, I have to fly coach up to New York now. You can see that we couldn't afford insulation for the walls. We've got bare brick here. We're in an unfinished basement right now. Embarrassingly, I didn't want to say anything. Adam didn't bring it up, but we are in one of the, I think it's Trump Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty humiliating coming in.
There's one person helping us with the cameras, and it's a homeless dude you plucked off the street. Basically, just we had to guide him through it all.
Yeah, although he's homeless, but he makes 120,000 a year. But as progressives say, that's not enough money to live off of anymore. So 120K a year is basically homeless. But yeah, do we
Yeah, let's watch some of these. I was at this intro. So I went to DC Wednesday.
Are we watching clips of you?
Yeah, I just want to, dude, here's what I need. I need content for my channel because I'm taking the day off traveling and shit. So this is going to be something my editor.
Are you allowed to watch stuff of me, or will your audience like fucking revolt against you?
I always get comments.
Because anytime I do stuff with like Dean or...
Oh yeah, I always get comments about you. They're always like, hey, do you know Destiny wants to kill all Black Lives Matter protesters? And I'm just like, I really don't.
Just the ones in swing states.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
We could just watch a few of these because I really do need a video to get up while I'm traveling. You get it. So this one, this is Roger Stone's nephew, Alex Stone. And I saw him in a rally. And you know, a lot of this naturally builds off what we were talking about because this dude doesn't trust anybody around him. I don't know. I just want to see what you think about some of these clips.
Oh, I will. I can't see what we were saying, but just real quick. If we are on the wide, for my birthday or for Christmas, I don't know which one, Anna, the Ukrainian lady, made me a DGG guy with a yellow heart. How cute is that?
That is
you guys see him on the
cute.
sign?
Where'd you get this sign right here? Like off Etsy or some shit?
No. We had another homeless guy come in and make it.
Okay.
Thank you too, but okay. Anyway.
Yeah, let's watch a few of these.
Yeah, let's go ahead and watch a few of these. Yeah. What do we got?
Roger Stone's nephew.
Yep, you
being
mentioned
asked,
that. Yep. You want to full screen it, or are we just gonna?
Mike Pence at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
Oh man, I hope this is working.
I don't trust Mike Pence. Period.
Let me ask you: do you trust Bill Barr at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
No.
Do you trust Mark Meadows at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
No.
You don't trust the 60 courts that Trump brought evidence to?
No.
So it makes me worry when every single court,
Wait, pause.
every single institution, every
It
single
might be really quiet for them. Wait, is it really quiet or is it muted? What?
everything's good. Everything's good.
Are you sure? Because they're saying audio is quiet. Why don't you turn that volume thing up right there? The Mockler.
It was already.
Oh, it's already full.
Yeah, I'm one step ahead of you, bro.
Okay, try it again. Good luck.
Wait, restart.
Go to the very beginning. We missed a lot of good talking points here.
Do you trust Mike Pence at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
I don't trust Mike Pence. Period.
Let me ask you: do you trust Bill Barr at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
No.
Do you trust Mark Meadows at all when he says the election wasn't stolen?
No.
You don't trust the 60 courts that Trump brought evidence to?
No.
So it makes me worry when every single court, every single institution, every single person in America that's not Donald Trump or Mike Lindell are lying to you. When you weigh the credibility of these people, do I believe every single institution, which sure, they're flawed, or do I trust Mike Lindell? Probably the institutions that are upholding our democracy, right?
I would say that the institutions that are upholding our democracy aren't upholding our democracy.
Expand on that.
What we see is a rise of communism all over the United States.
What's the definition of communism in your eyes?
I don't have the definition of communism all over. I have the points, you know, what these things look like. I don't have the definition of it.
Can we that thing at the end was good, but like
I want to see the end now. Hold on.
no, it just said link in bio or whatever. But no,
I want to see it. I want to watch it.
it's literally
This guy made effects and everything. I want to see what he did.
stand on this idea that the election was stolen real quick. It's dumb. Okay.
You made this video and you put it up here for us to watch. We're gonna watch the full fucking video. It's like 5 seconds. Finish it. Finish it out. Finish strong. Follow through. Stand by your content.
I want to hear it.
Okay.
I don't have all the data off the top of my head. I do have many friends, people like Captain Seth Keshel.
Okay, that's part of a longer video, but this
Okay.
dude doesn't trust anything around him, right?
That's
And then
crazy.
I ask him what, yeah, it's crazy, right? And then I ask him what communism is, and he has no clue. And this is yeah, I mean, he's probably been indoctrinated by the Stone family, of
Yeah, you
course.
think?
Yeah, but I mean, I have these conversations all the time, and that's always a train of questioning that I run them down. Like, hey, do you trust this? Do you trust this? And it's a really perfect illustration because at the end, when I always end it, do you trust Donald Trump? They're like, oh yeah, of course. It's a really solid way of showing that they don't trust anyone around them.
When I was talking to the Adrian Dittman guy, there was a space and another crazy conservative guy popped on, and he wanted to. Basically, I do one of these. You can get even more precise because I was like, do you trust any of the courts that ruled on any of this, any of the federal courts? And he's like, no. It's like, okay, do you trust like Congress to like make laws? And they're like, obviously no. It's like, okay. So we've gotten 2 out of 3 branches gone. But then you can go into the executive, and you kind of did it with names like, do you trust the FBI or the CIA? No, obviously not. Okay. Do you trust like the Attorney General or the DOJ? Okay, no. Okay. So the only person like you said, yeah, the only person that they trust is one man
And like Rudy Giuliani.
at the top of one private citizens who are not in the government. Yeah, and it's like you understand that this is like definitionally you cannot be any more authoritarian than that.
Yeah.
Like even like it's actually impossible. Like even Hitler had like helpers, okay, that were part of the government. All right. Even Hitler wasn't his own guy. So like this is unhinged. How can Donald Trump literally be your sole source of truth? Another question I want to hear asked. Oh, I think I said this earlier. You should ask some of these people. What would Trump have to do to lose your confidence? Could he do anything?
They would say that everything is everything is to help America in the end. They'd be like, I trust him. I trust this man. I trust his instincts. And I like something that you said the other day. I saw a clip where you were like, I'm going to flip with conservatives over the next 4 years because I'm going to be so skeptical of every single institution. I'm going to be so skeptical of everything that happens in the government, whether it's Elon Musk having his paws on shit. It just feels like we're going to be the slightly conspiratorial ones now, but we actually have a reason to be.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's so funny. The faith in the election in 2020 for Dems was like 94%. For Republicans, it was like 27%. And then in the next election for Dems, it went down to like 84%. And for Republicans, it jumped like 70 points to like 90+%. And the funny thing is that there was an attempt to steal the 2020 election, but it was done by the Donald Trump people. Yeah. Like that's just like out in the open. And Democrats still had faith in the 2024 one. But it's funny that like Republicans are right that there was malfeasance in the 2020 election, and it's all documented and it's all shown, but it was by Trump and the Republicans. But they think that he needed to try to steal the election. And that's funny, too, because you can walk them through it. Like, there's a strange debate tactic that people deploy. It's like not intentional, but it's where, and this will happen in interpersonal relationships, it can happen whatever, any place, where somebody will justify a thing that they're saying they're not doing. So you might ask somebody like, did you shake the baby yesterday? And the husband was like, no, I didn't shake the baby. And it's like, okay, well, what was going on? Why couldn't you be nicer to the baby? And they're like, well, the baby was screaming. There was no other way to make it be quiet. I tried every single thing and there was nothing left that I could do. And I was like, okay, wait, are you justifying shaking the baby? Right? And they do this with Trump. They'll be like, okay, you ask about the J6 stuff, okay, right? Like the march on the Capitol. It's like, well, what's going on here? And like, well, we're here to, protest. You're trying to coup, right? Like, no. It's like, okay, well, what were you there to protest? The election was stolen. The courts were all rigged. And they were going to steal the election from us when Trump was the rightful president, okay? So we had to show up to do what? So they stole, like you're justifying a coup.
The exact date, the exact time where Mike Pence is in there certifying it. You're going to show up and people are like, Mike Pence didn't do what needed to be done. It's just a
and you're giving a
coincidence.
justification for a coup.
But have you considered that Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Trump was a fake president?
True. And that in 1960, Hawaii's state legislature authorized 2 sets of electors to be sent.
Al Gore? Oh, that's the silver bullet.
If you look through the Al Gore stuff, that will blackpill the fuck out of you.
We should have fought harder. You mean has the Democratic Party they were a little bit?
Do you know enough of like the date details for January 6th and everything?
Of January 6th, yeah.
Yeah. So like for J6, one of the big deals, like they wanted to fight and get all the lawsuits filed before December 14th because they wanted to be within the safe harbor for the Electoral Count Act.
Yep.
So December 14th was a big date for them, but then they were like, no, wait, fuck December 14th. We have all the way to J6. And then they were like, oh, fuck J6. Let's just push back 10 days. We can fight all the way up to January 20th, right? For Gore, the reason why the Supreme Court issued that ruling so quickly and why Florida's killed their recount is because they were trying to maintain that safe harbor deadline by December 15th.
Yeah.
December. And Gore conceded the election almost immediately. But the Republicans are like, bro, we can fight this until forever. It's just insane, the different standards.
Yeah, let's check out this one. This is one of the Andrew.
Maximize it. Yeah.
I think they should have shot Ashley Babbitt twice.
Our president, that's fucked up.
If I broke into your house through your window, would you shoot me?
Oh, fuck yeah.
So
I'd shoot you before you got in the window.
So when there are Congress people in Congress and Ashley Babbitt's trying to break through and they think the cops are standing there saying, stop.
Oh, no.
They absolutely said stop. Ashley Babbitt was a veteran. She should know what self-defense looks like. And when you're breaking through a window and people are pointing guns at you, it's almost implied that, hey, maybe you shouldn't be breaking through the Congress people.
That was the most awesome, patriotic, peaceful, and I was up there 2 weeks earlier for the MAGA Million March when Antifa attacked us, by the way.
Can you explain to me what's patriotic about chanting hang Mike Pence while he's certifying the results of the election?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Let me ask you, what was going on inside the Capitol? What was Mike Pence doing? What was he there to do that then?
Stealing the election.
He was there to
certify?
You ain't gonna walk me through it, Adam.
Answer the question.
He was there to be a vice president and to uphold his duties as such.
And uphold his duties as such. What were the Trump supporters doing when they were breaking in and there was a small
the
group?
Trump supporters like that because
What were you guys trying to do when you guys were trying to break in? You're just saying that you guys were all
I wasn't
there.
trying to break in. I didn't go to the Capitol.
So the people that tried to break
Do
in.
you see?
talk
These
about
are all
them.
tactics,
You're
right?
just genuinely going to sit here and say all of these people were just they were
let me
just
tell you
disillusioned.
something.
So we can agree on a few things. Number one, on January 6th, Mike Pence was there to certify the election results. Number two, there was a crowd of Trump supporters at the Capitol. Do you think they were trying to stop that certification?
I can tell. Well, I don't know that we were trying to stop it physically, like with violence. I have
There's
absolutely
no violence there. Come on.
Okay.
Ashley Babbitt breaking through a window.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
I also I want to nail this talking point. Okay,
yeah.
You guys
Teach
need
me.
what?
Teach
yes.
me,
Okay. The January 6th, that insurrection, that was successful. They did delay the certification of the vote. Trump just wasn't able to come through on his end, but they did manage to, I think for the first time in U.S. history from the passing of the ECA after. It's like 150 years. It's an old act.
Tim Pool would he would grill you if you didn't know this.
Yeah, I know. What was the year of the ECA fucking passed? Then I would just make something up, but he wouldn't know. It's like 1896. Fucking piece of shit. Yeah. But that was the first time that that vote had been delayed by a day. Like it didn't happen until the next day because of the violence.
But like the J6 rabbit hole almost isn't even worth arguing about. And this is something that I thought, you know what I thought? So when your Jubilee episode released, I thought it was really good. I listened to most of it. But I think during the first interaction, and you'd probably agree with this, you kind of got sucked down a rabbit hole of arguing about, oh, how many breach points were there? You know, I'm talking about the slimy guy.
Yeah, you can't argue any of the facts.
You know this better than anyone. But like what you need to do is say, it's not even about J6. It's not about the dumb fucks that broke into the Capitol. It's about Trump trying to steal the election in 10 different ways before that. Whether it's him and John Eastman, or whether it's him calling Raffensperger, or him declaring victory on election night before the election results were even counted. Like, aren't those the key pieces that lead up to January 6th?
No, you're close, though.
Yeah.
The reality is you just can't argue any of it at all. Because, especially now that they won the election and the mask is totally off, let's try this, okay? Mm-hmm. I don't think Trump tried to steal the election on J6. I think that was a fake. That wasn't a real coup. And then you say...
wait, you're the liberal in this?
Or
you're the conservative?
I'm the conservative.
You
and then you bring up
wasn't...
the 10 earlier...
Oh, yeah. There's like what about Raffensperger phone call?
What was wrong with that phone call? He called him because he knew that it was rigged. So he was just trying to make sure that he was maintaining the safety of the election. A president could do that.
A president's not supposed to pressure an election official.
He wasn't pressuring them. He was just asking to make sure. And for the court cases, they were just like, they have a right to go to court. And for the electoral sites, Hawaii did it in 1960, and they were only going to accept those if the courts found any malfeasance. And if you push them more and more, eventually they'll just own it all, but they'll be okay with it. That's the problem. Is you think that you're finding some huge hypocrisy, but the thing that exists at the foundation is that they're actually okay with that hypocrisy because the Democrats already tried it first. I realized this a few months ago that it's like, oh shit, they will own everything because they think the Democrats have already done all of it. So it's actually A-okay. So if you say, you know that Donald Trump like literally tried to steal this election, even if you got them all to the end of that, they'll be like, I mean, that's fine. Like Hillary tried to steal the election. Biden stole the election with a laptop story. I mean, like, I think that he's fully justified in doing it to keep America safe. Like that's what they'll be at the end of that.
Maybe we are the bad guys and we're just wrong about this all.
Maybe. Who knows?
Think about that. We're
Maybe.
just the bad guys.
True. Maybe we are the bad guys. And it's not the 12 billionaire fucking cabinet and the guy who has 80% vested in his new Trump coin that he's scamming his fucking followers with today.
They're fighting for the working class. You don't get it. It's all for the working class.
These are things that I do support, though. Where somebody craft me a tweet for that. I will support the fuck out of Trump coin. It's like, I like anything that causes like direct harm to his followers or fans. I'm fully in support of. So I think Trump coin is a good thing to push.
This one's kind of scary. I mean, some of these are pretty good clips. I don't know. I just need a recap of 2024.
Okay, you're good.
You either have to vote for Kamala or Putin. Who do you choose?
Oh, definitely Putin.
Putin.
Really? Why?
Absolutely. He's for his people. He is for his people.
Would you rather vote for VP Harris or Vladimir Putin if you had to choose?
I would actually vote for Putin if I had to, for the simple reason, if you understand Marxism and communism, you can work within it.
Yeah, Putin's values on family and on traditions and, protecting children. It almost sounds like, I'm not a pro-Putin guy.
So you think the country would be better off under a rule like a Kim Jong-un or somebody or Vladimir Putin?
Hey, I love Russia.
You do? Why?
Yeah, it's beautiful. The people are wonderful.
I'm not a fan of Putin, but Kamala is for communism and taking our whole entire.
It's going to be a tough one, but what's your definition of communism? I just want to know.
I believe, it starts off great. I see how people can be attracted to it, like, oh, everybody's even.
And Russia has always been the antithesis of what America stands for. I mean, Russia hates the West. They want to undermine our values. So what does Kamala Harris do that makes her worse than Putin? Genuine question.
Because she's a socialist.
It's almost like a trap. Once they get you trapped, you become one of their drones, and it leads to totalitarianism.
That's a pretty nice video, but isn't that a little bit blackpilling? Just a tiny
It
bit.
is. You inspired me. I just texted my mom. I'm curious what she would say. I don't think I've ever asked her that directly
Yeah.
before. Would you support, just a random Q, if you had to choose either Kamala or Putin as a president for the U.S., who would you say would be better?
I hope she responds while we're still on here, because that's
She's absolutely going to say Putin. I'm just curious what her reasoning will be. Probably it'll be what that lady said, because Putin at least supports
he loves
his
his people. The one that kind of pisses me off though, where it's like he likes to protect his children or whatever the fuck. Like you cannot be and
What does that even mean? What's that a reference to?
like the children of Russia. What the fuck? I
Okay.
think that you almost can't even blame these people. There's this really weird phenomenon that I see at Trump rallies. Phenomenon? I don't know. That I see at Trump rallies where like they're the nicest people ever. There's this one
They are,
dude.
yeah.
They're the nicest people ever. There's this one dude where I was shaking last February because I was really cold. I didn't properly have gloves because I'm a Zoomer fucking idiot. And I was like shaking while I was interviewing him. And this dude, while he's saying some like vaguely race realist stuff, then gives me his gloves off of his hands. He's like, I'll just go buy some new ones. We're going to go in there in 20 minutes. So this nice-ass dude gives me his gloves while he's saying some of the most heinous shit possible. And it almost feels a little bit gaslighty. Like, I can't get mad at that. That woman with the face paint is she's probably unhinged. But, like, some of these are probably nice people in real life. And it's just, how do you reconcile that these nice-ass people are sucked up in them? I guess it's like, there's this book about World War II called Ordinary Men, or The Ordinary Men. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's all the people who were literally just living average day-to-day lives, and then they got pulled in, and 1 year later, they're shooting Jewish people en masse. And
Well, if they were brave enough to do it. Or was that not the point I was supposed to take from that? Sorry.
yeah, no,
Ordinary
that's
people, go ahead.
exactly where I was. That's exactly where I was going, actually.
The issue, I was going to make a post on my subreddit, actually. I'm talking about this. You said you didn't watch my full combo with the PF Young guy, right?
I saw the title, and I think I like clicked it at the airport, but I was flying here.
I don't think that people understand how crazy the incremental steps that you can take in bad media environments can send you down a road to where like coming back is so hard. So like that PF Young guy, like I guarantee you that 8 years ago he saw the liberal media being unhinged about Trump. He probably saw what were some just some stupid stories or
The
false
Rachel Maddow
statements.
shit. The Rachel
Yeah,
Maddow.
the Rachel Maddow attack shit was stupid.
Yeah.
Making fun of Trump for dumping the fish food or whatever next to the Shinzo Abe or whatever. The Japanese guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Who got killed?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when Trump is, and then it actually turns out that he was supposed to empty his whole food.
Yeah, like
whatever.
like stupid stories like this where it's like, okay, what are we doing? Why are we like obsessing over everything? So you see some stuff like that. Then you see like Gamergate and you see like cancel culture and some of it is cringe. And the thing is that when you see thing after thing after thing, you see like some progressives who are like, these guys are all Nazis and this guy's a Nazi and that guy's, and it's like, okay, it's cringe. And then you get like Trump is president and things at least seem to be going decently, and everybody tells you things are going decently. People are saying things are getting better, things are going well, and life probably is. Like since Obama, this has been like a huge bull run, one of the longest and largest bull runs I think in U.S. market history, maybe the largest bull run in U.S. market history. And you have like all these feelings, and then you come into, to be specific to the PF Young guy, then you come into a debate with me where I'm going to start to say some things that are going to literally be in contrast to every single thing you've ever heard ever. And I'm just a random streamer guy.
Yeah, it creates cognitive dissonance.
No, it just makes me seem crazy. There's not even
Yeah.
dissonance there. It's just like, okay, well, that's great, Destiny, that you think this, but like, I've literally had 8 years of so much data. Like, for you to convince me that I like, you would have to be wrong about so much to be able to listen to what I'm saying. So like, I'm sympathetic towards it. Like, I think a lot of the Trump people, I don't think the vast majority of the Trump people are not evil people or horrible or hateful people. And they probably think, but like it's just the environment, the media environment that they consume is just so bad. The evil people are people like
Musk.
Tim Pool, who intentionally took money from Russia and has lied about it and is currently lying about it and continues to lie about it.
Sue
And if he
him.
doesn't like that, he can sue me.
Yeah.
I absolutely welcome it. I would love the day to represent myself, litigant, pro se, or whatever.
You'd
We
be a
can
good
do all our
lawyer.
paperwork. It would be so much fun.
You'd be a good lawyer, I feel like.
No, because I would say too many slurs. Well, I'd have to make sure on a jury I'd be like, I need no people of this ethnicity so that I can go ham. But yeah, you get people like those are the evil people because they truly have like hijacked these people and they're like destroying this country in the process.
We are the frog boiling in the pot right now, and we're gonna over the next few years we're gonna see how this goes. But seeing a video like that kind of just shows you that would have been unthinkable a decade ago or during like the John McCain election. I feel like people like that were not saying, or people were not saying shit like that, even during the Mitt Romney era. Again, Vladimir Putin's salivating. I stole this from Nikki Haley. She said to Vivek Ramaswamy one time on the debate stage, she was like, Vladimir Putin salivates when he sees people like you, Vivek. But look who won. Vivek is now a part of the Trump admin, sort of.
Vivek Ramaswamy. The name that every conservative seems like they can pronounce perfectly, despite the fact that none of them can say Kamala correctly. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah. I've met him. I followed during the Iowa caucuses. See, I've done a decent amount of like on-the-ground journalism shit. I don't just do like clickbait YouTube stuff all the time.
Wow, good for you. Okay. Yeah. Impressive. My bad.
No, I'm not saying that's you. My YouTube channel.
On-the-ground journalist. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My YouTube channel is uniquely clickbaity lately just because I'm trying to. But like, no, we did during the Iowa caucuses. We followed Nikki Haley. We followed Vivek Ramaswamy. And I talked to him a few times. I don't think he believes a word he's saying.
Vivek?
Yeah, Vivek is like the most clear charlatan grifter ever. And there's this really good argument I have with him on camera where he's like, we need to stop funding Ukraine. We need to split up Russia and China. We need to split their interests. And I say, aren't you worried that Russia's tactic has always been to start a war and then they pause that war when it's like convenient for them, and then they reignite that war down the road? They did this with Georgia 2008, like Crimea. They launched the war, they pause it, they rearm, they relaunch it. So my worry is that if he tries to get some sort of peace deal, that 5 years down the road, Putin's just going to relaunch this invasion, right? And he says what we need to do is rewire the interest of Russia so that they're more interested in the West. And I'm like, what interest are you going to introduce to supersede this, right? Is there any interest you can give to Russia to supersede Vladimir Putin's innate hatred of the West? And he was like, his answer was literally this, the world's a jungle, man. The world's a jungle, and I think anything's possible. Like, this dude does not know he doesn't believe what he's saying. He's bullshitting very clearly.
He's a billionaire too, you know that, right?
He's recently
because he sold some pharmaceutical company. Yeah. Honest to God, at this point, I think the grifters are the ones that have to save us because at least they're not actually fucking crazy, retarded, and evil.
I wonder like what JD Vance's wife thinks. There's pictures where she's like oddly looking a little bit sad. I mean, I think she's a liberal. Or deep down, I don't know if this is exactly true, but JD Vance's wife is smart. Usha Vance, is that her name? So is Vivek Ramaswamy.
JD Vance seemed decently smart.
JD Vance is a good example of someone he's smart too. He's smart, but he's right now just gargling Trump balls.
He is. But it was crazy because one of the things that frustrates me is when conservatives know the tactics they use and they like are publicly speaking about them, or sometimes privately leaked they're speaking about them, but like we all have to pretend that it's not the case. Like in that leaked tape where Steve Bannon
saying, yeah. I mean,
about the Hunter Biden laptop, right?
I was talking about the one where he's like, we're just going to declare victory on election night. But yeah,
well, it's in that same thing. If you read the whole thing, one of the things he's saying is like the best thing that happened to us was when, and it's so funny. Bannon is a smart guy. He understands politics, I think, really well. And when he's speaking to the Chinese broadcasters in that leak, like he's talking about how it's like you don't try to make your candidate good anymore. No. People aren't positive in America. There's going to be way too much partisanship. Like it's why Trump, at least so far, has never been over 50% popularity, despite being like 93% approval or whatever with Republicans, because it's really hard to drive up positively to the side. So what you have to do is you have to drive up the negatives. So that's all you have to do is attack, and he talked through that strategy. But one of the things that he said, it's funny, he's analyzing, he's like, the Clintons, like these guys have been in politics for a long time. These guys are rough and tough, like they know what they're doing. The Bidens totally fucked up hardcore in that they couldn't play hardball and they were too soft. And they mentioned, Bannon mentions that like when, I can't believe we did this in retrospect.
In my ears. No,
was that really loud? Oh,
no,
I can't believe we did this in retrospect. It must be true because Bannon said it though, that when Trump got COVID, that the Democrats, Biden pulled their ads, like in respect.
To be nice.
And Bannon is
Oh
like,
my
if the
God.
roles would have been reversed, yeah, Trump would have went so hard. But he's like, they should have been hammering him on the COVID thing because Trump was saying COVID was fake.
He would have
This is
doubled
one of the
down.
biggest divisive points of Trump's presidency because Trump simultaneously had his whole fucking fan base think that COVID was fake. And then when the vaccine came out, he was like, actually, COVID was real and I have a vaccine for it. But they were already all brainwashed by that point. And Bannon talked about how this is one of the worst things that Trump did. And the Bidens didn't play off that at all. They just let him be sick and then they pulled the ads and everything. And then he talks about how the banning of that Hunter Biden laptop story was so good for them because it made everybody think like what was going on and it made it so good. Vance has an interview where he's talking about, do you remember, you might have been young, but Obama had this thing where he said Republicans cling to God and their guns. Do you remember? Vance talks about this when he's speaking and he's like, everybody knew that Obama didn't mean that literally. And Vance was like, Obama's kind of right. Like conservatives are too attached sometimes to like the evangelical leadership or too attached to like
Was
guns
this an
rights.
old Vance writing?
Yes, it was like a forward, like no, it was an interview that he gave.
Okay.
I think when he was, he was a
normal.
senator, right?
Yeah.
Right,
He
senator
was a
from
senator but from Ohio. Before
yeah,
he
okay, yeah. So it must have been when he was running for senator or something. Yeah, but he's giving this interview. So like, it's irritating because like Republicans know what's happening and they know what everybody means. And they know, but it's all like a horrible game. Same thing with the Biden speech, where like he says like MAGA Republicans, and he's talking about the election deniers.
Yeah.
Although at this point, that is the majority of the Republican Party. So
Yeah, it goes back, like, he had this red background behind him. He could have honestly just gone full-throated, like, I'm going to appoint a pit bull, I'm going to do all of this. It would have made no difference whatsoever with Republicans. It's pretty disappointing.
yeah, Bannon said that that Trump was close on the COVID stuff. that they were almost considering putting him on a ventilator. That he was really, really bad for a day.
Why is he so lucky? Why is he the luckiest motherfucker to ever live? I really don't
Some
get
people are
it.
just born that way.
Yeah.
You know what he said when they looked at his DNA? It wasn't DNA. It was USA. Remember when Trump said that?
Yeah, I think that was a fake quote, though. I don't know.
Was it? Oh, fuck.
I
Trump said,
hate to fact check you.
fuck, yeah, fact check me. Somebody said this, and now
I think I could be wrong. I think that was a fake quote. But the same thing, you know what quote's really fake that like my grandma still
Trump did not tweet doctor saying his DNA was USA. Fuck.
the same thing where he's like, if I ran for office, I'd be a Republican because they're stupid. Isn't that quote also fake?
That what?
He was like, if I ever run for office in the 80s, he was like, I would run as a Republican because they're so stupid they would vote for me. But that's a fake quote too, right?
That might be a fake quote. I have seen though an actual video of Donald Trump where he's talking about how the economy just seems to do better under Democrats.
Yeah.
That's a real
He said
quote. He
that.
does talk about that, yeah.
Yeah. You know, his one pet issue forever has been tariffs. Like, you can go back to interviews of him in the 80s, and he's like, America's being ripped off. We're being ripped off, and we need to put up more tariffs on these countries. So that's what makes me think he might not actually be posturing. I know that when
Well, but to be clear, careful. This is one of the reasons why I hate people that moralize every econ issue. Also, that tweet of Donald Trump saying it is DNA not USA, apparently that is just an image. It's not a real tweet. So my day is ruined immeasurably. Donald Trump is a businessman talking about tariffs. Makes sense. Businessmen will like tariffs because it will help their business. Of course, it's a protectionist policy design. So it would make sense that as a private citizen, he would advocate for tariffs. As president, he should be wholly opposed to them unless he's got other interests or he's an idiot. But yeah.
I think it's like leverage. I think Claudia Sheinbaum called him. Justin Trudeau went down to Mar-a-Lago the week that Trump was elected. And I think it just, I don't know.
There are two huge issues with that. One, if he's not actually going to do it, then you can't just say it's just a negotiating tactic. That doesn't make any sense. He must be willing to do it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But two, that's also just not acceptable. Like, you can't have a guy, like if I go into a business meeting, if I go to talk, with the wonderful work that we have helping us tonight, it's like we're all going to go to the green room, and then when we're in the green room, I'm like, I want to pay all of you guys 10% for the work we did today, and they're like, okay, well, I don't know if I can accept that, and I would like take out a gun and be like, 10%.
You're getting that's how you get leverage, bro.
Like, it'll work a couple times, but what the fuck? Nobody wants to live in that world where the U.S. is like a fucking schizo weird regime that is going to go, hey, like we're going to start bombing Greenland if you guys don't, like have a national fucking Trump dick holiday or whatever. Like that can't be, that just is not okay. It's brinkmanship. It's not good.
Yeah.
Go ahead. If you
Yeah,
want.
we can play one more.
The Democrats were the ones that were for slavery. The Democrats were the ones that came up with the Jim Crow stuff.
Even if all of that were true about slavery, which party flies the Confederate flag today?
A lot of the Democrats.
You really think Democrats fly the Confederate flag
There's
more than
Democrats
Republicans?
that, yes.
Overwhelmingly, you'll see a Confederate flag right next to a Trump flag. That's just how it works
No,
nowadays.
I haven't seen that overwhelmingly.
You really? You think?
Where?
Was it
Please turn
Democrats
the
or
camera so you
Republicans
won't.
trying to take down Confederate statues?
Confederate statues?
Which party was trying to take down Confederate statues?
What's the statue got to do with?
You're saying that Democrats are pro-Confederate, but weren't Democrats trying to remove Confederate statues?
Why are they doing that?
Because they're anti-Confederate.
No, they're not.
Why are they trying to remove the statues then?
Because they're trying to change the history of our country.
This guy's
You
about
know
to
what? Take
stroke
the camera
out,
and go
dude.
interview all
He looks like
these
he's about to
black
cry.
people that are here, okay?
Yeah.
And you ask
The
them
3
if
black
they-
people that are here?
If you ask them,
I've killed 3 Trump supporters by making them stroke.
That guy looked like he was about to have a breakdown.
Here's the thing. I don't know if I talked over this, but at the end he was like, "Go ask all the black people here." And I was like, "The 3 black people?" Literally, there were 3 black people at that rally. But I wish I could be. I want to bully Trump supporters more. I wish I could be meaner, but I just feel bad sometimes after. Like I wish.
I'll come with you, okay?
I like your approach. Like I just want to be meaner, but I think my style of being like cordial and affable does help me because I have a baby face as well. But it's also just like, yeah.
You should get like a turtle snakes, like one of those like jackets with the collars and like
turtleneck.
Something.
Yeah.
Tunnel snakes. I was thinking of a Fallout 3 reference. You
Tunnel
wouldn't
Snake.
get it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Have you seen the Fallout show on Amazon?
No. It has a woman character. Wokeified. Don't care.
Yeah,
I watched Critical Drinkers review of it, so I don't need to watch that.
Yeah. That's some
Dog
good
shit. Yeah.
Fuck. What do you think about the TikTok ban?
What do you think that signal was?
I didn't see it.
What?
just take a break from the
Oh,
yeah,
take a
few
break?
minute
Like, do we have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
The homeless man.
This is the signal, by the way.
5.
You got to do that. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
We were before. Yeah. But what do you think about the TikTok ban?
What do I think about the TikTok ban? This is what I would like to stress about the TikTok ban. Fuck. Now Peace goes here, so if I fuck those are gonna be okay. Here's the first thing I would. Okay, this is all I would implore. Okay, when you're looking at legal stuff, you have to think about it from a legal framework. Okay, not from like what like feels good or what makes me happy or what's sad or whatever. This is the challenge with the TikTok stuff. Okay, is you have TikTok as a domestic U.S. company that is entitled to all of the protections and rights and First Amendment everything that a U.S. company corporation is entitled to. However, they have a formal business relationship with ByteDance, which is a foreign company which is beyond any kind of criminal jurisdiction in the United States or investigatory jurisdiction in the United States, right? The issue that we run into with TikTok is that if China is stealing data from ByteDance or just demanding that they turn it over, and they're doing really bad stuff with that data, the U.S. has no way to go after ByteDance. We can't do anything. Now, if ByteDance was the one who owned the app, then we would say, okay, well, we're just banning this. You guys are doing bad shit. And ByteDance can eat shit because you're a foreign company. You can't do anything. You don't have any rights in the United States like that. But TikTok is a U.S. company that has all the protections of the First Amendment and everything else. So when TikTok is doing things in the U.S., they get to enjoy all those protections, but then China can theoretically leverage that to do bad stuff with data that makes them beyond criminal accountability. And that one, too, I think is really rough and pretty difficult to deal with. So I come down being probably okay with it. I understand the legal justification for it. Now, that court, when they ruled on that, it was very narrow and very precise to this instance just because of the specialties of like social media and everything. But like, I get it. It sucks from like a content perspective and everything else, but
for sure. There was this analogy. First of all, the Supreme Court debates are like debate bro to the highest extent. It's pretty good shit. But someone used an analogy, and this might be a simplistic version, but it's like ByteDance or the CCP having their thumb on the scale of TikTok during this specific era is like the Soviet Union controlling CNN during the Cold War, if that makes sense. Probably a simplistic way of looking at it, but I just think that, yeah, as much as I wish that they would have divested or sold, I think that it's probably, in the end, for the better for our national interests. But
yeah.
Before the break, can I just plug something really quickly?
Nope. We'll see. No, go ahead.
Really quickly, I'm opening up a studio in Chicago in the Midwest, and I need help booking. We're trying to book MAGA father debates liberal daughter, 3 MAGA supporters from Michigan or from any of these Midwest states. So if you have any interest, can you
do me?
Yeah,
I'm a MAGA son. My mom and dad are MAGA. Or no, yeah.
We want to have you in studio. So if you can email.
I'm never doing that.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't. Ask Mockler, AskMockler @gmail.com. Email askmockler@gmail.com. If you live in the Midwest, if you know people who might be willing to do this, booking right now is the biggest hurdle. Like the most amount of friction is coming through booking. So this might be a good opportunity. If you could email askmockler@gmail.com, say, hey, I live in the Midwest and I'd love to be on your show. We'll treat you well in the green room. We don't have homeless people running it. We have actual adults. So, yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Where can people find you on YouTube?
Adam Mockler on YouTube. Check me out. I make daily videos, good stuff, Trump rally stuff. It's fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow Do you live stream any of your stuff, or is it always pre-recorded?
I pre-record a lot of stuff, but I'll start live streaming more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we look forward to the videos are going to come out from you doing your MAGA stuff tonight or tomorrow. So
or, yeah, Monday, whatever, wherever it is. But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. It was a pleasure.
Do you have tickets to get inside for the inauguration?
No, I don't need to though.
You need to go inside? You don't want to go inside?
It's kind of depressing, honestly. It's kind of dystopian.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man.
See you later. Bye. Welcome back to the heart of the heartland, New York City, the one and only place where we're in the center of everything.
In Chicago.
In Chicago.
And Chicago.
And Chicago.
Yeah, I know that I was supposed to be gone after this, but we're going to do one more segment. So
Pop quiz. Why do they call Chicago the Windy City?
It's not because of the wind. It's because of, wait, hold up. I know this. Something to do in the 1930s. No, what is it? I don't know.
Wow.
I have no clue.
Because we're on the Great Lakes. It's windy.
I think there's a different explanation. I thought there was another reason.
Is there actually? I don't know. That's what I assumed.
Look to your chat. See what chat says. All the Omega lols.
Yeah, they're laughing at you, buddy.
Yeah, probably.
And we're testing this because I hope chat, can you hear me?
Can they hear him? I hope not. If you guys couldn't hear, it was Pizza going like, I don't have my script for today. That's what he sounds like when he's not like prepared on everything.
Yo.
Let me look this up.
So folks, we're doing a little quick mini spaces for any Trumpers or influencers that would like to talk with Steven or with Adam.
Oh, I'm sure there are a lot of Trumpers in the audience right now. Huh?
Oh.
It's on my Twitter. Go ahead, Adam.
Because of its strong winds and its location between the Great Lakes. I was just telling you.
Oh, that was what I said.
No, that's exactly what I just told you.
Okay, in the 1930s when they discovered the Great Lakes.
No, I thought maybe I got trolled like the Trump DNA USA clip too.
You did. Clearly you got trolled.
Steven, I heard you talking shit before, by the way.
About what?
About Garland, that you only have that position because
how did he hear this?
Wait, Garland is a Republican, right?
No.
Oh, he's not.
I knew this guy trolled me. Yeah, what the fuck? Fuck
Okay,
you.
then I trolled you
You
back.
trolled me
My
so
bad.
hard. I got trolled about Garland and I defended Garland on the same day. That's a major L.
I need to stop reading.
Major L for me.
I thought you were about to do the Fortnite dance for your fucking. Nah, never mind. That was bad.
So far, we have no requests from anyone to join and ask Mockler or Steven questions.
What the
Not
fuck?
even Josiah.
What about Adrian Dittman or Elon Musk?
I know they're not here yet. But yeah, seriously, any MAGA people who want to ask one of your burning questions, maybe ask Steven why he misrepresented the Her report, why he hasn't read it yet,
Or the Colorado Supreme Court case?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of double standards you can catch these people on.
Absolutely.
They're dumb libs.
How do you feel about the TikTok ban, Pisco? We haven't talked about this, have we?
Oof. Yeah, I think the Supreme Court got it right.
Okay.
And that's all I'll say on it. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I definitely think that it needs to be analyzed under First Amendment principles. I agree with
you do?
on that. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because there's basically, and this is a good framework for folks. I don't know if you guys want to hear this as opposed to Trumpers asking you questions, but as soon as there is someone who's requesting something, we'll add you. Oh, there's one requested. But I'll just finish off and say, I 100% think that this is going to have a substantial impact on free speech, and there's an analysis for that. But I don't think I think it's content neutral, in which case I think you need to apply an intermediate scrutiny level. So I think the court largely got it right.
Okay. I think that was an okay.
Yeah,
That was okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to push back on Pisco because you obviously have a way better knowledge. But I thought the Supreme Court was making the argument it's not even about the speech on the platform. You can say whatever the fuck you want on other platforms.
That's why he
You
said
can't-
content neutral.
Okay.
Come on,
Yeah.
Mockler.
That's what that means.
Catch up.
Yeah, and it's really just affecting and divesting third of ByteDance, which doesn't have any rights of their own, and it's not it's targeting what other third parties do whether or not they engage with TikTok. So I don't think that it's a traditional ban on speech.
I have no foundation for. I don't know anything about the. Because some people in chat were saying there's like a First Amendment right to hear people or right to engage with foreign people. Is that a thing that shows up in the courts at all?
It's a thing. It's a bit of a meme though. No one really. I don't have a good time disentangling the right to hear as opposed to the right to speak.
Okay.
But it is a thing.
The red note shit's so dumb. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
No worries. We have Flo Trace, who I know is not a MAGA person, but Flo Trace, I just approved your request. Do you have a question from Adam or for Steven? Oh, I guess he will stop being a requester.
He heard Steven and he was like,
Yeah.
I'm
He was
outta
like,
here.
shit. He was like, I gotta get the fuck out. Right, because he was so intimidated. You're
And
right.
other conservatives. But yeah, I don't know. Adam, is this going to affect you a lot in terms of you're a TikToker, right?
No, my main platform is.
Oh my God.
You might as well shoot me in the back of the head. Damn.
Jesus.
Jeez,
My-
I just assume every Gen Zer is a TikToker.
Nah, I've got so here's my layout. I've got 750K on YouTube. My TikTok has like 150K followers, but it's really not that important to me. I haven't been grinding on TikTok that hard. It kind of does suck because I just hired a new editor who's really talented on TikTok in particular, and he would have blown my shit up. But if the ban goes through, it's whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm mainly on YouTube.
Do you have good relationships with the other Gen Zers?
Yeah, I'm close with all of them. Dean Parker, Harry. Harry Sisson. You know that.
That's
dude?
my boy.
Yeah,
That's our
you talked
boy.
to.
That's my boy.
He's cool.
Wait, is he coming here?
He is.
Nice.
Wait, when?
This week, probably.
Good.
He's a cool dude.
He is.
He
He likes me more than you.
Yeah.
What?
Just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with all of them.
Is there like an internal chat that all the young Gen Zers have? Why are
No,
there
but it's just it's so weird because when I hang out with them, like I hang out with Dean and Parker.
What is it with Dean?
He's cool, and all we do when we get together, we talk shit about the other Gen Zers. They have so much to say about you.
Can I ask a question?
It's
I'm
crazy. They all say you're misleading at your stuff too. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm outing Joanna a little bit, but why are there? This is her question. Why are there no like young female lib influencers?
Here's the thing: we just picked one up on our chat. Like, we found this woman off of TikTok, this 19-year-old named Aria. She's super brilliant, super good on camera. We're trying to introduce more females to the space, not out of like a fucking weird.
Try calling them women. Why don't you start there?
What's up? What did I say?
Females.
Oh shit!
Call
That's
them
kinda
women.
weird. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to introduce more females to the space because there's this one photo of like me, Luke Beasley, Dean Withers, Parker, Harry Sisson. It's all these white dudes, and it's just not a. It's like we need more diversity. And
Hey, you have Purr on the line. Purr, are you a MAGA person or what's going on with you? Do you have any questions for Adam or Steven? Hello, Purr.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey. I have a question for Steven.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
So you say that the January 6th was an insurrection.
Yeah.
Right. But Obama.
He fucking rolled you.
Good job, Pisco. Good screening there, buddy.
It's a Twitter space, all right? I just checked their profile real quick.
Oh, Rashad as well. You know what's weird though?
What?
So like all the Gen Zers will get together, and they don't do this with me as much, but then they make photos of all of us naked or making out and stuff like that. Genuinely, they AI photos of all the Gen Z dudes making out or just like grabbing each other. And I guarantee these conservative fucks have whole folders on their phones of like Harry Sisson making out with Luke Beasley, making out with Dean Withers, and it's just like, we're the gay ones? Really? You've never seen those?
I did see the one guy who was is it the guy that supposedly killed
Osama bin Laden? He said, "These are my concubines," or whatever the fuck.
Yikes!
Based.
Yikes, fam.
We have a Flow Trace on the line. Flow Trace.
Hello?
I know you're not a
Is it
Trumper.
working now?
Yeah, it's working. What's your question?
Oh my god, it's working.
And
now.
no
Let's
meme
go,
questions.
W's.
If you get a meme question, you're going
It's
to be
not
banned.
a meme.
All right.
It's not a meme question. You don't even give me a chance.
Okay.
I have a question. There's been a lot of talk in the aftermath of the election about how left-leaning politicians, Democrats, need to be more willing to branch out into the alternate media space, something I'm a big fan of. I love the DNC chair reviews. I love all of this. And I was just curious and a little perplexed to see quite a vitriolic reaction to Bernie Sanders talking to Hassan Piker the other week. I know obviously a lot of us, myself included, are not the biggest fan of Mr. Hassan. I'm just curious what the panel's thoughts are as we sort of try to encourage that sort of engagement from politicians doing them. You know, talking to people like Hassan is something that is inevitably going to happen. Is there sort of a guiding principle for what is too far? Is that just, comes with the territory? Yeah, I'm super curious to hear how you sort of balance that.
Yeah, talk to people that encourage their audience to vote. Yeah, that's the important thing. Republicans are very good at activating their audience to go out and like participate in politics. Don't waste your time with people who encourage you to disconnect from politics. It's a waste of time. So if there's an influencer or terrorist supporter who like is ambivalent towards voting or just tells their audience, oh, if you want like that, like don't waste your time. Like
wait. Wouldn't you apply the opposite logic if you have this audience that's like ambivalent or just like wouldn't Bernie Sanders be better spending his time talking to this audience and maybe moving them towards voting?
I don't know if you accomplish that if as soon as you leave, the guy goes, the influencer, or in Hassan's case, a terrorist supporter, goes back to telling you like voting doesn't matter, they're all the same, or whatever. Like I think Bernie Sanders would be better off talking more to like the Pod Save America people, or to the David Pacmans, or to the Steve O'Bonnells, or to the the Adams, the Lukes, all that. Yeah, I think it would be better off. Just like we need to have like people who are voting and are politically active. The political what's the word I'm looking for? Not fatigue. The disconnect. There's a word I'm looking for.
Apathy.
Yes. Political apathy needs to die immediately on the left, and we have to become way more engaged politically because conservatives are so good at doing it. And conservatives have the institutional advantages behind them by the structure of the Senate and the Electoral College. So,
anything else, buddy?
With Hassan, is it purely just the voting thing? Because I think a lot of people would agree he has some pretty vile opinions. If he turned a new leaf and said, "You know what? Fuck it,
Why don't you put Adam on the spot? Adam, what do you think about that?
Wait, say that again. What about Hassan?
Jesus.
Is it truly just the voting with Hassan? I feel like a lot of the reaction is because Hassan has some pretty vile opinions.
Oh yeah,
If Hassan was like, you know what, we are going to start voting for viable blue candidates, would that completely erase all of your hesitation
reason-
about having Democrats talk to him?
I saw people mad because Hassan will basically run defense for Hamas, but then sane wash himself. Not exactly run defense, but he'll sane wash what he says. And then Bernie Sanders is under the impression that this is just like my Socdem ally who is maybe a little bit communist without knowing the full extent of what Hassan believes or what he says on his show. And I know that you guys have put together these clip compilations of Hassan saying all this whack stuff, but I guess... I don't know. I don't fully agree with Steven that Bernie Sanders shouldn't even spend his time on Hassan's show. I think that might be a decent use of his time. I understand your argument, but it's like if this audience is politically apathetic, then maybe Bernie Sanders can sway a few of them as opposed to the Pod Save people who are just staunch liberals. Like there's no MAGA, there's no undecided voters listening to Pod Save America. Like there's the Venn diagram of Democratic voters and Pod Save America listeners is a circle. So
Sure, but there might be like more people that end up tuning in as you like support these platforms and you get more voices on these platforms that people want to see. I don't care about actually vile opinions at all. I think Mehdi Hassan, has some incredibly vile opinions when it comes to foreign policy or Israel-Palestine, and I don't even like that. I think he argues them very poorly too, and I think it's his thing with Benny Morris. That whole debate was insane. But Mehdi Hassan, I know where he stands politically, and I know that he supports or would support voting for the Democrats, so that's fine. If Hassan had every single opinion that he has today, but like when people ask him about voting, it's like obviously you have to vote for the Democrats. It's not even close. Like there is a huge difference between what the Democrats support in Congress and what the Republicans support in Congress. And then Hassan had every single opinion the same. Then I said, like, yeah, fine, that's fine, support it. But if somebody's going to be apathetic towards voting, you are draining time. You are draining away Democrats or people. You're draining their time and energy into something that is not productive politically. Politics is for power. At the end of the day, if you do not vote, your voice does not and should not matter. You don't mean anything if you're not willing to go out and vote, because the only way that a politician stays in power is by having people vote for him. And if you're not willing to vote for him, he shouldn't listen to you because you're not doing anything.
Politics for Power is a good book. Really quickly, but Hassan Piker was also walking around the DNC, and I also find it really annoying that this dude will not get any of it. He won't tell his fans to vote even once, and then he's walking around the DNC interacting with all these politicians, like celebrity status. And I interviewed him there. I don't have anything personally with him, but you should have been at the DNC. You could have filmed it and then never released any of the content you filmed.
Good one. Your lucky guns are banned here. I got invited to the DNC. The only reason I didn't go is because every time I get invited to an event, I swear to God, it's fucking 180 on me here. People have seen this happen. Every single fucking time I get invited to an event, there's like tech issues or there's no internet or whatever, and it's fucked up. And then I'm just there. And then like an assassination or like a nuclear bomb happens. And it's like, oh, well, here I am stuck at this fucking convention with no internet. And now I can't cover it. And if I was at home, I could literally just be watching it. So fuck me. But this was the one time where the connection apparently was good enough.
It was pretty fun. And I had this, you need to get one of these run gun IRL backpacks. You ever heard of those? Like the streamer backpack where it has modems in it. And then
First of all,
to your camera.
It's not Run Gun. His name is the Gun Run. His name is Justin, old friend of mine, who worked at Justin TV, Twitch TV. Yes.
He's the Justin?
No, he's not the Justin. Okay. He was a Justin. Okay. Asians apparently have a very limited pool to draw names from when they're giving American names to people. But he's a really cool dude. He's a really smart guy, and I'm glad that business worked for him. I will say, from a point of view of like making stuff, holy shit. Have you ever used those fucking the DJ Osmo things? Do you know what I'm talking about?
DJI?
No, not
drones.
the microphones. It's the portable like 4K on a gimbal camera things. These things are the DJI Osmo Pocket Cam.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like
the
these
cameras.
guys?
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They're so good. Holy
They are?
fuck.
My cameraman told me to get those if I ever want to do like solo stuff.
It's just
Okay, that's enough. I'm cutting off the camera
Fuck
talk.
you.
We have a next speaker, which is not. Any questions for Steven and Adam?
Actually, I have a question for you, Pisco.
Oh my God, yes.
No,
it's great.
okay.
It's great. It's great. What do you got?
I was just so the 14th Amendment, what the Supreme Court did with the 14th Amendment, Section 3, right? I agree with you, or I have your same opinion that they got it wrong. What stops them from doing that to the 25th Amendment? Because so that's my question. What do you think about that, Pisco? Like if they overturn the 25th Amendment, are they going to give a reason? Like, are they going to like say, oh, well, the 25th Amendment actually means this, or are they just going to go full black mode and just like black pill mode and like not release and just say 25th Amendment doesn't matter anymore. Like, what's your opinion
when
on
you
that?
say when you say this or what are they going to do? You're talking about the Supreme
The
Court
Supreme Court
of the United States.
Yes.
I think that you should take a step back and like think about like what is a judicial opinion? What are these rulings? And at the end of the day, it's people, right? These are real people that are making these opinions, and the power of those opinions has to do with how convincing they are. But I don't know, like I don't trust the Supreme Court to wield its power in a nonpartisan way. When you ask what will they say, I'm sure that they'll come up with something. They'll make up some history or some analog, or they'll talk about how the presidency generally needs to be vigorous. But I can't foresee what the dumb argument's going to be. I didn't foresee the scope of the immunity decision. I thought that they were going to like have some level of immunity, but not what they gave. And so if you're asking me what do I foresee, the answer is I don't really know what argument they're going to put forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
But... did I mess up? The 25th Amendment, I might have. The 25th Amendment is that's the one where I was talking about term limits. Did I mess up?
Yeah.
Is that the 24th Amendment?
I was trying not to call attention to it, but
okay,
it's okay.
My bad. I'm sorry.
So basically, it refers to elected president, that you can't be elected president. So they might do something funky like, have a stand-in who will immediately resign and have President Trump assume a third term, which he's not unable to do. He just can't be elected to a third term. And once that happens,
I've never heard, you heard me debate that one, dude. I've never heard anybody defend that idea that, I don't remember, what amendment is it that...
12th. No, sorry, keep going, I'm sorry.
What amendment is it that says you can't have a president having two...
Yes.
Oh, fuck, is it the one that we're just talking about? The two terms sequentially.
Yeah.
That is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it talks about... when I read it, I don't think it talks about two terms sequentially. I think it just plainly lays out two terms, right? It doesn't say...
That's right.
Yeah. Sorry, not sequentially. I'm sorry. That's not even the point. What I was going to say, though, is that like the one of the things that I hear some debaters argue, and this might have even showed up in the Supreme Court decision, I don't remember, but it's that language of no person shall be president, not like no person shall be listed on the ballot. And they try to make some huge like differentiator there or whatever. But like if you're going to strike down Section 3 for that, I don't understand why it wouldn't be the exact same on like, because all of the constitutional things are written that way. Like no president shall be like this or whatever. And there's no like law to bring that into force. And this doesn't like allow people to put you on a ballot on a state and then have them voted for president, and then it doesn't work on the federal level. Like, I don't know. I just think it's crazy. Yeah.
Okay, no more Peace Code questions. Before we go to Ignorant Man 95, who I believe is a Trumper, our first Trumper, Josiah, what would you like to say to both Adam and Steven?
Well, first, hi to both of you. Adam, I'm so glad that you're there receiving, quality audio as befits a man of your stature. You're getting, there's no pop or crackle or anything. I'm glad it's just a totally seamless environment with you and Steven.
Yeah.
My question for you.
Just as a real quick thing, the real issue that we were having is that I didn't realize this because Josiah's home setup is so particular. Josiah talks like that in real life. And that was the difficulty in the studio. When you listen to Josiah in real life, he's like, hello, Steve. Like, that's what he sounds like. And we're looking at him, I was like, holy shit, everybody's going to think the audio is fucked.
And, I know, and they actually tried to cover for me too. They were really sweet. They were like, "Let's blame it on the studio guy," but in fact,
and then they added crackles to my mic, and I'm like, "Come seriously, guys!" But anyway.
We don't need to help him out that much.
Sorry, go ahead. You were asking a question to Luke over here.
To Adam, not Luke.
He was talking.
So my question for Adam and for Steven is, what would you like to see legislatively from Democrats this year, since they're a minority in the sense, like, do you want them to work with Republicans on anything like government funding, debt ceiling, or should they just be a fuck you oppositional party?
I was talking to Tom Swazi about this recently because he wrote an op-ed. No. He's just a representative who wrote a op-ed for the New York Times saying we should work across the aisle with Trump. And what I was asking him is like, Republicans have obstructed us at every single turn for the past 4 years, whether it's Langford's border bill, whether it's like the debt ceiling. Like the Republicans, all they do is obstruct. They'll call, like even right now, they're trying to leverage the California wildfire aid, and it seems to have worked. So if actually being politically efficient worked, then Biden would have been reelected. I guess you got to communicate it too. But if obstruction works, then yeah, we should just obstruct them over the next 4 years. And I see the downsides of that too, but I think that obstruction largely. Way to go.
That's a boring answer.
Steven?
Here's my answer. I think that we need to find some unhinged legislation. You know, like a lot of people will like they'll put bills on the floor or whatever that aren't expected to pass sometimes, a virtue signal, some bullshit. Democrats should every now and then just identify like the most unhinged pieces of legislation and unanimously all come together and vote for it just to pass the House. And then when it gets to the Senate, have the Dems there ready to vote for it too, just to see if you can like fucking like railgun some wild piece of legislation into law, because Trump will sign anything because he's a fucking moron, and then just like watch them deal with it. So that's what I think Democrats are. I think it would be very funny.
Yo, Josiah, you did well on Tim Pool's show.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Aw.
It's funny. A friend of mine was actually supposed to
Cut
react
him.
to it on his stream, and he chose not to. Some prick.
We're gonna cut him. We're
Oh,
gonna
I'm so
cut him.
sorry. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh no, wait. How did you guys feel? I watched a couple of clips that I got of that. Did you guys feel pretty
Yeah.
good at the end of that?
I was extremely uncomfortable going in because like I had a bunch of flight delays the night. I didn't land in DC until like I didn't get my hotel room until 11:45 that night. And he's like a 2-hour drive in West Virginia. It was like a whole fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was sleep deprived. Luke
Oh
was
my
hyped
God.
because Luke wanted to take the gloves off. Luke was like, I was like really nice these last 2 times. I'm gonna be a total prick this time around. And but no, like once we got in after like the first 10 minutes, I felt a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is like eventually the topic turned to foreign policy, and I was totally upfront, like, guys, I don't cover this on my channel. I know fuck all, but I was like still fine talking about it. Like, but I felt much stronger when we were talking about Trump and free speech and the election and shit like that.
Mhm.
I felt like the foreign policy stuff was a bit weaker because like they talk Myron and what's his face talk about that, I guess, a lot more.
Okay.
And then it closed on, you know, Republicans overturning gay marriage. So that was kind of out of left field. But yeah, overall, I was pretty content with it.
Cool.
So
That's good. Hey,
yeah.
thank you, Josiah, and sorry about the mic situation.
No, I'm just fucking with you. Hey, listen, you guys have a great time, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you later.
Yeah, we'll catch you next week.
Yeah.
Ignorant Man 95. Will you be our first MAGA Trump supporter? Yeah, go for
Well,
it.
first testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just using my laptop mic. So I'm not a Trumper. I didn't mean to give that impression. I'm sorry.
The name made us think you were.
Good one.
Yeah, I did want to ask very quickly though about the TikTok ban thing, or I should say I disagree with it being a ban altogether, and I do think it's a good thing, and I don't really see it as a First Amendment issue, or at least not primarily. The TikTok can still exist as a service, as an app, as long as it's divested and sold off. It's not the first time a divestiture has been mandated. Grindr also was divested a couple of years ago, like the gay hookup app.
Which
so it's
country
not
fucking owned Grindr?
Yeah, no, a couple of years ago, you can Google it. Like in 2020, it was forced to be divested because it was owned by a Chinese company or something.
Damn, that's wild.
Steven
I don't
acting
know
like
all
he
the
doesn't know.
specifics.
I had no idea.
Yeah, right. But mainly, I do want to like. I remember from about a year ago when this first came up, TikTok blocked the app for everyone until they called their congressperson, and I just thought that was nuts. And I feel like everyone's forgotten about that, and it should be seen as like a sort of interference in our own sovereignty. I don't think like that's necessarily what China was trying to do, but like it's just crazy to me, and no one remembers it or takes it seriously.
There's a very real chance TikTok goes dark for like 3 or 4 days, and then Trump somehow, I was reading some articles, Trump somehow does what we were talking about earlier, where
It's not somehow. There's a carve out in the law where Trump can save it.
for 90 days, right?
I think Trump could permanently save it if he wants.
Really, permanently.
Yeah.
And then it seems like, oh, Trump saved TikTok. It's just, yeah, the illusions.
I mean, didn't the guy fly down to Mar-a-Lago to talk to him, and isn't he going to be at the
He's going
inauguration?
to be at the inauguration, the TikTok CEO, along with Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. I mean, yeah, it's fucked.
Well, Ignorant Man, thank you so much for
Sure.
not being a Trump supporter, but you were
You're
our
welcome.
last caller. Folks, this was just to see how it'll work, and I think in the future we might be able to do the spaces from Steven's Twitter, which I think will be better. But I'll give Adam and Steven the last word before we go to break.
Yeah. This is
Fuck Trump.
Fuck Trump. Yeah, this is break for real this time, Pisco. My bad.
Yeah, it's a real break.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah, I really enjoyed this conversation. Some good shit. We'll collab later on in the year. Q2.
Collab? Around Q2, yeah, cool.
Yeah, around Q2. Yeah, good stuff.
All right, that's awesome. I can't wait to synergize with you in the future. I'm looking forward to our future collaboration attempts. This has definitely been an awesome, engaged media cooperative moment for us.
Yeah, we're not friends. We're just we're literally just collaborators and business partners. So
sometimes that's better though.
yeah, that's true. I don't want to be, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
No, say it. What?
I was gonna say, when I was coming up, there was a few times where I wanted to reach out to you, but I was like, I don't know if I would want to be in the Destiny orbit as I'm coming up. Like, I kind of want to carve out my own sphere and all.
As opposed to Josiah and Luke, who are just wholly owned subsidiaries of Destiny.
No,
Yeah.
that's not even them. That's
They
not
are.
the implication.
No, that is the implication. You think you're better than them.
No, it's
because
just...
you avoided me.
Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, that was fun. We'll chat soon.
Have fun.
Much love, guys.
Brian, how's it going?
Good to be here.
I'm joined today by Ryan Mullally. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Mullally. It's
Mullally.
incomprehensible, which is kind of a downside. It turns out that I used it for my X handle and no one can spell it. So that was kind of a bad branding move.
Well, sorry, my brain had to catch up there. X Twitter. I got really confused with X's. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Either
Okay,
one.
use it for, yeah. Bad branding. I'm sympathetic to that. My last name is Bonnell, and Bonnell. It gets pronounced a million ways. Sometimes in one debate it'll be announced or pronounced a million different ways.
I thought it was Vermicelli.
Yeah, a lot of different places. Not bad for branding. I'm jealous of people with simple first names and last names.
Stephen King. That's a strong name.
Close, yeah. Although sometimes people spell Stephen with a PH, so
Oh.
even Stephen's not the best first
There we
name. At least
go.
you have an okay first name. You were brought in today to annihilate me on lawyerly stuff. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? so
Sure.
people know who you are, what you
Yeah,
are?
my name's Ryan Mullally. You can find me at Ryan C. Mullally, which has 4 L's in it, so sorry about that, on X. And yeah, so I think I got brought in today because...
Oh, who are you? What do they...
Oh.
Why should we care about you? You're a random guy from the street or what are... Yeah.
I mean, basically. Yeah, I'm a former New York City public school teacher. I did Teach for America and did that for 7 years. Then went to law school, did the whole big firm thing, did a couple really high-profile pro bono cases, and clerked in the Southern District of New York, which is kind of like apprenticeship finishing school for lawyers. And what I'm kind of hoping to talk about today is the fundamental neutral constitutional principles that I think matter and I think lawyers should be talking about, and how disappointed I am kind of in my profession, because most of the pundits you see on TV they almost treat politics like their client. They're coming out there and they're arguing for a side, and I'm not sure that's that helpful. And the segue to that is those are the principles that caused me to leave the Democratic Party during the Biden administration and register as an independent. And those are the principles that lead me to have some optimism about the next 4 years, which I think is a dramatic departure from your position. If I understand
wow, that's
it
like a
correctly.
wild turn halfway through that explanation.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a particular topic you'd like to start with, or?
Sure. Maybe we could start. Maybe the starting point might be a background piece. If you'll indulge me for like 1 second.
Yeah, we'll indulge you for as long as you want. Yeah.
Awesome. So I got brought up like a Clinton Democrat, and that was the way I approached politics. And it was a team sport. It was a vibe thing. I didn't really care, but I knew who my team was, and I went to law school. And by the way, like I took it seriously. Like it wasn't like I wasn't living it out. I went to Teach for America. I was teaching underprivileged kids. That's kind of what I was doing in my life. But when I went to law school, I was stunned as I started reading these books by the realization that I'm an originalist. Like I'm reading these theories, and I've never before seen the principled case for originalism. I've never seen the principled case for conservatism. I'm not a conservative. I registered as an independent, but that was the starting point. That stuck with me. And then when you saw what happened, and maybe this was happening before in the Trump years, the Obama years, but I wasn't aware of it. But in the Biden administration, you saw what I would call a radical departure from the kind of like constitutional principles and core democratic values that at least I thought I grew up with. And it wasn't my party anymore.
What do you think are a couple of those radical departures? I'm curious.
Sure. There were a few. We can take them in no particular order. We'll start with one that I think we agree with. The way, one of the big turning points for me was the Kenosha Rittenhouse stuff, because Biden tweeted what he tweeted, and there was a kind of an implication that this was a white supremacist, and I believed it. Maybe I'm a sucker, but I legitimately thought this kid was a white supremacist who crossed state lines with an illegal firearm and shot black people. That was the information I believed when I started watching the trial every day from home.
Okay.
And
just as a quick thing, what you're talking about that Biden tweeted, wasn't this just like it was like a 1.5-minute ad campaign video?
Yeah,
and I
the
think
image
Rittenhouse.
yeah,
okay.
And
All
he didn't say that, but
Sure,
it was run within the media sphere, right?
Okay.
And so then I believed those things. I was really wrong, and I'm watching this trial, and I have a law degree by this point. I'm like, oh my God, this kid, this is an easy case. This kid's going to be acquitted. There's no question, and he was. And then afterwards, Kamala Harris has a statement where she says, basically, when she was a prosecutor, she brought equity to the administration of justice, and this verdict shows that we have a long way to go. What does that mean? What do you think? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean he was acquitted for self-defense, and that means that equity has a long way to go?
I would have to. I don't even remember her statement because I didn't care as much about her back then. But I would say it's probably a statement I'd be disappointed in. Sure.
No one did. No one cared about her that much back then. She was somebody who, and this is maybe another point that we might disagree on this one. I don't know if we do. She was selected, and she was selected openly with the idea that he's going to pick specifically a woman of color. Now, I don't think I'm not making an argument that she's unqualified by any stretch. What I'm saying is, if you're saying up front that one of your guiding criteria is sex and race, that violates a neutral principle.
Does it?
Yeah, for sure.
For a popularity contest?
Yeah.
Do you think that when Trump chose Pence, because he was an evangelical white guy, do you think that like violated, like he was always going to choose somebody that was going to show up the evangelicals? Is that like a bad thing to choose him for his religion?
I think there's a very big difference between making it a campaign promise and making it and saying to someone, I'm picking you for this reason, and then doing it versus pick the best person. I think we all know how this works. I'm not going to disagree about that.
Well, because there might be an area where we agree on some other things, but you say pick the best person. The best person might literally be somebody that shores up that weakness, and that weakness might be demographic, right?
But when you announce it that way, when you make the criteria public that way, you are lessening this person.
I super disagree.
You're injuring them.
How?
Because, did you see how this election played out?
Did you see how 2020 played out when she was the VP and she won with Biden? I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, she won, and then she ran in 2024,
and then she lost.
It was a bit of a disaster, and one of the problems was people remembered how she was picked.
That's
you don't
not
think
even
that,
remotely
that was a live issue in the election?
No, definitely not.
Oh,
but I mean, like I'm just saying that there might be ways where I could agree with this, but
he was going to pick Susan Rice first.
Sure, but I'm like, elections are to some extent popularity contests in that like you have to win the vote, right? Yeah. And if I know that constituents are looking for certain things, even protected classes or non-meritorious classes or whatever, there's probably, I think that people view qualifications for jobs as like this straight line, when in reality it's like buckets. Like there's a lot of people that would be qualified for said positions, and if you could choose something that's going to help you more in an election, then that makes sense. I don't think saying that like I want to choose somebody who is black because they represent this part of my constituents makes those constituents think, oh my God, you're pandering or you chose this person, now you devalue them. It's like, oh, okay, I feel like I'm hurt a little bit more because at least there's somebody that represents like this part of the constituency.
Let's look at it the other way.
Sure.
You make a campaign promise, right? Like, for example, Justice Jackson, who, by the way, again, qualified. But if you say, if I'm elected, I will nominate a woman of color to the Supreme Court. Who are you making that campaign promise to?
The people who are voting for you?
But you're making a campaign promise to interest groups on the basis of race and gender. It's openly racist. If you are going to talk about fundamental neutral principles, what do you believe in? What do you think that these are distinctions that we just shouldn't be drawing in that way?
But they're already drawn that way. I think that's the issue, right? You can't pretend. You can't step into a world and pretend we can be fundamentally neutral and that there haven't already been lines that have been aggressively drawn and are impacting who shows up where, right?
And this is the big distinction. And I think this is where the left lost me, because I think there's tons of room for what's described as equity, which is the idea that, like, if you think about the way society is structured, we have constitutional principles, and we're all supposed to live by those. And then on top of those, we're stacking modern principles. And you can make society better. You can recognize, even if we're have, let's say, equality of opportunity, or we're being fair about the Constitution, there are people who are still being left behind. And we want to do something about them. We want to help. I mean, this is literally why I joined Teach for America, right? It's for exactly this reason. So I'm sympathetic, really sympathetic. But the fact that you want to help is not a justification for violating the constitutional principles and the norms that come with that. The culture of saying, well, you know what? We shouldn't judge people by their skin color or their race or their sex. We should judge them by their character, their accomplishments, their merits. And if you take that seriously, then what you would need to do is find a way to help without violating the principle.
Sure. So I think that the issue that you run into is when you pretend, or I don't want to say pretend, that's loaded, but when you say like we ought to adhere to certain principles of neutrality, I think that is commendable, but only in an environment where those principles have been adhered to. Let's say theoretically, we want to pick the person who is, I want the 10 most intelligent people on my team, okay? The 10 with the highest degrees, okay? And let's say that I go into a world and I've got 50 X's and I've got 50 Y's. Let's say that 5 years ago, the 50 X's, just by virtue of being X's, were given $1 million, and then the 50 Y's, by virtue of being Y's, weren't given anything. And then now 5 years later, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to be colorblind, I'm going to be background blind, I'm going to be poverty blind. I'm just going to choose what I think is the best for the job, and I end up choosing all X's. I think that people would look at that world and they go, well, hold on. I understand that you're being neutral now, but the composition that you have now, by calling it neutral, is implying something far more insidious than even the reverse racist person would be by saying, I'm going to strive for a bit more equity. Because the implication, I was like, I guess the X's are just way more qualified because they're the ones who are, have the most degrees or whatever here. But like the reality is we lived in a time where it wasn't neutral, and that is explaining at least some of the divide. And I think that we kind of have to work to like rectify that going forward.
I don't think I disagree with anything you're saying, but I mean, this is basically the Harvard affirmative action case, right? Where there's all kinds of realities in our society, all kinds of realities in our history. And I mean, for those of you who are lawyers or are going to go to law school, if you open up a con law textbook and you start learning constitutional law, it is in many ways the history of American racism. That's kind of the core subject matter. So there's no question that what you're saying is true. The question is, what can you do and can you not do to mitigate those harms without violating your principles?
Sure.
So, like, for example, in the Harvard case, which I thought the court got right, I thought the court got it right because on a fundamental level, if you're worried about fundamental neutral principles, the phrase, there are too many Asians in Harvard, should chill you to the bone. Like that is gross. It's a thing that should upset you. Now, are there ways to solve racial inequities? Yes, but in a zero-sum setting, like an admission standard, probably not.
When you say that, because there's a game being played here where we pretend it's like a very racist statement. When somebody says there are too many Asians at Harvard, what is the underlying aspect of that statement? Why would what do you think is driving a person to that utterance?
Do you want me to give the steel man position, or do you want to?
What do you think is actually true?
I think that, and I think that people have taken diversity, equity, and inclusion as a moral prerogative that is self-justifying. Meaning, like, we all know it's good, and because we all know it's good, things done in service of it are automatically good, and that we don't need to think about it much more than that.
Okay. Okay.
Here, I'm not someone who's going to say it's always bad. That's not my thing.
And honestly, I don't even know. I'm not a big affirmative action person, so I didn't care much about the outcome there, because I think places like California had already gotten rid of affirmative action for schools, for colleges, because of issues. So I'm not a big affirmative action defender. But this is an important thing, because I think there's a false equivalency being drawn here between the racism of saying, a person saying this school needs to be all white versus this school has too many Asians. I think the person that's saying this school needs to be all white is a person who's saying, historically, black people don't belong here because there's like a racial supremacy going on. When somebody says this school has too many Asians, and I might not agree with the analysis, but I think when they're saying it, this school has too many Asians, what they're saying is the only way this many people who are qualifying for the school, the only way that they can be so Asian is if there's some other problem with society that hasn't been rectified, because it shouldn't just be Asian people that can qualify into Harvard. Now, whether you agree with the analysis or not, and I think there's a lot lacking there, I don't think it comes from like a racist place the same way that a person saying this school should have no black people or no whatever non-white people, whatever. I think it comes from different places.
I think it's both racist. It's just racism is not equivalent, right? Like I'm like, this is not the kind of racism that I would say is equivalent to like the KKK, right? Like it can be better or worse.
Sure, I'm not saying better or worse. I'm just saying it comes from a different place.
Well, I think let me give you an example of kind of what I think would be a more appropriate solution, and I'm going to give you the example because it's like near and dear to my heart, which is I graduated and I was super motivated by what I perceived as racial injustice. And back then we called it the education gap. Now it would be social justice, or the terms have changed. And I was, a recent graduate, and I'm thinking, what can I do? What is my impact? And the decision to join Teach for America was because it's exactly this conversation. I was thinking, well, okay, I want to make a difference. I don't want it to be in a zero-sum way. I want to actually find people and help. And what can I do? I can make education better. That doesn't detract from anybody else. It just makes it better for the people who receive it. And then I was thinking, okay, well, if I teach high school, well, then I'm going to be teaching kids who already have these deficits from bad schools for all these years. That's going to minimize my impact. So I'm going to teach elementary school. I'm going to try to get kids before they have a reading gap and get them on track, get them ahead, do what I can. I mean, why I left is another story, but that's an example, by the way, of the type of solution that doesn't run into these problems. And it's not the only one. There's many ways to do this, but if you
Sure, I don't.
If
To
you
be
attack
clear,
the solution at the level of like college admissions, you're going to run into these problems.
Sure. I mean, in my opinion, the solution kind of has to be hit from all angles. It's one of the reasons why so many societal things are difficult to deal with, is because there's not just one thing that you can fix. For instance, we'll do the stereotypical like black family problem, right? That kids are doing bad in school, sometimes because they come from single-parent households. Well, how do you fix a single-parent household? Well, doing things relating to contraception or keeping families together or not having black men living in areas where they're prone to commit more crime or whatever, to be in jail. But how do you keep people from being in poor areas? Well, make sure that they have better jobs, which helps if they come from better families, and they're not committing crime, so they're not going to jail, which would help with their debt. Like, it's like this huge cyclical thing. So it has to be like this push where it's like, maybe nonviolent drug offenders don't need to be in jail all the time, and maybe there should be like school lunch provided so that if you are from a rough family, like you are always going to like it's like a thing that has to be hit from all angles. There has to be,
I think we agree on this.
Sure,
School lunch is a great example. Like just providing meals to kids who otherwise won't have them has an enormous impact on their performance in school, minimally, probably just their life in general.
Sure.
And does nothing really to detract from any benefits given to anyone else in the whole country, other than if you want to make some kind of like diffused spending argument, which is
Although I do think it hurts that, so the only reason I bring this up is just to put a cap on that final point. I do think that there are different motivations for people that are looking at certain areas that are heavily overrepresented in certain races versus like just the traditional old, racist people. We can say that both are problematic, but I think they're different in kind. And then the second thing is, if we're talking about how there are ways to address, not to use a triggering word, I'll say inequities between classes, right? Poor people, rich people, it doesn't have to be races. But if there are ways to address them, one of the games that I find that conservatives play all the time is, we don't need affirmative action. We should be helping poor people instead. And then it's like, okay, fine, let's get rid of affirmative action. Now we can help poor people? No. Okay, because the people that block school lunches, state of state, it's always conservatives. It's always conservatives. So where are they willing to give on any area? If we get rid of affirmative action, they'll say the same thing about Ukraine. We need to stop supporting Ukraine so we can help our own people. Where do we vote for this at? Like, all you talk about is cut, 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 cut. Like, where is this happening?
Yeah, and I think this is a place where Pisco and I got in an argument about this recently. So, no offense, Pisco. I think that the legal profession is doing itself a disservice, because if you go and you look at the media landscape right now, you'll find nothing but lawyers who are arguing passionately for partisan issues, which is, I mean, fine, make a living. It comes up a lot. It's interesting content. No, there's no harm in that from that perspective, I guess. But it runs into this problem that lawyers, fundamentally, the nature of our work, like when I went to law school, one of the first things they taught us, they said, never, when you're in court, never say, in my opinion, because the judge is going to say, well, you're paid to have that opinion. That is that's not it's not even your opinion. It's your client's opinion. Like, of course, that's your opinion. Who cares? When your politics are your client, you're coming out there and you're advocating. You're probably doing a great job. But what you're not doing is talking to the public about what is fundamentally neutral, what is constitutional, what a constitutional society would look like, what federalism looks like. And it turns into kind of what you're talking about right now, which is a back and forth about which party's doing which. And, like my interest in defending conservatives for not wanting to do school lunches is zero. It sounds like a terrible policy to me. I'm sure there's some details that we could get into, but the fact that a conservative would want to do it shouldn't influence my view, because why would the fact that it's a conservative talking point make it a better or worse idea?
Well, because you said that you moved from Democrat to independent, implying that one side is getting something more wrong, or I don't know if you're like continuing that journey over to the conservative side. You're saying conservatism, but I don't know if you mean that in a political sense or just conserving like constitutional values, or if...
Well, this is a tricky...
wait, and then also wait, before you answer that, I'm just curious, did it bother you equally? So you said it was a big deal when Biden said that he was going to pick... I think for Jackson, I think he said he was going to pick a black woman Supreme Court. Did it bother you when Trump said, because didn't Trump say that he was going to replace RGB with a woman? Isn't that where Amy came from?
I don't know if he said that. If he did, it would bother me.
Okay.
We can look it up. I don't know the answer.
Okay. Can I get a quick fact check from the back there? Did he say that?
I don't know. I'll check it.
Fuck you.
Well, that was like a mouthful of food too.
Okay.
Very professional. But I mean, so this is kind of the weird posture of this conversation, right? Like, I am very interested in defending originalism. I'm very interested, and part of my optimism about a next Trump presidency is that originalism was in many senses on the ballot, and that's something that I'm pleased about. But like, if we're talking about fundamentally neutral principles, the peaceful transfer of power is like very high on that list.
Okay.
So, you know, like, did I vote for the guy? No. Why not? Because he was disqualified because of the false slates of electors. Like, you know, like if you're intellectually honest about these principles, you're not going to get them right all the time, but the outcomes make sense.
The day after RGB died, Trump said that he would pick a woman, that it's going to be a woman.
Yeah, I mean, that does sound like him.
Okay.
A very talented, very brilliant woman.
Well, and it turned out she is a very talented, very brilliant woman, but he shouldn't have said that.
What does originalism mean to you?
Originalism means that, if you indulge me in like the shortest of stories.
Go for it.
There's this, it's like a law. It's one of the old law students talk about, or like you get told by professors. So there's two legends of early American law, Learned Hand and Oliver Wendell Holmes, and they're having some interaction in their parting company. And Learned Hand says, as they depart, he kind of wants to needle Holmes. So he says, "Do justice, sir, do justice." And Holmes is infuriated, chases him down and says like, "No, that's not what I do. I interpret the law." That's the distinction. There's originalism is the idea that what lawyers do is we interpret legal documents with legal reasoning. And our job is to figure out what was meant and what it was understood to mean at the time it was drafted. That's our job, and we try to do it as well as we can.
For just real quick, lawyers or judges when you say
Lawyers,
this? Or
judges are lawyers.
Sure. Or I'm thinking, because I feel like there's a slightly different role when I think of like litigants versus judges.
Oh yeah, like
right?
if you hire me to be your lawyer, I'm going to have whatever position is
Yeah,
helpful
I don't
for
want you to say that like, well, I think that the law is probably against you here. I want you to say we're going to make the other side argue this as well as possible.
But
because
that's
I'm
why we have
arguing
an
against you.
adversarial system, because you get two of those and
For
it
sure,
gets
yeah.
canceled out, right?
Okay, yeah.
But and if that's the originalist view, and the originalist looks at the structure of the Constitution and they say, we have a legislature and they create law. We have an executive and he takes care to enforce law. We have a judiciary and they interpret law. And everyone should be doing what they're supposed to be doing. We want to keep them inside their zones. We don't want them encroaching on each other's territory. We want to preserve this balance of power, and we want to preserve, most importantly, these roles. And there's an understanding there that people are inherently flawed and make mistakes, but the best way that humans have come up to mitigate that is through sound institutions and people playing a role. They're taking a fiduciary duty. They're being a judge. That's how you correct for it. It's the best way.
Yeah.
The other approach, the living constitutionalist, says
The thing that Roberts and all them currently believe in, right?
No. Roberts? No. What they say is, well, shouldn't the judge look at the Constitution and say, well, this isn't just any document. This is the Constitution. It's a living document. We should interpret it in our best judgment. And aren't we reasonable and wise and appointed to the court because of our wisdom? And we are going to infer from it new things in light of our understanding of today and announce new and wonderful rights.
This is the Roberts, Alito, and all of them guys, right?
No, not at all.
Really? Which part of the Constitution do the three core actions, official acts and unofficial acts, where does that come from?
You want to do immunity?
I guess I just don't understand. It feels like these guys are... One of the issues that I have as a legal retard, because I don't have the scholarship or whatever, but so I'm familiar with this concept of originalism. I feel like there's a phrase I've read over and over again that means sometimes everything and sometimes nothing, is when the text is clear and unambiguous. And then you've got the breathing document people, the penumbra of rights for Roe and Casey, and the crazy interpretations to make things adaptable to the modern day. I feel like people are originalists when it suits them, and then when it doesn't suit them, all of a sudden the Constitution is the most biologically alive thing ever. And I guess the two cases that I'd be interested in is it would be the immunity one, and then it would be the 14th Amendment, the Section 3, the Colorado one. Because I feel like, we can start with the immunity one.
Sure. And just before we get into it, like, there's no ideology or doctrine that prevents people from being wrong or corrupt. Or, like, it's a school of thought, right?
Of course, yeah.
So there's always going to be a separate level of analysis about whether the individuals are doing the right thing. But, when you look at, like, I have in my notes, I've kind of forgot the name. It was Texas v. Johnson. It was a Scalia case. He was the fifth vote, and he voted that you have a free speech right to burn your own flag. Do you think Scalia was leaping for joy over that. I mean, I know he's not. He gave remarks on it constantly. He would prefer that you could jail someone for burning their own flag.
Okay.
But that's not what the Constitution says.
Okay.
Right. So that's the idea there, that like originalism requires of you to look at the Constitution and figure out what it means, even if it is different than you would otherwise prefer, which is tough because if the alternative is I use my reasoned judgment, it's going to turn out the Constitution basically always says what you thought it said. You wake up in the morning, you go, God, does the Constitution give me this new right? Oh, why, yes, it does. What a coincidence. Amazing. I must be a brilliant mind. And there's a real risk there of the judiciary just reaching out and taking power from everybody else, because people think of rights as this wonderful, beautiful thing, and they often can be. But what they really are things removed from the democratic process. When you give a right, what you're really saying is people are not allowed to vote on this. It's decided.
Okay.
And do we really want 9 unelected judges being in charge of creating new rights because they think it sounds good? That's
Feels
the
like you're
problem.
describing the immunity thing a lot to me for
Well,
all of this
so,
stuff.
So,
but-
so let's do immunity.
Okay.
So what's your problem with the decision?
I don't think there's certainly no textual reading of the Constitution that gets us criminal immunity. I don't think there's anything rooted in history. I would say the history is very contrary to a king above laws. I think that the citations to Nixon v. Fitzgerald are probably some of the worst I've ever seen in my entire life. Roberts quoting half sentences in order to, out of whole cloth, fabricate these new buckets of activity. I don't think there's. Yeah, I guess my issue is there's no source in law, there's no source in history, and it just seems to be a wholesale new creation of a thing to protect Trump to basically be an infinite criminal, if he so chooses to be.
So well, the other, Nixon was one of the big cases that they cited. The other was Youngstown Steel. Do you know that one?
I'm not as familiar with Youngstown.
Yeah. So I'm going to get the history wrong, but it was the Korean War, and basically the president was attempting to seize the steel industry.
Okay.
And the question was, does the president in an emergency have this kind of power?
Sure.
And it's a nightmare case that's often given to torture 1Ls in law school because it has I forgot the number, it's 5 or 6 concurring opinions.
Okay.
And trying to figure out what the holding is impossible because you have to read them all and figure out what they agree on. But Justice Jackson wrote the concurrence that actually matters. And what he said is when you look at the president's power, you have to go through an analysis of saying, first, is the president doing something the Constitution says he has the power to do? If so, he has the power to do it. There's nothing to talk about, right? That's his power. Other than that, the president has power that's granted to him by Congress, by law. Okay, so then you ask, does Congress support the action? If yes, he has more power, but less than if it was a constitutional power. And if Congress passed the law, but Congress doesn't like what he's doing, he has less power. And you can analyze the scope of the president's power by looking at his relation to the Constitution and what Congress is doing in the laws that have been passed.
When was that case decided?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Was it before or after Nixon v. Fitzgerald?
This is Korean War, so I don't have.
Okay, yeah, so this would have been before. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I'll say, without having read that, because I don't want to get trapped by you giving me interpretation. But I will say that despite that,
nothing but good faith.
Even afterwards, it still seems to be the case that after Youngstown, in the close shadow of Youngstown, it was still the assumption that the president could be criminally charged with committing crimes.
Well, this is in law. There's this thing where sometimes it's dangerous to ask questions you don't want answers to.
Okay.
This is the advice I would have given the lawyers who brought the recent trans rights case to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Which is do you really want this Supreme Court to answer that question?
Sure. I think Disney asked this question when it came time to defend against the Trump defamation case. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess about the sexual assault.
So in terms of how Youngstown matters for the immunity, which is I think what we're talking about, the first question that the court asked was, what happens when the president is doing something within his core exclusive constitutional purview? Right. The best, clearest example is pardons.
Sure.
The president has the power to issue a pardon. Okay. Does Congress have the power to make that criminal?
Not if it's in the Constitution, not without an amendment, right?
Yeah, not at all. But they also can't make it criminal sideways. They can't pass a law that says you aren't allowed to do business in the government on Wednesdays under penalty of criminal law, and then the president signs a pardon on Wednesday and say, oh, well, that wasn't about pardons, but you violated it, you go to jail. He's immune. The reason he's immune is Congress has no power to regulate his pardon. So to the extent their law is regulating his pardon, they don't have that power. It's exclusively his. Does that make sense?
I just totally disagree.
On
I
what
would
basis?
agree that like if it was a law that was targeted in a way to try to restrict the power of the president in some way like that, then sure. But it can't be that it can't just be that there's no way to touch a particular criminal act just because it's associated with a presidential power.
Well, the Congress only has the powers given to them by the Constitution. They don't have other powers. So if a power is exclusively given to the president, that's the president's sphere. That's where.
Sure, but let's say the president goes up to a man and says, "I'll pardon you if you go and you murder 20 people." By this new ruling, that is untouchable, because we would say, well, holding him criminally accountable for this conspiracy to commit murder, or directing somebody to commit murder, or whatever, we would say that, well, that's part of his pardon power. That's insane.
I don't think that's untouchable.
Okay, I mean, Roberts would disagree with you.
No, this is going to get in the weeds on a point that maybe is.
Well, let's get in the weeds. You're a lawyer, and I've read the case, and Fitzgerald, so go ahead.
So, the pardon aspect of that is untouchable. Saying I want you to murder 20 people is not an official act.
Yeah, but how can I even probe that?
So,
because remember, Roberts said we can't even look at the motivations for an official act, because that would breach the whole point of having those things be.
So you can't look at the motivations for the pardon, but you could look at the motivations for saying I want you to murder 20 people.
Yeah, but how would I even begin that investigation when it's attached to the pardon? And just to be clear, Sotomayor in her dissent brought up that Navy SEALs thing, that the president could order Navy SEAls to kill a political rival, and Roberts didn't touch that in his.
We're going to have
opinion.
to be really careful with our examples, because one of the things that happens in this analysis is whenever you change the hypothetical, it changes the presidential power at issue.
Sure, I agree.
My answer is going to change.
Okay.
Right.
So in regards to the pardon thing, I guess the only reason I bring up the pardon thing is because it came up in oral arguments as well.
It's like the clearest example, which is why.
And it's I believe the analogy that they used was a one-legged stool. Right? That trying to convict the president for taking a bribe for a pardon is like trying to sit on a one-legged stool, and that you can't look at the pardon and then you can't look at the motivation for the pardon. So what is a bribe besides the president just accepting money, right?
So this was Justice Barrett's concurrence, which I think she got right. I think that her opinion was better than the majority opinion.
It always is.
Actually, she's been very good. But her view was that the evidentiary question, whether you can use evidence of official acts, didn't need to be decided.
For sure.
And it didn't. Like, because there's presidential immunity, it wasn't really before the court. It didn't have to be decided right there. And I think that her example was bribery. It's a good one, where it's, okay, it's very hard to prove bribery if you can't talk about the official act here.
This is the one-legged stool thing. You can't. And then Roberts had an annotation in his opinion where he was like, you could see a public record of the pardon. And so you could, but I don't even know what that means.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could see public. You could, in a bribery case, for example, you could say, we have evidence of him saying, if you give me $1 million, I will pardon you.
Well, I think the evidence had to be,
and we have evidence of the pardon itself, like the public record of the pardon. It would be very hard to charge it would be a challenging case to bring because of that. One thing that I'm not 100% sure on, and I might be overreading the opinion, they do talk about evidence to the jury. So it is possible that that decision still allows you to give the evidence to the judge if the jury doesn't see it, which might matter because that can help you divide up the case.
I don't think that, because you're not even allowed, you wouldn't even have that evidence, because all of this can be done on interlocutory appeal before the case even gets in front of a judge, before you even do evidentiary
well, not
stuff.
before it gets in front of a judge.
I'm sorry, before you're doing like your evidentiary hearings, before you're like in like a trial setting or whatever. You wouldn't even have that evidence because you wouldn't be able to, because by the time you go to investigate it, then they could immediately say, sorry, we're throwing up this here, we're throwing up that here.
It's not entirely clear to me how, and first of all, I really hope it never becomes clear to me, because if we could go another 250 years without having a presidential prosecution case, that would be great.
It would be really great if we could go another 250 years without having a president committing blatant federal crimes as well.
I think that's true. I also think that there's like a reason that Nixon was pardoned. And the reason is this sort of constitutional, like this is really heavy constitutional friction. This is like bordering on constitutional crisis level friction, right? It forces answers that we might have preferred we didn't have. I think sometimes you're better off trying to revert to soft power and norms and not having like a hard legal answer. Because when you get a hard legal answer, it's going to be precise, and then we're talking about this evidentiary rule, and that can be tricky. Like I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be interpreted in the future.
I disagree. I don't like this line of thinking. Here's my issue. Okay, that when Roberts cites Fitzgerald, he uses Fitzgerald to bring up that quote of he quotes the end of a sentence where he says something about how we can't basically prevent the function of the executive to carry out its role, right? That was an important part of that holding. But he misses the first part of that sentence where they talk about like on balance of like the interest to society, we wouldn't want to do something to the president that would inhibit their ability to perform their role as the executive. And while I agree that we wouldn't want to live in a world where every single action is being second guessed or whatever, we also don't want to live in a world, for some reason, the balance is always missing when we're talking about the criminal stuff. Like we have we have a big interest in not having a criminal president. And for some reason, that's totally devoid of being addressed at all in
Don't elect
Roberts.
one.
What?
Don't elect one.
That's not an answer, though.
It is the answer.
So should we have no constitutional limits on who should be president?
I'm not sure how that follows.
Well, like, why do we have a constitutional limit on the age or on not serving more than 2 terms? Like, we'll just don't elect a guy who's too young, or don't elect somebody who's had multiple terms. Like, we have these restrictions that exist in law for a reason. Just because you've won an election, especially if you've used crimes to win the election, is not somehow a vindication of yourself in front of a criminal court. Right? No king shall be above the law. I just don't understand why we would say, well, if they won the election, then they must not have committed any crimes.
The answer to the first question is those restrictions, those limitations exist because they were in the founding documents ratified by the states. So that's why they're there. If there had been a felony ban, we would have one, but there isn't. So the answer is, unfortunately, the law is what the law is. So I'm not sure what the point there is.
Well, what I'm saying is, when you said just don't elect them,
don't elect them.
But that's not when you vote for somebody, we're not voting on whether or not, we don't vote on whether or not people should be criminally prosecuted or whether or not somebody's committed a crime.
No, but people knew that Donald Trump had this felony conviction. They voted for him.
That doesn't, but that has nothing to do with the criminal process.
The fact that he has a felony conviction has nothing to do with the criminal process? I'm not following you.
The fact that people vote for somebody has nothing to do with whether or not you've committed a crime or not.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he was convicted of a crime. So
none of the federal ones.
None of the federal ones, no. But he was convicted of a crime, so there he has whatever the 34 counts. There's a felony, and people voted for him anyway. In fact, I think if I recall correctly, though this is not my area, DeSantis was actually doing pretty well for a while, and around the time of the prosecution started is when Trump just like totally pulled ahead. So take from that what you will, but if that's my recollection, I don't know. This is more your area than mine.
But as somebody who just opened this saying how we should be worried about the law, not in necessarily a politically partisan sense, but rather like law for the sake of law, it shouldn't matter whether he's performing better or worse as a result of prosecution. Ideally, we'd follow the law where the law goes, right?
Yeah.
I just don't understand why we would say that if you vote for somebody, then they're vindicated in criminal court. These two things should have no attachment to each other whatsoever.
I'm not saying that if you vote for someone, they're vindicating in criminal court. I'm saying that if you don't want someone with a felony record to be president, you shouldn't vote for someone with a felony record.
I agree, but we're not talking about who I want for president. We're talking about whether or not somebody should be held liable for committing a crime. The Americans can vote for a person who's convicted if they want, but we're not talking about if they should be able to vote for him. We're talking about, did he commit a crime and should he be held liable for those crimes? But the Supreme Court has decided that the president, when he's the president, is not held liable for committing crimes anymore, as long as they're in some way connected to any kind of official act.
If they're within his core capacity, which is what we were talking about, then Congress has no power to criminalize them. So there's no way that it could be a crime. And then if it's outside of that, if it's in the outer boundaries of his official capacities, they have the rebuttable presumption, and we'll see how that plays out if there's more cases, because we don't really know, because the cases were terminated before. Pisco might know. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they never got to that stage in any of the prosecution, so we don't actually know what's gonna come of that down the road.
Yeah, but so what we've done is we've taken. So I mean, like the best example is Roberts in his worthy, admirable goal of defending his favorite president, when he remanded those actions back to the lower courts for them to go through like these tests to represent the cases. He took one act and he declared it as an untouchable act, which I believe Amy also took issue with, where she doesn't know why he analyzed this act. And that's when he talked about the whole issue that happened inside of the DOJ, where Donald Trump was telling his heads. He's going to fire you guys. He's going to put in Jeffrey Clark. He's going to make him send out a false letter. And it was like, well, hold on. All of that counts as an official act. I think this is the thing. Him bucketing that action is one of the things that makes me look sideways because at this whole ruling. Because I think there was a world where attorneys or legal people or like people reading this decision can go like, okay, it sounds bad, but we have to see how it will play out. Because there's a world where maybe like, what counts as an official act versus a core power. Like there's a world where it's okay. And I maybe would have agreed with that, or at least I could at least be warm to that argument. But to see him take all of that off the table, it's like, well, hold on. If we can take that off the table, then why can we not have the bribe situation with a pardon or the SEAL Team 6 example or any other number of crazy acts as long as they're in some way tied to an official power?
Well, going back to what we were talking about before, and I understand we disagree about the core powers analysis, but understanding that that's where the court was coming from, right? So they're asking what's a core power, what's not a core power, right?
Sure.
Okay, we disagree. I get that.
But what do you mean by we disagree here?
Well, I think that it made sense to say that Congress can't criminalize a core power because it's exclusively granted to the president.
That is true, but that wasn't the question before the court. We already know that's the case. Congress can't already do that. There's nothing unique being said there.
That was their logic when they were asking, is there criminal immunity at all? That was their logic. They went through the core powers question, right? So
sure, but we've already. I mean, like this is not. Nobody's ever thought this. Like Congress can't say it is illegal for the president to pardon somebody. That wouldn't even make it through the first level court challenge.
And, and they also can't say, to my example earlier, no federal activity can be done on Wednesdays, and if the president pardons on Wednesday, they can't send him to jail for it.
Sure, potentially, yeah. But the question is anything ostensibly even connected to a core power or criminal act?
If we take that as established, which I know you might disagree with, but if we understand that's the logic of the court, I would agree with that. Yeah. That's established. Yeah. Their next question is, well, what of these charges touches a core exclusive power? Take care to enforce the law is a core exclusive power, right? So he's talking to his agency staff. He's talking to the people that enforce the law on his behalf as part of the executive branch. That's a core and exclusive power. The examples they gave of things that were not a core and exclusive power, like what is the president's role in calling Arizona or calling Georgia and asking for votes, right? That has nothing to do with the president's core and exclusive powers. So those ones were remanded because that's not within his core powers.
No, but it still gets presumptively immune.
It gets a presumption. Yeah.
Sure. So that means that the prosecution has to prove that probing on those acts will in no way inhibit the executive branch, which who knows what the burden is for that to overcome. But
we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. But then the fact that...
And hopefully we never find out, yeah.
Like, do you think it's a core power of the presidency for the president to be able to condition his hiring or firing of a cabinet-level position on any act that he wants? Like, could the president say, William Barr, unless you go and, kill 5 school children, I'm going to fire you as my DOJ head? Could the president... Because under this current ruling, my argument would be he can absolutely do that, and it would be untouchable.
I think the president has... I don't think there are any limitations on his ability to remove his senior officers.
But I'm asking, but it's not whether or not he can remove them, it's whether or not he could be investigated for a crime.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, according to the new ruling, he would never be investigated for a crime in connection with a hiring or firing.
Well, this gets back to the evidentiary question, but because this is why I was asking about the question I was saying earlier about can this go to the judge or does it or is it totally barred? Matters, right? Because if in the example you gave, you said if you don't go murder these school children, I'm going to fire you. And if we parse that sentence, we could say, if you don't murder school children, that's unofficial. There's nothing official about that. I will fire you. Clearly official.
But it would be, these are tied together. Let's say let's say the president creates in the White House the presidential room of interviews, where I interviewed you to see if I want to nominate you for a position. You come in, everything in that conversation is about hiring and firing, which is a core conclusive and preclusive power of the president. So how could you even reach into that room to ask any questions?
And this is why this is why I think the evidentiary issue matters, and why the judge-jury distinction might matter, which I'm less sure about. Let's for a moment assume that the evidence you're allowed to give the evidence to the judge, but not the jury.
But the thing is, I don't know how you would get because this is about even investigating it. We can't even ask for the motivations, right?
Well, you can't ask for the motivations, but
so how would I even know? How would I even have any probable cause for
immunity? Doesn't have anything to do with investigations. You can investigate something without bringing charges.
But I think that even for stuff like subpoenas or anything else, I don't think you're allowed, because you wouldn't be allowed to ask about those actions at all.
There's going to be litigation around it. There's going to be really serious challenges. So let's say you want to investigate this, and let's, in this hypothetical, and again, I'm not sure what the rule is here, but if the rule is you can give it to the judge but not the jury, right? Then you could gather evidence, submit it under seal, and say, Judge, I'd like you to parse this. I'd like for you to try to figure out which pieces we can use, which pieces we can't use, and then we can try to divvy it up. If the rule is you can't use it at all, then you can't do that. And in that case, Justice Barrett's really well-reasoned concurrence becomes critically important.
Yeah, because it's insane. Yeah, and I would agree with you. That would be insane. But
I've just through my plug. I have an article on X about this because her concurrence really will, in that scenario, it really will matter.
Yeah,
and hopefully it would become the majority over time.
Sure. Yeah, because my issue is just that the problem is Roberts' rationale for taking the motivations or for using an act to prove another thing off the table. Roberts said, well, if there's going to be any immunity granted, if we allow people to investigate or use these actions as evidence for other bad things, well, that would defeat the whole purpose of the immunity. I would imagine that would very easily and quickly spill over to I'm almost positive that as written, you can't subpoena and do investigations into official acts and then give it to the judge and then they decide. I don't think you can touch them. You can't go anywhere at all. If you were to subpoena or do anything, I think you could block that. You could get an injunction or a TRO just on the virtue of the presidential immunity ruling.
Well, subpoenas and investigations are pretty different, right? So with a subpoena, you would have litigation over whether or not the court's going to allow you to do this. An investigation, that's just, okay, people are knocking on doors, making phone calls, figuring out what happened. The court's not even involved at that stage.
If you're a criminal body and you're doing investigation stuff, don't you have to be
like the FBI? You mean?
Yeah, or like a police officer. It's not. Don't you need at least some kind of reasonable suspicion to begin?
Yeah, but the judge isn't really involved in that unless you need a warrant.
Yeah, but if you're starting off your investigation there, you have to show that trail by the time you get to the judge, right? Couldn't you just fruit of the poison tree or whatever and say well, you started this, you're asking why he pardoned him. You can't even ask that question. This is all off the table.
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. That's a very novel legal theory, I'll say.
What is not? Well, I think that you're familiar with all of the behavior that Roberts bucketed about the DOJ, right?
Yeah.
None of that. I don't think any reasonable person would look at that and go yeah, this is probably what the president, the Constitution intended for him to tell his DOJ head that he needs to commit fraud and perjury to all of the states to win in the next election. So that's an official. I don't think anybody would think that.
Well,
right?
I think the problem is the motivations test, and this is different than the evidentiary issue, but the question, the part where they said you can't look into the motivations of the president, the problem is if you don't have that in there, the exception swallows the rule, right? Because then you can say, all right, let's say Trump takes office and Biden's told his DOJ to investigate all kinds of things over the course of his presidency. And then Trump says, well, you know what? That investigation, it was a sham. So even though he's immune, I say it's a sham. We are going to argue in court it's a sham. So we can bypass immunity, right? And we can go through what we can do. The exception is so broad that the whole purpose of immunity, and you see this in the qualified immunity context as well, is to prevent the litigation from going so far that it's incredibly onerous and burdensome and kind of ruins your life.
So I'm glad you brought this up because this was my feeling as well, is that this thing, I don't know if this was sort of I think it was also Amy that brought this up, Justice Barrett.
That concurrence was so good. It was really good.
It was okay, but it was written on the back of an insane ruling. So I think anything that was sobering there would have been good. But
well, I brought up Justice Jackson in Youngstown Steel, right? Obviously that was a plurality, not a majority, so it's a different context. But, sometimes a really good concurrence stands the test of time. And, down the road, we find that that's the one that people care about. But we'll see.
Sure.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Oh, the issue is, so one of the things that Justice Barrett brought up that I thought was good to bring up is one of the things that this ruling says is that the criminal justice system is not suited for political parties. Like parties to a case that are political in nature. It can never do it because they're going to be so biased, and that it undermines the entirety of our criminal justice system. And one of the things I think it was her that brought it up, or it was sort of my own her dissent, that people talk about frivolous litigation when it comes to civil matters, but criminal matters are not the same. You've got to go through a whole grand jury process. There's a lot more stages involved here to make sure everybody's being a bit of a better actor than just a civil suit, which anybody can file for any fucking reason ever.
Yeah.
But to say that we don't trust criminal courts to litigate anything involving a presidential action, I think undermines the system so much that if you really think that a system could be so corrupt that they could bring a frivolous lawsuit through a grand jury, through the entirety of the DOJ, and then get a jury trial with the president and convict him, if you think that it's so corrupt that it could do that from start to finish, well, why wouldn't they just like go after unofficial acts or whatever and then just make some bullshit up and go after him there? Because at that point, you're basically at that issue anyway. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I think so. I mean, I think there's the difference between civil and criminal is an important distinction. If only because anyone can bring a civil lawsuit. So the
penalties are a lot different too, right?
These penalties are very different, and you could have hundreds of lawsuits, right? Because anyone can bring them.
Yeah.
So that has its own kind of crazy disincentive, which is what the Nixon case was about.
Yeah.
In the criminal context, there's less risk of truly frivolous suits than in the civil context, for sure. But as you were saying, the penalties are so different. And the demand on your attention and the prospect of just like ruining your life is so different. So they're not analogous.
But why is it that way? Why are the penalties so much more, and why is it so much more?
Why is criminal more severe than civil?
Yeah.
Because the state can send you to jail. They can.
Yeah, but why have we made those penalties more severe? Because we have a huge public interest in people not being criminals.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
Well, you say obviously, but nobody seems to contend with that. Like there is a more burdensome thing on a defendant in a criminal matter, and there are bigger penalties. But it's because we have a huge interest in not having people committing crimes.
Yeah.
So
crimes.
yeah. So I don't understand why we would just, with a stroke of a pen, say, the criminal stuff is too burdensome for the president, and we can't even trust that process at all anyway for the president. Well, if that was the case, like if we had a criminal, like tell me if you think the same is true or false. If we had a criminal justice system that was so corrupt that it would fabricate a charge all the way from the investigation all the way down to the conviction, that it would be stopped by the immunity decision, but it wouldn't go after some other bullshit. Does that world exist? I think that becomes a very minor barrier. I think it protects way more bad activity than it protects good activity that we would want to protect from the president.
I think you're reasoning like a living constitutionalist. You're asking the question, what makes sense to me? Like, what is the way that this system would work? How could it be best optimized? How do we handle the realities of the day?
What I'm trying to make sense of is the rationale that Roberts gives, which is the living rationale, because you agree there is no history and there is no legal precedent anywhere in the U.S. Constitution or U.S. law, anything, or whatever part of the U.S., and that everybody acted that this wasn't the law. So I'm trying to figure out how Roberts is reasoning this here, because there is no history for any of this, right?
It is true that when you're in an area.
Wait, just real quick. There's no history for criminal immunity in the United States. I don't think for anybody except for diplomats, right?
There's qualified immunity for. That's typically not.
That's
criminal.
for civil
that's
generally.
Civil,
yeah. So there's no history. So I'm trying to figure out Roberts' rationale. Roberts' rationale is we can't trust the criminal courts for the president.
Well, I think Roberts' rationale.
Which, by the way, that's like a process-oriented one. That's not an originalist.
If you asked him what his rationale would be, he'd say that my rationale is the structure of the Constitution.
Well, he would have to say that. But then I would say, well, where in the Constitution do you find this? And then he'd start to sound like an abortion guy. He'd be a Casey and Roe v. Wade guy.
He'd walk you through the same thing I did about pardons. And I know he would, because he wrote, that's what the opinion says. That's why I started with the core. The question is, the first question they asked is, should there be immunity in any situation? And they did the analysis with the core function. And then the second question was, now that we've established that there is immunity in some situations, what is the extent of those situations? And that's how you got the not in unofficial acts, but rebuttable presumption for non-core yet official acts.
Sure.
And in that case, I would agree with you that he's reasoning.
But his rationale there wasn't a legal one. His rationale there was, we can't trust the criminal courts.
But the important part is the first step was a constitutional inquiry. He was saying, what does the structure of the Constitution say?
I understand that, but that first step is boring and stupid. We know that the Congress, there's a name for this principle. You know what I don't.
Is boring and stupid a legal term? I should use that.
Boring and stupid. Another word for boring and stupid is this was not a question before the court because nobody was even asking this question. Well, everybody knows that the Congress can't steal things from the court or steal things from the president, and the president shouldn't be able to steal things. There's a name for this principle. You probably know
Separation of powers. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I thought there was a more particular name, but like you can't steal. I don't remember if Gorsuch wrote about this in Chevron in overturning that, but like you can't take powers from the other people. Yeah. That was one of the things for overturning Chevron. Like the statutory interpretation doesn't get to be the executive's role. That's our role, right? You can't take the powers or assign them to other people.
Yeah, and
so we already knew that.
That's a big decision. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Which I actually think I largely agree with, because Gorsuch is not a hack insane person like Roberts or Alito, or in my opinion, he doesn't like Gorsuch. But back to Roberts, back to this ruling.
Trump made some good appointments.
Why would Roberts talk at all I agree, Amy's awesome. Why would Roberts talk at all about whether or not a criminal court could fairly prosecute the president unless he was looking at it like a living, breathing constitutionalist? That's not a constitutional argument.
I don't quite remember the quote you're talking about, so I'm somewhat talking like out of my ass here. But the what I would say is, and if you look at like speeches Scalia gave about originalism, he's very transparent about this. No philosophy is perfect, and you can use it until you can't, right? Like there are times when it just doesn't work. The tools aren't available. Right?
That's so not true. How would, or I'm sorry, why, at what point would it not, like what you're saying here sounds to me like one of those decisions where you're like, oof, I don't like this and it's really uncomfortable, but the text is clear and unambiguous. I don't have any counter historical examples. That sucks, but this is the ruling. But what you're saying is like, well, sometimes it's hard and you choose something else. That sounds like my argument. It's like, okay, well, when the text is clear and unambiguous, and now it's giving us something we don't like, well, now we have to fabricate some other type
Just
of reason.
originalism does not mean the text is not limited to the text is clear and
sure,
unambiguous.
there's other texts or whatever.
That's textualism, and
sure, okay.
Hopefully, every judge is a textualist. If the text is clear and unambiguous, there's nothing to talk about.
Sure,
right? There's
like
done.
3 stages, and then the second, but I'm saying that like it feels like he's not happy with the outcome of this, because why would you talk about the efficacy of the criminal courts at all, or whether or not they could give him a fair trial if we're just worried about what's in the Constitution? Yeah.
If you look at like an originalist toolkit,
okay,
what are you using? You're using the text, of course. You're using
hatred for abortion. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're using statements at the time that demonstrate how
the intent of the people
was publicly understood, not the intent of the people, how it was publicly understood. You're not trying to get in the heads of the people who wrote it. You're trying to how did the public understand it at that time? That's the question.
Sure.
Right. The problem is that doesn't always get you an answer. Right. So in this case, you say, okay, well, is there immunity at all? Well, I can look at the text of the Constitution. I can infer that there should be immunity because of this core powers analysis. Okay. Now, what are the boundaries of that immunity? We're kind of at the end of our toolkit. As you said, the cases were not, I always say not clear. They don't really even address it.
I mean, you can't criminalize an action that is explicitly granted to somebody in the Constitution, right? That seems pretty clear.
Yeah. So, but we're talking about ones, now we're in like the Youngstown type analysis. We're talking about an action like the president talking to the Secretary of State in Georgia, right? Where it's like, well, it feels quasi-official. The president does talk to state leaders from time to time, but it's not exclusive to him. That's not a core function, right? So the question is, to what extent should immunity extend there? And there's no originalist toolkit available. There's nothing to use, so then you have to use other interpretive tools.
Like the breathing, living.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, the idea that originalism is flawless and answers every question is
well, it's not about
laughable.
being flawless or answers every question. I understand there's going to be difficult, but then
you use it to. It's a school of thought. You use it to the extent you can, and when you can't use it, you have to use something else because you have to decide the case.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But then I feel like that's back at my first point: is that we're an originalist until we're not. But I guess the difference is you're saying that you're an originalist until the toolkit no longer works, and I'm saying that you would just choose not to use it when you feel like it.
Yeah, like I mean, you brought up abortion, so like if you.
Oh wait, fuck abortion. That's really complicated.
We don't need to do that.
That's too complicated.
Right.
I'm just. I guess if we let's. Okay.
I'm like, let's talk about the most controversial subject, Stephen. Let's
okay, come to the idiot's world, the layman's world, and let's just think broadly. So, I guess a couple questions. Do you think that Nixon felt like he had criminal immunity? Any kind of criminal immunity?
Do I think Nixon felt that way? I have no idea what Nixon felt. I don't know.
Do you think any president has ever felt like they're immune from criminal action?
But I don't know. And I again, this is kind of what I was saying earlier. There are questions that sometimes you really don't want the answers to.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like the fact that he resigned, I feel like the fact that, I mean, I'm pretty sure Nixon's administration was like, maybe even Nixon himself was compelled to hand over documents as a result of I think the Watergate investigation stuff. And then the fact that he accepted that pardon from Ford, the fact that Ford felt like he had to pardon him.
It was a really smart pardon.
Sure. But you don't pardon people for civil matters.
No, you pardon them to avoid having to ask the questions that we recently did, because it's essentially a constitutional crisis in the making. Like, you're asking the court to decide whether the current executive can use its powers against the former executive. This is, this is literally Banana Republic land if it goes too far. But at the same time, I'm sensitive to your concern. Like we do want to disincentivize crime, like obviously. So
you say Banana Republic land, but like if you had an executive that was so corrupt, he would already do it anyway, wouldn't he? Like you're protecting. It's like saying this sounds like me getting. It sounds like me wearing 2 shirts today because somebody might shoot at me.
If there was no immunity decision, do you think Trump would find a way to prosecute Biden?
I think Trump will prosecute no matter what.
You think he's going to do it even with the immunity decision?
I don't think the immunity decision is weighing in even remotely on his decision to go after people. Absolutely.
That would be interesting. Wait, all right. Gentlemen's bet on that, whether he prosecutes Biden?
I don't know if there would even be anything to prosecute him for.
Oh, if he's so corrupt, it doesn't matter. You just said that.
Yeah, but I don't think Biden is like a threat anymore. He doesn't do anything to him.
Okay, so you're saying he's not going to prosecute him? Not
the problem. The problem is that
I thought Trump was this vindictive, maniacal madman who would do things just to like spite people. But
I don't know if he would do it just to spite people. But the issue is that like Democrats don't commit crimes as flagrantly and as shamelessly
if you're
as
a corrupt madman, it doesn't matter whether they committed the crime or not.
Sure. So I think he would probably go after people who are more relevant. So for instance, the civil litigation that he has right now against multiple parties, like a pollster in Iowa.
He's definitely not going to go after Biden. We agree on that?
I don't know if I don't even know.
I mean, I'm not going to hold you to it, but
I
seems unlikely,
I
right?
don't think he would.
Yeah, the pollster case, by the way, is laughable. It's a terrible case, and if people,
to be clear, I don't think it's laughable and terrible. I think it's abhorrent, right? That should be like a.
Well, I mean, it's going to lose. I think he's going to lose quickly and easily. But if people are interested in that sort of stuff, just to give the plug, the group to follow is FIRE. They are like by far the best free speech organization in the country right now. And if there's a legal group to support it, they are it. So that's my plug. They're fantastic. And if anybody from FIRE is listening, send me pro bono work. I've been waiting. I don't know what the holdup is.
Sure. Okay. So then going back, we legitimately feel like Nixon felt like he could have been criminally prosecuted.
I have no idea what Nixon.
Wasn't what I actually haven't studied Watergate in depth.
Yeah,
wasn't he using the FBI to do the spying?
This is not my area.
Fuck,
I have no fucking idea. And I'm not telepathic. Nor do I have a time machine.
Well, hold on. Don't say that I'm not telepathic because we have to look at like how people are acting and how they're thinking to get like an idea sometimes of what of like what's in people's minds, right? I feel like going back through time, do we feel like the framers of the Constitution would have wanted a president that was beyond all criminal prosecution?
Do I think the founders were thinking about immunity when they wrote the Constitution?
Yeah, that the founders, the people who wrote the Constitution, the people who were drafting amendments afterwards, through all the history of our country, do you think at any point in time people were like, the president probably shouldn't?
Have you read the Federalist Papers?
I actually have read about 30 of them. I'm working my way through them.
They are a labor of love. So they're absolutely worth it. They are not an easy read and they are not fun. But one of the things that's really interesting about them is that the framers, when they were thinking about the federal government, like the idea that there would be police enforcement by the federal government at all was not within their contemplation. They thought the federal government was for unifying the nation, defense, trade, border. Like, I mean, the idea of like a modern FBI or NSA is like totally outside the veil of their comprehension. So it's a question that I don't think I can answer because I think the idea that there would be this kind of federal apparatus in the first place would have shocked them.
Okay, so then if there was absolutely none of this at the time, and there's none of this in mid or recent history, then shouldn't the decision have been, it's unfortunate, but we don't believe the president has these protections here. Congress needs a new amendment. The Constitution needs to be amended or something, and like that's that. Because it feels like we're basically saying that like, well, this is really unfortunate. There is no source for this. Our originalist toolkit has failed.
No, because of step one. You say, well, you do the core powers analysis. You say, well, there must be some limits because there are things Congress cannot criminalize. What are the things they can't criminalize? The things the executive has exclusive power granted by the Constitution over. So since Congress can't criminalize those things, there must be immunity for those things, which is why there's immunity. Again, Justice Barrett's concurrence was better because she lays it out in, I think, a much more straightforward way, where they say, like, you ask the question, does this law would this law touch on the president's core power in this way? If so, as applied, it's unconstitutional. Doesn't mean that it's unconstitutional in general.
Sure. Same thing with like, I think that there's a similar reasoning for this. But like you can't kill people unless you have a self-defense reason or whatever, right? But police can, right? In pursuit of people, right? And you can't criminally charge a police officer for doing his job because these are obviously contradictory in nature or whatever. And I think it's similar for the president. You can't criminalize him literally doing his job.
We just talked about this a second ago, and I confess I didn't know the answer, so I don't want to reverse myself on that.
Sure.
I know qualified immunity is typically in the civil context.
Civil context and the matter of doing your job,
And then the question of like, if you were like in a high-speed chase and you killed someone, could they charge you? I think there is some analysis there, but I don't want to pretend I know.
Well,
what
sure.
it
I
is.
mean, we have recent history to this. We can look at the Derek Chauvin, right?
Yeah. So there's certainly cases where you can be charged.
Yeah.
Right?
So he was doing his job.
Yeah.
And he was
so
still
the-
criminally charged.
obviously there are exceptions to if there is immunity in that area. There are obviously exceptions. Otherwise, you
Sure.
wouldn't have that outcome.
Which there wouldn't be for the president because it's absolute for the core
Yeah.
powers.
Well, there's only one president.
What for? What?
There's only one president, and police don't have a constitutional role.
For sure, kind of. Well,
Not
yeah.
sure, kind of. I mean,
There's only one president. Well, I'm thinking there's only one president. I don't know what the rationale would be for this immunity not flowing all the way through the executive branch.
because there's only one executive. There's
There's only one president.
Yeah, there's the executive.
Yeah, but I mean,
The
like the
executive
only
power
reason
vested in the president.
Yeah, but the only reason he has offices and officers is to help him carry out his duties, right?
Yeah.
In a perfect world, if the president was like a super mind machine, he
Mhm.
would do everything. He would be the EPA and the FBI. He would be out
Yeah.
like busting. Yeah, but like, so he has officers to help him.
But they are not vested with with constitutional authority in the way that he is. Like that the whole thing is a constitutional analysis. He is the president. They are not. It's not, I mean,
Sure.
that sounds
Aren't there
trite, but
warring
it's
opinions on
that
this
simple.
when it comes to like the
There's
what is it
boring
called?
opinions on every damn thing, but I'm not sure.
I'm
what
not
you're talking
saying
about.
like crazy, but I'm like aren't there genuine opinions over whether or not like I think it's called what unitary executive theory or whatever
Yeah,
over like how much
That's Thomas's baby.
Sure. The would you say? Oh, so you would say that's a crazy opinion, or crazy judge?
No. I mean, I think unitary executive theory is a fair reading of the Constitution.
Okay.
It has.
Is it fair to say that under that reading or under that idea that the power that this immunity would then flow from the president at least to his cabinet, if not further
No,
through all of
'cause
his?
it's his power. The unitary executive means it's his power. It doesn't. The immunity wouldn't flow. If you are unitary executive theory? If you believe in unitary executive theory, which I don't have a strong position on, so I'm not going to take a stance on it. But then the immunity decision is very easy. Like I don't think Thomas lost a second of sleep over this one because the answer is pretty obvious if you're a unitary executive theory guy.
Oh, maybe. I don't think Thomas was thinking about this at all, though. I think he was too busy writing up his support for Trump in the Eileen Cannon case.
Oh, the telepathy comes in. Yeah.
Well, why else would he write that concurrence for this ruling?
What was it about that bothered you?
It had nothing to do with the case, right? Didn't he just wrote the concurrence to say that special prosecutors had no foundation in the Constitution? And so I think Judge Cannon cited his concurrence here to toss Trump's case because of Jack Smith, but I don't think that had anything to do with the case. I don't think that had anything to do with the question before the court, was it?
But it did, because if he is correct about that, then there would be no prosecution for which you need to decide the immunity question.
No, yeah, but I don't think that was a question before the court at all for there.
I don't know the answer to that. So
Nobody
I
else
don't wanna
touches on
speculate.
it at all.
Well,
Roberts doesn't, Amy doesn't. Nobody even.
Have you? God, I wish I could remember the name of this case. It's a death penalty case. This is just like quirky Justice Thomas stuff. There's there was a case where he wrote the opinion and everybody signed on. It was basically a good opinion, but they were all like, except for part 3, because in part 3 he just gave like the life story of the family of the victim and the son who grew up to be a football player and put in like a big picture of him. Thomas does sometimes go a bit beyond the subject matter.
Sure. Okay. I'm not. I would have to go back and check, but I don't even think Thomas. I don't even know if he writes about the immunity stuff in his concurrence. I think it's solely on the special prosecutor thing.
Yeah, because he agreed. He agreed in full on the decision, and then wrote a concurrence about the thing he wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not as good a concurrence as Barrett's, let's say.
Sure, because it was completely irrelevant. But okay. Sorry, we were at a place right before this. Presidential
immunity. I was crushing you in the logic of core powers, and you were about to concede.
Yeah. Oh no, I agreed that the core powers shouldn't be legislated against because literally nobody's ever asked that because everybody knows that, and it's pointless to even write that. The question is all the things related
But
to
if you
them.
agree with that, then you agree that you agree take care to enforce the law is a core executive power.
Yeah.
Okay, so then him talking to his AG is a core executive act, and that's why he was immunized.
Well, why wouldn't take care to enforce the law also extend then to the Attorney General?
That's the one that was immunized. Yeah.
No, but then the Attorney General. What about when he wants to hire or fire people? Take care to enforce the law.
He's not the president.
No, but it would.
It's just the Constitution does not apply to him.
Okay,
Like,
let's
it's not
say
his
that the
power.
Congress were to pass laws basically saying that they could hire and fire anybody beneath cabinet level position, beneath the Attorney General. Or that they were going to criminalize the Attorney General. Let's say somebody looked at the Attorney General and they were going to criminalize his action because they thought that he bribed somebody to hire or fire an associate Attorney General or his deputy attorney general? Why wouldn't the exact same arguments flow through that the president's not able to carry out his power? He's supposed to be able to nominate an attorney general who can run the Department of Justice. He can't do that job because now the courts and the criminal system has come in and they're interfering. Like,
sorry, I lost you a little bit in the hypothetical. You're saying they created a law that says that the president cannot.
Or not. I'm sorry. We don't have to say a law. That the attorney general. Let's say the attorney general takes a bribe to hire or fire the deputy AG. I think that deputy AG, does that come from the president or is that the AG?
I'm not positive.
I'm guessing it comes from the AG, but whatever. How far do I need to go, right? And then let's say that they want to go. Let's say that people want to file criminal charges because they're saying he did a bad action.
Yeah.
Well, if we're saying that the president obviously needs to be able to carry out his job to appoint, to nominate an attorney general, because hiring and firing is exclusive and preclusive as your role can get. But if then that guy can be criminally charged with carrying out, the assignments of the job, why would those arguments not flow directly to him? How can the president carry out his job if his AG is constantly getting charged with crimes?
You didn't interfere with his hiring or firing.
Okay, but you're not hiring and firing to carry out the jobs of that.
Well, you say, I hired him.
Mm-hmm.
You criminally prosecuted him. Now he's in jail. I might choose to fire him because he's pretty useless in jail. But like the president's power wasn't impacted there. The question was, can you prosecute his underling? And it sounds like the answer should be yes. I haven't thought about it much, but
if you want to go with that narrow of an answer, which I would agree with, then we would just say, okay, well then we would look at a criminal charge for, say, bribery, and we would say that, oh, well, he's not being charged for pardoning somebody.
This hypothetical doesn't make a ton of sense because we're talking about like who's charging the crime. The president's still in power, so these are all after.
Well, let's
the
say after he gets
power.
out. Well, because it's the same way it works with President Trump.
It's a little bit of a the hypothetical's like a bit stretched.
Well, no, it's the exact same hypothetical because President Trump wasn't charged until he was out of power.
Yeah,
right?
but if you put in the correct timeline, president hires somebody as they're an underling in one of his agencies, right?
Yeah.
They leave office. The next president charges the underling.
Yeah.
That has nothing. Like the former president's hiring firing power isn't even implicated. They're not in office anymore.
Sure.
Right. So like it wouldn't matter. Like there's no constitutional argument.
Okay. But I guess my question then though is, let's say that the you fucked my brain up with that.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing your best. Yeah. Hold on. Let me where were we at? Okay, president hires and fires somebody.
This is what I was saying.
No, absolutely not. President hires or fires somebody, and then that guy has a choice to hire or fire somebody. And we're saying that that guy can be criminally prosecuted because it's not interfering with the president's job to hire and fire somebody, which is a core power, preclusive. Oh, okay. Then let's say, sure.
This is
but then
really
let's
about
say
the absence of time machines, not about.
No. None of this is time machines. All the timeline is the exact same for Trump. These are real life things that have happened in a sequence of time. Let's say that Trump comes out and you want to criminally prosecute him for improperly, directing his DOJ to do something, right? That doesn't implicate his ability to hire or fire. He was still always allowed to hire and fire. The problem is the fraudulent direction to his head.
And that's immune.
I don't think
That's immune.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's not a core. It is not a core power of the president to tell his attorney general to commit crimes.
Well, it's a core power of the president to tell it to take care to enforce the law, and his attorney general, their relationship is about.
Ready?
I have literal bated breath. It's so dramatic.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna ask a question. This is a killer question. My God,
shit.
Do you practice right now? I don't. Cause I might end your whole career with this question. This is a big one.
This
Ready?
is a bummer.
It's a big one. Okay. No, I'm curious. Okay, so question.
And with that, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah. Question. Are you? And I'm not trying to like knowledge or whatever. I'm just curious. You're pretty familiar with all the stuff that happened in the DOJ? It doesn't have to be everybody, but just basically that like Trump was asking them to.
I'm probably much less familiar than you are.
Okay, sure. So just assume what I'm saying is true without you don't have to repeat this.
I'll assume the facts.
Yeah, that Trump was telling his Department of Justice, I need you to send out fraudulent letters to the states saying that we found voter fraud so that they flip their electoral votes, basically. And all of this goes towards the conspiracy against rights and all that. Okay. Now all of the stuff that happened in relation to this, all of that was off limits because it's a core power of the president to hire and fire his attorney general, right?
That would be. Why is I don't think it's hire and fire. Yeah, okay.
That was the core and privilege, or to carry out the law, whatever.
Sure. Enforce the law. Yeah, it's one of them.
Right. Okay. Fuck. Wait.
This was a killer question.
No. Well, you just changed it a little bit because the core power. You're making it about this enforced law. I think the core power that Roberts implicated was just his hiring and firing of.
Well, he has multiple core powers.
Okay. I thought the hiring and firing of the DOJ was the thing at Roberts College. Because my killer question was going to be, let's say that exact same thing happened, but he didn't hire or fire anybody based off what happened. Would it then be criminally probable?
But he didn't hire
Because my understanding is Roberts wrote his opinion basically off the concept that the president, if he's allowed to do anything that's core, it's him nominating his cabinet heads. If there was ever a core power, this is absolutely preclusively and conclusively.
And pardoning and taking care to enforce the
Sure,
law.
yeah. And so that was one of the reasons why for the AG stuff, all of this is off the table because the president, he can fire and hire for whatever reason he wants. But if there was no firing or hiring involved, would we then be able to probe that fraudulent behavior?
I think it's useful when, and maybe this will explain.
Sure.
Remember we were talking earlier about like you can't, one of the things the ruling says, you can't look into the motivations and you can't look into whether it's a sham.
Correct.
Right? So it's helpful to think about how this might proceed if it was actually charged.
Sure.
Right? So someone brings charges and they say, you directed your attorney general to engage in all these fraudulent prosecutions because you were doing X, Y, and Z thing.
Yeah.
Of course, Trump or whoever it is not going to agree to that characterization. They're going to say, no, I directed my attorney general to look at crimes. And looking at crimes is a core executive power. And my decision to fire them if they don't follow my directions is, as you said, a core executive power. And you're not allowed to look into whether or not it's a sham. So it's immune.
Sure.
Yeah.
By what you're saying, yeah. I wouldn't agree with that, but...
Yeah, but I mean, that's why that's why that section got immunized, because if you think about how this would play out in an actual court, there's no way that you could get to the fact that it is in fact a fraudulent direction to
well,
the
right
AG.
now you can't with the immunity realm, but I think we should probably be able to ask those questions, don't you?
Well, this is the exception swallowing the rule problem. If you don't have the rule about no shams and you can't look into the motivations, then you basically don't have immunity at all. So when they said, okay, well, we have this core immunity, then they say, what does that entail? It does entail having these protections, which are, I would say, truthfully, kind of a bummer. Like when I read them the first time, they struck me as being pretty harsh. But at the same time, if you don't have them, there's no immunity left because it's
well. But we've survived for hundreds of years as a country without the president ever needing these to perform his job.
Yeah, there were a lot of those presidential criminal prosecution cases where this came up, huh?
But there weren't a lot of presidents committing crimes this blatantly and openly.
Yeah, I mean, this is all novel. So when people say like, well, this never came up before, it's like, yeah, it never came up before. So,
but maybe one of the reasons why it hasn't come up before is because presidents assumed that they couldn't commit crimes.
Well, and this is the thing I was saying earlier, which is like, if you want to solve this problem, the solution is not to vote. Like the president's a very serious job.
No, voting has nothing to do with committing crimes.
No, it's a very serious job. Don't vote for people who are going to commit crimes.
That has nothing to do with committing crimes.
No,
whether or not you should be held criminally liable for something should have nothing to do with whether or not somebody wins in office. You could vote for people for a whole bunch of stupid reasons. That's why we have restrictions on who we're even allowed to vote for.
I think we're talking past each other. I'm saying that the solution to this is inherently political. There are solutions like impeachment, which is inherently political. The solution is the voting booth.
Yeah, but I think if you look at the core, speaking of the Federalist Papers, I don't know if it was one of the 70s. If you look at things like impeachment, right, the reason why impeachment exists and part of the motivating factor. Actually, wait, I don't think this was a Federalist paper. I think it's just quotes from fucking Benjamin Franklin or something. People were arguing over this. One of the good things about impeachment was there are only two ways to get rid of a king. I think you either fabricate charges against them or you assassinate them.
Yeah.
It's obviously problematic for a number of reasons. So we invented impeachment. So now we have a way to take people out of office that doesn't involve criminal charges or killing them, because if it's only criminal charges that removes a bad actor from office, now we're in a really weird world where, So, but the idea that, the way to fight against criminal charges is to just not vote for them. I feel like we're mixing these worlds up. Like when I'm thinking the criminal charges stuff, that should be totally separately removed. It's a totally separate question. It's not a political question. It shouldn't be at that point. Impeachment can be a question politically because that's a political process, right? You convict in the Senate, you die in the House, whatever. Like that's a political process. But criminal stuff should be.
Well, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
The founders probably didn't even envision a world with the FBI or the DOJ. But if take care to enforce the law is a core power, which it is, then if the next president is just as corrupt as the former one, or even more corrupt, right? As you said earlier, you can direct your DOJ to do whatever you want them to do.
Correct.
Right. So
I agree. But in your world with immunity, nothing is saved or nothing happens there.
Well, you still can't prosecute the former president.
Yeah, you can. You just said he's just as corrupt. He'll make stuff up. He'll prosecute him for whatever reason.
But what power does he have? He has the executive, but lo and behold, the judiciary comes in and saves the day and says, "Thou shalt not immune."
I mean, assuming they say that.
Well,
but even if
what
they,
said.
but even if they don't say that, if he could just say, oh, we're charging for a whole bunch of other stuff that's just not part of his corporate. You could fabricate stuff. But in my world, where there is no immunity, a righteous president could come in after a criminal president and prosecute him if it needs to be that way.
And then a corrupt president could come in after the righteous president and prosecute him.
Are you a Second Amendment guy?
Yeah.
Where's the saying for the Second Amendment of when you take away guns from the good guys, you just say that the bad guys can operate with impunity? That's all the immunity thing is doing. If somebody's going to be so corrupt that they would corruptly charge somebody with crimes, I doubt an immunity decision is ever getting in their way. The only thing the immunity decision does is protect a corrupt president from being prosecuted by a guy who would respect the laws.
I'm not sure that follows the. First of all, like the argument you're making about the Second Amendment isn't a legal argument.
No, it's not a legal argument. That's a total moralistic one.
Yeah,
of course.
It's a moralistic
sure.
one, so it just doesn't apply. And I mean, if we want to talk Second Amendment, we can. I'm not a gun owner, but I'm a Second Amendment guy because it's the Second Amendment. You know, and I just take that seriously because it is.
Sure.
You know? But it's actually this is total tangent.
Okay.
You have that gun in your background when you film at home.
Yeah, it's a shotgun. Very nice shotgun.
The funniest thing was the reason I actually decided that I was like, this is during COVID and I'm working at home. And I'm like, oh my God, I need something to watch, watching political commentary. Your stuff came up and I was like, I don't, this guy's talking some stuff. I don't know if I should listen to him. The gun actually was the draw.
That's good.
Well, and the reason it was is I was like, that is totally different and out of character with the rest of the opinions that he's saying, which implies that he is making up, he's making up his own decisions. He's not just walking some kind of partisan line, which was actually why the content was appealing. So there you go.
Well, thanks.
Second Amendment.
That's why I had the blue hair too.
Together.
So okay.
Yeah, well, the blue hair was a bummer, but you know, everyone makes mistakes.
Sure. Okay. I guess we've hit a black hole with this. So what is the response to? I guess just like I feel like that the issue with the criminal immunity is the criminal immunity won't keep a bad president from going after somebody before because they will just make shit up to go after them if they really wanted to.
I mean, if you're talking about a world where they're just like fabricating evidence and fabricating actions and saying, you know, you outside the purview of your office, you know, we're selling crack to children and we have AI video of it and we're going to pass it. I mean, yeah, I think that probably is not protected by the
Just to clarify though, with what you just said, because you made that sound ridiculous, but that is the world that Robert says we lives in now, because he's saying you would go through the whole indictment, the whole grand jury process and everything, and that would all be fake and bullshit. And that's why we need immunities to protect that, right? Because in a functioning world,
he said exactly what I've been saying the whole time. He said there's core powers, and then once you've said that there is immunity, then you have to figure out how far it applies. He's not reasoning in the way that you're describing.
I think that's exactly how he reasons. That's why he brings up the fact that a president could never get a fair trial. I think he explicitly says that. He writes in his opinion.
After he's determined that there is immunity, and now we're in the world where we're trying to figure out what to do about it. But you see, that's not the starting point, and that does make a difference.
I agree with the starting point, but he takes it much further than you can't criminalize pardons. He's saying you can't criminalize crimes in connections with pardons. That second part is a huge connector, right?
Well, so
we're not talking about criminalizing core powers. We're talking about, does every single crime connected to a core power also become immune? That's what Roberts has basically said.
Well, I think now we're circling.
Okay, sure.
This comes back to our original hypo, and I think we're probably going to dive back into the evidentiary rule if we go down this road. But we can do it again if you want.
Let's say your argument there was you don't know if it goes to a judge first or judge and jury. Let's say that it doesn't go to the judge at all.
If the judge can't look at it, then the evidentiary ruling was a nightmarish error, and I hope that Barrett ends up having the last laugh on this, because she was correct that the evidentiary rule is unnecessary, and if it can't go to the judge, then that's a major flaw in the opinion.
This is a super procedural question. Okay,
it's
and so for the interlocutory appeal stuff, I thought that was only for the presumptive immunity actions, but for the core stuff, I guess I don't know at what stage that gets addressed, but I don't think any of that. Like, I think as long as you say, like, oh, this is with a pardon and, like, it's done. I don't know if a judge ever even reviews that stuff ever.
It does, yeah. Because who would be deciding that the immunity applies? It would be a judge.
So, but I don't know how DP is allowed to dive into.
Yeah, so if you imagine this playing out, right? They bring charges, and somebody says, okay, we think you did X, Y, and Z thing. We'll go back to the original. Like, you said you need to, kill 100 school children in exchange for this pardon. And the prosecution's very clever, and they're saying, we'd like to parse that out. We'd like to say that, oh yeah, the pardon part we're not going to charge, but we're not even going to talk about that as like a bribe, or we're just going to talk about soliciting homicide, and we're just talk
Sure.
about that.
Okay.
We're going to leave the whole pardon stuff out. And Judge, we're going to give you the evidence, and we would like you to look at it and say what's out and what's in for the case. Because you can do that. You can have the judge look at it without the jury and say, okay, well, this is in, this is out, this crosses the line, this touches the pardon stuff too closely, draw those lines. And then you might have interlocutory appeals about whether he got it right.
Okay.
If that's allowed, then the courts have a lot more leeway to look into this kind of like unofficial acts that are really close to an official act and see if they can separate it out. They might not be able to, but they could try.
Okay.
If the judge isn't allowed to see even that material, then the evidentiary rule is like really a nightmare. So I'm hoping it is the former. I am not 100% sure on this. I've been reading the opinion. I don't think it's a model of clarity.
Okay.
And this is why I thought
you get-
Justice Barrett was better, because I thought hers was a safer approach.
For criminal procedure, an indictment can come before you've ever put, like the indictment is the criminal complaint, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the indictment comes before you've spoken to the judge, or could, right?
Yeah, so the indictment with the grand jury.
Sure. Before fuck you. Okay, we'll get there. Hold on. Before the indictment, you can like subpoena and gather information though, right? Or does that only come after the...
Yes, you can subpoena and gather information, but then if there's litigation about it, like let's say because the way this typically works is a lawyer can issue a subpoena without the judge looking at it. But if the other side says, no, that's wrong, you're not allowed to issue that subpoena, then they're going to go to a judge and say, you're not allowed to do this.
Sure, okay.
And then it ends up before the judge and the same scenario would play out.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I guess final point on this, and we'll move on from this. So there's a world where I could agree with what you're saying, but again, I feel like the huge issue is, let's say that what you just said, where the prosecution wants to parse this out better to try to stay away from that. Why then did Roberts not remand all the behavior back to the district court? Why did he explicitly bucket the whole DOJ thing and say all of this is off the table instead of giving the government a chance to parse?
Because that one, giving directions to your attorney general about law enforcement it's not the scenario you gave before, where there's like a totally unofficial thing with a kind of a tangential connection to an official thing. This is all an official thing.
Okay, so if he had told his AG, go kill people, it would be off the table.
If he had told his AG,
go kill people.
I would like you to go enforce the law and lock up those evildoers. And also, as a separate matter, can you please kill my
No,
mailman?
not a separate matter. I think that we need to enforce the law because the threat is too high. You need to go kill everybody.
I phrased it that way to be funny, but also because the easier the separation is, the easier it would be to parse.
Sure, but now that I know I have criminal immunity, I'm not going to make it easy to parse.
Oh no, of course not. Of course.
All right. Okay.
But,
Sorry. Okay.
But there's one
or
point on this before we go to the next thing.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Just because I think it's interesting.
Sure.
One of the funniest things about arguing my side of this, right, is that I think the decision was right because the logic was good, not because I loved the outcome, right? And if there is a problem in the second Trump term, don't you hope that I'm right, that there are ways to parse this, that there are exceptions to the immunity, that there are things the court can do to inquire?
I mean, I would hope that would be the case, but my concern is that the power to do that has been so insanely limited. I don't know if they have that power anymore. And I don't know if Trump will act differently, knowing that he now enjoys those broad criminal
But I think
protections.
what's interesting about it is when I argue this point, it's almost universally with somebody to the left of me who's saying the decision is much, much worse than I think it is, and me saying there actually are some ways that this decision could be read by a future court that would allow for prosecutions or some legal action in ways that maybe you're not thinking about. But if push came to shove and those prosecutions were happening, they would hope that the court read something I wrote or said and say, oh, that's a good idea. But
there's nothing.
You're going to hope I'm right if it comes down to it.
Yeah, of course, but we're not arguing about what should the best outcome reading of that thing be, because I would agree. I would try to argue the strongest version for the side of the government.
You should be on my side.
But it's like you've given a person cancer, and now we're arguing over the outcome of treatments. And you want to do chemotherapy, and I want to do some other thing, and you're like, well, don't you hope that my treatment is the best? And I'm like, yeah, but I wish we just didn't have cancer.
Yeah,
the argument is over the initial decision. I like having had cancer, or I'm not. But if we did have cancer, then we would obviously hope for the best treatment. But ideally, we just wouldn't have cancer. And I think this decision is cancer. And we're talking about But I'll give you the final word if you want, because I keep and then we can do the next part, or. Because we need to talk about, you're optimistic
please,
for our criminally immune president now, for only his core powers though. Why are you optimistic? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm optimistic because there were a number of things that were on the ballot this time. And there's so many things about Trump that you could point out that
Give
are
me top,
horrible.
Sure.
And I would say, yeah,
What are your top 2 things on the ballot you think Trump will do good on that would have been superior to a Harris administration, I guess?
Originalism, court packing.
Okay.
I have no question.
So the originalism has nothing to do with Trump because he's not interpreting
it. It has to do with what judges he, assuming he gets some more Supreme Court picks, it's going to have quite a lot to do with that.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen.
And quite frankly, and this is what we're talking about on Wick's panel. And if I didn't shout him out earlier, sorry, Wick. Wick's awesome. Everyone should watch him. Court packing was like, I don't know if it was officially part of the platform, but it was pretty highly talked about on the Democratic side.
It's been universally that, like, I think the Democratic people have said they're not court packing. Biden, I think, explicitly said he wouldn't pack the courts.
Harris was not so clear.
I feel like I don't know if she was. I thought she said it. I know Biden said he explicitly wouldn't. I don't think court packing is on the agenda for it, even if Harris would have won. Let's say.
God, I hope not.
Okay.
But yeah, those were obviously my my top ones where I thought that he would be better. I thought he would be better on Israel, probably worse on Ukraine. I thought he would be better on the border, but probably in a way that has a lot of rough edges around it. There were a lot of things he'd be better. Now, I didn't vote for him because we talked about this earlier, like he did things that were disqualifying, so I can't vote for him. But I think there are things that he did in his first term that if he does in his second term, and who knows, like he was listening to the Federalist Society about his judge picks. And if you look at, like we talked about Justice Gorsuch, we talked about Justice Barrett, he made some good picks. I hope he makes good picks again next time around.
Okay. I feel like the border stuff is kind of weak because he didn't do anything about the border last time. Foreign policy wise, is just a whole thing, I guess. Like there was no like big legislative accomplishments on the border. He didn't change anything of substance. Like he got lucky that he could Title 42 his way to some decent immigration stuff. But I think his last year at the border was the highest amount of like illegal crossings than any year under Obama even.
Obama was so much better on the border than Biden was. I mean, it's not comparable.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Trump. I'm just saying that on Trump's last year, it was getting bad, and then he got to switch because he couldn't rely on Title 42 anymore.
Well, I mean, I think the thing about border policy that's fascinating is that because it's executive and because the executive has so much power over border policy, all the playing in the joints is in executive policy.
Well, but ideally, we wouldn't want it to be that way, right?
Oh, no. I think it must be. Like, the border is one of the things that is, like, within the executive purview very clearly.
In matters of national security, sure, but like, don't we want like immigration, like a good comprehensive change in our immigration policy to not have to rely on the executive? Yeah.
But you're asking two different questions now. Do we want a good policy? Absolutely. Is it primarily going to be executive driven because it's the border? Yes.
Well, we would have at least had some strengthening of the border onto that Lankford bill for immigration that Trump.
So that bill, the thing about that bill, I'm going to date myself. Did you watch The West Wing?
Like one episode.
Okay. The idea that like somebody's running on something, so we're going to propose a solution, so they have to oppose it. That's like it's such a political trope that it's actually like it's in theater, right? Like it's a known thing. So what did we have? We had a really aggressively terrible border policy under Biden, and I mean aggressively terrible because my best explanation for it is that he was almost playing like the not Trump game. Like I want to do whatever Trump did, I'm going to do the opposite of him. There's things Trump did at the border that I disagree with, but you don't need to be the polar opposite. You could be more nuanced. You could do what Obama did. In any event, then we have this bill. Obviously, Trump doesn't want the bill because it's terrible for him politically, and that played out the way it played out. But then Biden was able to control the border without the bill because it always was about executive policy.
I don't think he got as much as, I don't think through executive action, like I don't think he was able to expand the funding or the amount of like asylum judges.
No.
Anything there. He was just, I think he kind of capped it a little, but I think that is being challenged now through the courts, and it's hard to know how much he can cap that indefinitely.
What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying this to advocate for what Trump did.
Sure.
But like, you can go from kids in cages to Biden's policy to Biden's current policy without any change in the law. That's the scale of executive discretion in this area. Like the executive has so much discretion to control just through soft policy.
I don't think when the asylum stuff started to become a big issue, I don't think that would have lasted for 3 years as him just like trying to cap the asylum stuff. I think
asylum is another
Well, I think asylum is that's the problem. Like I don't think right now in the U.S. I don't think for the last 4 years we've had an illegal immigration problem. We've had an asylum claim problem. That's like been the thing.
This is putting me in dangerous territory because I do pro bono work and some of it is asylum work. So yes.
Like haven't there been like
I'm going to just to be totally transparent. There is obviously an asylum fraud client.
The
problem. None of them are my clients.
Sure.
But I think the issue is the the catch and release and the combination of that, and just that you can claim asylum, and the backlog is so insane that it becomes a nightmare. I mean, actually, during the first Trump administration, he did this thing where he switched the order. So normally, it's with judges, it's first in, first out, and you do the cases in order. One of his changes to the policy was he wanted to switch it. So instead of doing first in, first out, they did last in, first out. So if you had a new case, you were heard instantly. And that was his way of attempting to combat asylum fraud, because you could have the new cases heard right away. The weird side effect of this, which I don't think was intentional, but I had a client who was kind of in the middle of the pile. And as a result, he got to be in the country for
That's
years.
interesting that was changed. I guess I would have to go back and look at the rationale, because I don't think I think asylum claims became like a big known loophole after COVID ended.
It's gotten
the level of claims we've gotten is like
the magnitude of the problem has changed, but the fact that this is an issue has been known, and that's why he instituted that change, because it did allow it allowed his administration to hear new cases faster and in theory combat fraud. It had downsides.
Sure.
Though the weird thing about those downsides is that for a asylum client who's been in the country waiting for their hearing for a long time, the idea that they have to wait like an extra 5 years and they have all privileges and benefits while they're here waiting is not really a downside. So it was great news for my client, but that's one case.
Do you worry at all about like things like tariffs or any of the economic stuff? Do you worry at all about like deficit spending or?
Yeah, deficit is, I think, the issue that is, if we don't solve it soon, it's going to be the only issue.
Do you think Trump is going to have higher deficits or lower deficits than Biden?
So I would say optimistic, but measuredly so. Like, I know, like, we can talk about the circus that is Doge until we're blue in the face. It is very, very hard to cut federal spending because so much of it is mandatory. And if you start cutting into discretionary, I actually don't have the figure. Do you know the figure for discretionary?
1.7.
And our deficit is 1.1 trillion. It's one.
I don't know what the budget deficit is right now.
Yeah, so you have to do a 2/3 cut of all discretionary spending to break even. That's not possible.
Sure, to break even, yeah. But like I'm saying, when I say lower, I'm not saying lower the debt, as in like we actually hit a budget surplus. I'm saying, do you think the deficit will even be lower than what they were under Biden? Like, do you think how much he has to borrow every year to pay for the government? Because I'm looking at two huge things. One is they seem unwilling to cut anything. Two, it seems like he wants to extend, three things. Two, they want to extend the Trump tax cuts, which is also going to be super fiscally burdensome. And then three, all of the talk seems to be revolving around expanding the funding for like the largest thing, which is our DOD. And they all want to make that like if you're going to expand this by $200 billion, where are you going to find the cuts in your discretionary budget to compensate for that?
Yeah, the scope of the deficit problem is so immense that it almost boggles the mind. Because I was talking about someone the other day where it's like, I think it might have been one Wick show too, where if, let's say, Elon and Vivek were like hyper successful, and they found, let's say they found like $300 billion of waste and fraud that they eliminated, which I think anyone would call like, wow, that's a lot. Good job. Good on you guys.
Yeah.
It almost doesn't matter. It's like a rounding error because the numbers, it would matter, but it's like you're still running this crazy deficit. So I think that is going to be a serious problem. There is a window for deregulation, and if deregulation has economic benefits, that might be a way to grow out of it. But I think I'm optimistic in this area, but it might be wishful thinking. It's the first time in my entire adult life, I guess since Bill Clinton, so since my entire adult life, that there's been any political will around cutting regs, cutting deficit. Will they pull it off? I don't know. I'm rooting for him, but I don't know that I can say that I think they will.
Okay. Did he make a hand gesture at me?
He did. He was jerking you off like this.
Oh.
That's not an enthused reaction.
No, I was just trying to think if that means he off immediately or wait, okay. A couple more real quick. Tariffs, do you think he's going to go through with that?
God, I hope not. I mean, there are probably isolated incidents where some kind of retaliatory tariff like works on like a game theory perspective. Like you just
we're talking about the across.
But if you're talking about like cross blanket tariffs, I hope not. I don't think that works.
Sure.
It did, I think, have the desired effect of like making Canada super nervous and letting him emasculate Trudeau, which I'm sure he enjoyed.
Do you think it's the threatening of the threatening of Greenland and Mexico for like military invasion? You think that's a good?
Did he actually? My recollection, and you would
He was
know
asked
better
in a
than
press
me,
conference if he would
he
take
was
the
asked,
military off the
Will you
table.
take it off the table? And he said no.
That's a threat.
Well, I think people.
If I were to go home and I were to tell my girlfriend that I was considering beating the shit out of her and like taking her cat and eating it or whatever, and then we would have a later discussion. She's like, "Have you like taken back like the beat me up thing?" It's like that's still on the table.
Well, no, that's not. I think a better analogy would be like if we got a beer after this, and I said, "Hey, I'll get the tab," and you said, "Hey, would you take military invasion of Greenland off the table?" I'd say, "Oh, I didn't really think about that, but no, I don't know."
Well, but he did think about it. The only reason we're having this conversation about it is because he's already threatened it.
Well, that's what I was asking you. I mean, you know, and I said you know better than me. Did he threaten it, or was he only asked, "Will you take it off the table"? I don't think he brought it up. I think he was asked, "Will you take it off the table?"
Why would they ask if he's taking it off the table if he hasn't
Because
already brought it up?
they are worried about him.
No, he brought it up. He's been bringing these up.
I would be delighted to see the quote.
Sure. Okay. Final question is, do you think all of this talk about like Canada and Mexico screwing us over on trade, do you hold him at all responsible for the fact that like he's the one that renegotiated NAFTA and now he seems to have so much like trouble with these two countries?
There wasn't even a reason to renegotiate NAFTA.
Okay, but he did, and now he
Yeah,
hates
so-
our relationship with Mexico and Canada. Like,
Yeah,
doesn't that
it's fundamentally silly.
what the renegotiation or him?
I think that. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I think that his negotiation style involves a lot of destabilization. So what he does is he throws things out for the reaction and the reaction to the reaction, and then that allows him to maneuver in these spaces with an ease that he might not have already had.
Yeah, but he
it also
maneuvered into a
sometimes
bad
completely
deal.
backfires. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't always work, right? I don't know. I do not know if this is a true story, but it's a story that's told in legal circles.
Okay.
There's a deal that Trump's trying to make in New York, and his lawyers are in the room. There's other lawyers in the room. Trump really wants this deal done. It's taking too long. He's really annoyed. So he takes his lawyers outside the conference room and he just yells at them in hearing of the other negotiation team. He says, "You motherfuckers better get a deal done. Got to get a deal done today. I'm not taking no for an answer." Sends his lawyers back in. Well, they got a deal done, but he paid double. Right? Because, you can't give that leverage away.
Okay.
I don't know if it's true or not. I think it sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
All right. Well, do you have any final thoughts or things, or where can people find you? Or
Yeah, you can. I'm not streaming, but you can find me on X, where I occasionally say interesting things. Ryan C. Mullally, and my last name's impossible to spell, so it's Mullally. And yeah, support FIRE and support lawyers who are trying to get an actual discourse about what the law is, because we are a vanishingly rare breed.
Cool. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, this is great.
Cool.
And we're back.
What up?
What the fuck?
What?
Why don't you push back hard against that bullshit?
I pushed back as hard as I could.
No, don't grant him all that shit that you were granting him.
What was I granting?
It's a disastrous opinion, this immunity decision.
I agree.
But you come in and we're like, I didn't really know, and I like Amy.
I'm being polite. I do like Amy.
Dude, don't like be like, yeah, Gorsuch is great, Amy's great. Amy wrote an opinion that like, that was what we were expecting as a bad opinion. He should not have any criminal immunity whatsoever. And that is garbage that we have to come at this with like a reasoned posture. What do you think about that?
I mean, I slightly agree.
He said he's optimistic about Trump.
He does have some immunity about like you can't criminalize an action that he's obviously granted explicitly, right? But that's why I said before, like nobody is asking that. Everybody knows that. That's obvious.
But you had the great response, which was, you know, Derek Chauvin has the authority to like apprehend and arrest suspects. That doesn't mean that his actions toward George Floyd are therefore immunized from any criminal review.
Sure.
That's bullshit. That comparison
yeah, but he would say
shows
that those
you don't need.
actions. Yeah, but those actions don't come from the Constitution.
And also, you were so correct because
so correct or incorrect.
You were so correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just wish that you embodied it a little bit more because you get the energy for good logic.
Well, because this guy was at least.
It's almost more pernicious though when he does it. Because he puts a rational face to some of this shit.
Damn, you're like going in on this guy.
Yeah,
He's
well,
not here to defend himself. What the? Why didn't you come out and say anything? What the? Fuck?
You heard me a couple times. I couldn't even hold it in.
Barely. We should have said something. Fuck you.
Well, you want me to come in and ruin? No, I mean you gotta be nice as well.
I mean, like, I appreciated his hedging more. That like, if it was as bad as I say it is, it would be absolutely horrible. And he's hoping it's going to be a lot more like what Amy says it should be, which.
But he pulls completely out of his ass. Yeah, the judge can look at the evidence, just not the jury.
I didn't know about that. Actually.
No, that's completely made up.
Well, but then the question is, how do you?
No. The judge can oversee the evidence for purpose of applying the immunity doctrine, but not in a substantive way. There's no like parsing out where he can look at the evidence and the judge can consider in a substantive way all of this act evidence or the stuff related to the pardon.
Sure.
They can just look at it for purposes of applying this bullshit doctrine.
But they would have to, the substances, they would have to figure out if the substance is related to the actual power itself, right?
No, the substance would be use this to show his guilt with respect to the underlying crime. I don't know if that's just what you just said, but.
Well, the judge would be looking at it to see, is it related to that core power? And then if it is, it's tossed out, right?
Right, but
which is bullshit. I agree.
But he could not consider in a factual, substantive, evidentiary way anything that applies under the doctrine for the purposes of proving or establishing guilt.
Oh, of course, but he would just agree with that. I think he did kind of agree with that, right?
Okay, but it made it sound like he thought that there was a judge-jury distinction for purposes of like using official evidence to prove a crime, which is garbage. And there's no answer, by the way, to the hypotheticals that you presented. You presented a really, really good one, which is he was trying to parse out the difference between a DOJ and an official and why they wouldn't receive the benefit of the president's immunity. Why doesn't it just cascade down?
Yeah.
The only thing he had to say to that was a conclusory, he's not the president. But he couldn't really handle a situation in which, let's say, the president or Congress tries to criminalize the Department of Justice speaking with the president, say the attorney general, it's a crime if you talk to the president. Imagine that Congress passes a statute that says it shall be a crime for the attorney general to talk to the president. Do you think that law would be unconstitutional or would be ruled as such by this court?
Oh, well, those are two different questions. I think I don't know the answer, but I think they would be allowed to do that, right?
No way.
It sounds crazy, but like, isn't every department and office authorized by Congress, and aren't they given the authority to draw the like as Congress decides how those offices interact with the president?
Yes, that they're allowed to do that, but well, actually, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
the court said both the removal and appointment power and the duty to take care of the laws faithfully executed are part of the reason why communications to the Department of Justice are immunized and are core official. So why would Congress be able to criminalize it from the side of the Department of Justice and criminalize the Attorney General and all of the employees under the Department of Justice, but just not the president if what's being protected are the core executive?
That's what I was kind of saying, because it would flow
saying.
through. Because like maybe like in a very strict reading, you would say it couldn't, but like Roberts is obviously
logic
going
of the
beyond
opinion,
that logic.
yeah.
He's saying that like, well, if you could even look at the motivations, then that would defeat the whole purpose of the immunity. But if you could criminalize every single thing the DOJ could do, then you're basically criminalizing what Trump could do. So how could they care?
Like imagine that you said that it shall be a crime for the archivists or for the pardon office to have communications with President whoever the president is with respect to pardons.
Yeah.
That, of course, would be unconstitutional,
Sure.
and this court would rule it as such.
Or what if you could make it a crime for the FBI to haul anybody out of the office of the Department of Justice? So now when Trump fires them, they just never leave. But it's a law that the FBI can't go and take that person out of the office.
It's so fucking clear that this doctrine applies more broadly. The logic of it applies more broadly than just the person of the president, but arbitrarily, it's limited to former presidents or what the president while they're in office.
Yeah.
And there's not a good answer to that other than, well, he's not the president. And they didn't actually say it in the opinion that it only ever would apply to the president.
And you know what I don't like that just popped in my head as well? I don't like that. Like he talks about how you don't want to ask questions that you don't want to get the answer to, which there is some, like, obviously you want to stay away from certain things, but think about what the Supreme Court has just invited onto itself.
Yep.
We are now the sole arbiters, us, in determining what a president can be charged with for a crime, and we have completely taken that power unto ourselves to make that determination.
And you said it so...
Holy shit.
You said it so perfectly, too, because you were like, the incentive structure for Trump is going to be different. Now... it's not just the court. Other actors are going to tailor their conduct, whether directly said, like mentioned in the opinion or not, even though investigations are still allowed by the letter of this opinion.
Yeah.
What's going to be the incentive? Why would there be a special counsel to investigate a potential obstruction of justice of the president if we know that, a lot of this stuff is going to be immunized? Why would there even be an investigation? So that's not to say that, I mean, by its own terms, the Supreme Court was upholding a lot of the precedent related to investigations, but because of the immunity decision, other actors are going to respond, and it's going to be chilled conduct. So you're not going to see as much of eyes on the misconduct of this administration.
Well, some is going to be chilled conduct, and other conduct is going to be hotly encouraged.
Hotly encouraged.
Now.
No, what I mean is the investigations within the administration. Where is the potential? Do you expect, for example, an inspector general or a Her report style? Well, you haven't read the Her report, so of course you wouldn't know what that's like. But
what was the point of the Her report, though? I thought that is he investigating crimes?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you can even
crimes that occurred.
I thought you can indict a sitting president.
Crimes that occurred not when Biden was president.
Oh, so you can indict a sitting president for things he did when he wasn't.
No, he was not going to indict a sitting president.
Oh, so it was just an investigation for funsies,
based on crimes, alleged crimes.
What's the point of investigating a crime if not to charge for the crime?
So you could say the same thing about the Trump charging of the New York documents case.
No, because the goal was to charge him with a crime and convict him of a crime, right?
Yeah, no, but the goal would be potentially after Biden is no longer the sitting president to charge him with the Her report stuff.
Oh, okay.
So you don't know these things.
I don't know if I agree with that one.
You don't know these things.
I don't think I agree with that one, but okay.
How do you feel that you are a complete hack that didn't even read the Her report?
I didn't know how to read back then.
So you do all this investigations into Trump. Where are my red-pilled conservative YouTubers? I need you to
the problem is they didn't read the Her report either. So
they know what it's about. Hey, YouTubers, rise up. No, but
I just don't understand. And the issue is too, like, we're arguing all this over the core stuff. There's a much larger basket of official acts too.
Yeah.
And we have no idea what a presumptive immunity. And like the thing is too, you know how courts will say like, well, we don't want to answer questions, that we don't want to ask, right? This is criminal stuff, so you have to answer, right? There could be like a case where it's like, okay, well, we don't want to hear that. You can't really do that with criminal stuff, right? You have to take a strong position. You either allow something to go through or you don't. There is no more political questions doctrine when it comes to, charging the president with a crime. So it's very, very, that's a huge power grab by the court.
Huge.
Yeah.
Humongous, you might say.
Humongous.
And
imagine thinking now, fuck this, the more I think about it, the worse it is. Now you have a president who's going to pick a Supreme Court justice, knowing that Supreme Court justice might at some point determine whether or not you can be charged with a particular crime that you've done. That's just crazy. I think that's gross.
And you didn't show that heat.
Well, we were talking about it. We went back and forth a lot.
You didn't show that heat, bro.
I said I think that's bad.
Okay. Well, I think it's a little bit worse than that. I think so. The
thing that actually irritated me the most, but he also conceded, but he conceded in a friendly manner. I don't know this guy enough to be like, I'm gonna fucking go hard, okay?
Good logic. You knew good logic though.
Well, but he was saying crazy shit, okay? This guy was saying crazy shit in a nicer voice. No, I'm just kidding. Not as crazy. The fact that I feel like we spent about 20 minutes to get to my original point, which was that originalism is great until we want to do something else. And he seemed to have no problem immediately abandoning it. Oh, yeah, well, there's nothing in here about this. Like, okay, wait, so then this opinion has nothing to do with originalism.
Yeah. And there's no good answer so when the tools of originalism fail you, we have to go look to other tools. Well, that's also true of Roe v. Wade and Casey in these cases where, yeah, maybe there's not a clear textual answer. And so you have to look to the structure of the Constitution and of the 14th Amendment. And that's exactly the inquiry that left-wing judicial people have been criticized for fucking years and years. Where is it in their opinion? Where is the text? And you're going to invent some structural argument. But the thing is, the structural argument, which I fucking hate you because you were completely right. I just wish it landed better. The structural argument is all based on policy. It's all based on how you're going to, whether or not you're going to effectively chill or you're going to dissuade correct action from the president. It's not going to be vigorous enough. And so when you are giving policy arguments back, those are actually completely relevant to the analysis that the court gave, because the court was just policy making. They were just making policy. And so when you're
they weren't asking legal questions, they were asking effect questions.
Yes.
Where they were, because I believe, I'd have to go back, I haven't memorized it, but I'm pretty sure Roberts talks explicitly about the fact that a president would never get a fair trial. That's not a procedural question. That's not a law question. That's a question of how do we think a jury would respond, which is wholly outside of any sort of originalist, in my mind, I would imagine. Like, we're not asking questions now like, well, what is the law? What is the Constitution? We're asking like, what would the outcome be? You know?
Yeah, and I just want to also go to another precedent side of Youngstown. He's correct that Youngstown is a case for 1Ls and for constitutional law classes, but Youngstown doesn't deal with criminal immunity, and a bunch of different actors fall under Youngstown. Youngstown wasn't necessarily a suit directly aimed at the president's conduct. Yes, the president seizes the steel seizure mills, but that's applied also to other actors within the executive branch. And so by its own terms, Youngstown applies to the entirety of executive branch action. So how can it be that I
think Fitzgerald did too, didn't it? Did that extend down to people being fired by... That doesn't absolve like the head of the FAA or whatever. Like, he can't be criminally.
But I think Nixon ordered it.
Sure. Okay.
But the Youngstown analysis would also apply to if the president ordered the Department of Homeland Security to take some action. Maybe you apply Youngstown and see whether or not that is within the exclusive sphere or in the the sheriff's.
If the president ordered something relating to like the airlines though or whatever, you couldn't civilly hold the president liable. I don't think you can go civilly after anybody in the government as well though. No, if they're operating within their job.
If they're authorized to do something, then that's correct. And there's also a difference between. There's a separate line of precedent about what kind of remedy you can have if there is a violation. So there's...
Oh, yeah, because in Fitzgerald, they say you can get back pay. So you're arguably made whole.
Potentially, but there's implied causes of action where you can sue for an injunction against an officer in their official capacity, but you can't necessarily get damages for every single case that you can bring into the government. The government has sovereign immunity, and so they have to open themselves up to be sued for civil damages. And that's why it's really important to keep these precedents separate. A lot of them relate to different doctrines related to like, whether an action is unlawful generally, whether or not there's civil liability, whether or not there's criminal liability. There's a lot of different things that go into those different frameworks.
And it's like important. Like you ask your mom or dad, like, hey, like I really want to drink, vodka. And they're like, no. And like, will you let my brother drink vodka? And it's like, well, your brother's 27 and you're 12.
100%.
Like, that doesn't apply evenly. Yeah, there's a lot of that. But,
And I wasn't buying the Trump optimism stuff either. I mean, he's talking about how Biden's immigration policies really dissuaded. I mean, Biden has enforced immigration law and done more deportations and removals than Trump or Obama in the sense relative to the amount of time that they've had in office.
I think the criticism is that Biden did put some sort of executive action moratorium, I think, on asylum claims or something. And people are like, well, he could have done that from the start. But I don't know if that would have held
I think it's illegal. I think what he's doing is illegal right now.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have held for years.
But that said, I do criticize Biden for don't look weak. If your position is it's illegal and Congress has to do it, it's so obviously a political move when you do something that you've been saying that you couldn't do for years and years. The truth is, and you guys aren't going to like to hear it, Biden has no responsibility whatsoever for the amount of migrant crossings that increased after COVID. None whatsoever. The responsibility, and I'll look into a fantastic Substack, will show you that Biden was processing claims faster than Trump. Biden was enforcing the law faster. We just had a very, very hot job market, and we were getting immigrants that we never got from different places. We didn't really have.
And because what happened too was there was a huge dip during COVID where you had nobody coming across, not just because of Title 42, but also because people were sick, and it was like scaring people to do it. And then there was that explosion after. And then once people found that asylum loophole, which had existed for longer than that, but when people had figured out that was a way to get in,
the world is more interconnected. Word travels faster, and additionally, the exclusions under Title 42, they weren't formal orders of deportation. And so they turned around and came back. And so it appears that border crossings and encounters are increased. I think 22, 25% of those, it's in that range, are repeat people that they found before because of Title 42 exclusions, where before it was like 7%. And so a massive spike in those kinds of catches.
I mean, we can tell this too, and you can tell how much of a problem this will be because over the next 4 years, I don't know if Republicans will say anything about.
But now our job market is not as hot. It's not as like
it is still fairly hot, but I don't think they're going to talk about. But don't ever use that.
What the?
Don't ever say that in front of me over our job market, because they say that these people are coming into the country to lie and steal and invade apartments and eat dogs and commit crimes and all this other shit. It has nothing to do. So they would never make that argument, but they will be silent on it for the next 2 years, and then caravans will pop up in 2026 when they have to elect more Republicans probably, and then again in 2028 when they have to win the election. But we'll see if Trump does anything about immigration in the meantime.
I want to call out the Democrats for being weak as fuck and passing the Lake and Riley Act, which is a bad piece of legislation, but because Democrats have no message on immigration, they're incredibly weak. This law, by the way, is going to take billions and billions of dollars to enforce, and it's going to require 60,000 new beds and facilities in order to house a bunch of people.
Wait, fuck. Do I want to? What is this? When did this pass?
Recently.
Does that mean like a day ago or like a month ago?
Few days, few weeks.
Okay, Lake and Riley Act.
You'll have to look into it.
It's so crazy that illegal immigrants are murdering so many people, but we just have this one girl's name from like a year ago. Isn't that kind of weird? You'd think there'd be like 100 new names every day, right?
Yeah, no, and they're falling for the messaging. There's so much weakness, and people like, I have to call him out, Senator Fetterman going to kiss the ring at Mar-a-Lago.
I will be a little bit lighter because it is kind of the senator's job to know about like
to go to Mar-a-Lago and be
maybe
like,
not to go to Mar-a-Lago, but to like for confirmations and stuff and talk to people. Did he go to Mar-a-Lago really? Do we know that did he talk to Trump at Mar-a-Lago? Maybe he just went. Maybe he just happened to be vacationing there.
He just went for the food.
Mar-a-Lago's a huge resort. Maybe he was just.
He said, "I'm going to go meet with the president."
Well, maybe he didn't get an invite. Maybe he just wanted to run into him there at the buffet. They got a really good buffet down there.
Talking about Greenland?
No, Mar-a-Lago. Isn't that in Florida?
He's talking about Greenland. Fetterman is.
Fetterman's talking about Greenland.
Yeah.
What does that have to do?
You
with
would support Greenland acquisition if they were okay with it.
If they were okay with it, maybe. I don't know why we're acquiring.
Would you require the Denmark consent before you would? Let's say Greenland wants it.
I think that
Greenland wants to be in America, but Denmark doesn't want them to be in America. What would your position be?
Oh, sucks for them. They're a sovereign country. They can't just lose territory because people want to leave. That's not how that works.
I seem to recall another territory of another country that people said wanted to leave that country, and then there was an election, and it was facilitated for that country to acquire. Do you remember what that country was, Stephen?
Are you trying to catch me on a loophole for
No.
Crimea?
I'm not trying to catch you. Yeah, Crimea.
What did I just say for Greenland?
No, I'm not trying to catch you. I'm saying you would agree that that was wrong, even if it were the case.
Oh yeah, I held the same position.
Yeah.
Oh okay, I thought you were trying to get me.
No, I would never do that.
Yeah.
Stephen went and got a pair of glasses out of his coat pocket.
I was wearing this whole
to
time.
put them on
Fake news.
so that he looked smarter for this interview as opposed to the Adam Mockler interview. What does that tell you about how you view Adam Mockler?
He's young.
Do you see a lot of hope and potential in him?
Yeah, I hope so. We need to start. We need to make an agency to go draft up all these TikTokers.
Young.
Although Trump might save it, I would be really. I'm curious. Do you think Trump will save TikTok or not?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's bought and owned by Elon Musk, who has a lot of Chinese interests.
Oh, interesting. Because I would have said he won't for that exact same reason. I feel like he would get so much pressure domestically because if TikTok goes away, all those users are going to be flowing to U.S.-owned businesses. So I would be surprised. People are saying he already is agreed to do like a 90-day thing or whatever, but I would be shocked. I think, like, imagine, don't fucking squint at me like that, you squinty motherfucker.
I was seeing how long it would
piece of
take
shit. I think that, yeah, imagine you've got like fucking not Bezos, but you've got like Zuckerberg and you've got Musk in your ear. These guys stand to gain so much.
These robber barons, modern day robber barons. What we need in the Democratic Party is a modern day Theodore Roosevelt, who was a Republican at the time, but we need people who want to take these robber barons to task and not fall under their spell and become completely charmed. We don't want people to be charmed by Elon Musk. When you see Democratic representatives saying, Elon has some good ideas, that is weakness. These people are the enemy. MAGA is the enemy. And we do not want these robber barons to take control of the country. And what we have now is a complete conflict of interest. Donald Trump, and this goes to the immunity decision as well. The meme coin that just dropped, you have any words for that?
I need to look into that. This might be like, it feels like every day it's something new. We're not even, he's not president yet. He's not even president yet.
On Monday, bro.
Supposedly the market cap of this coin is $28 billion, and they have 80% of it.
And it's open season for foreigners.
Everything.
To funnel money into this coin.
Well, to be fair.
To be fair, what?
I was going to say the federal government could investigate, but I guess.
Who?
I guess they're
going to install a bunch of corrupt pieces of shit.
Wow, huh? Well,
that's
never mind, I guess. Sorry, my bad. I was assuming that we had because the crypto stuff is kind of illegal to fuck with that, but I guess maybe,
The law means nothing as applied to these people, and they will do blatantly corrupt actions with blatant conflicts of interest. They're not even hiding it. So if you had a bunch of Chinese investors, Saudi investors from every different country you want, it's an invitation. Put money into this coin, tell me about it, and now you have an ear to the strongest person in the world. America voted for this. And guess what? It's going to cost you and your family a shit ton, both in terms of the deadweight loss that this corruption will cost you, but also in the rule of law being eroded every single fucking day.
But you get to own the libs while doing it.
Yeah. I mean they don't care.
A lot of the owning of
They
the
don't
libs.
fucking care.
Yeah.
When Hawk Tua does it, everyone is up in arms. They're like, Hawk Tua got... What do you think about Hawk Tua?
She bounced.
He's out of here.
I tried to watch that girl's podcast. I think...
Is it unwatchable?
My guess is she got handled, or she...
What does that mean?
Like, I tried to watch her... I wouldn't say it's like horrible. I don't watch any of like the Call Me Daddy or whatever, any of these podcasts.
You're comparing... Let's be clear.
Is that like
You're comparing Alex Cooper to Hawk Tua girl.
Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't know if the content is good or not. But I've tried to listen to...
She interviewed the vice president. It's
nice.
Shit.
I tried to listen to it. I'm not gonna say whether content is good. I don't know. But like, I feel like there were like 5 ad reads in like 30 minutes. I was like, damn.
For
this
Hawk
girl,
Tua?
yeah.
You don't do any ad reads.
What?
You don't do ad reads, do you?
Well, initially I didn't, but since I'm trying to save our country, now I think people need to tune into ground.news/DGG. Okay, get yourself a Ground News subscription. Okay, if you want to be able to fact check and see the factuality of articles, if there's bias in the media, who's reporting on what. Ground.news/DGG. It's a good thing to look into.
Why did you have an NFT?
Why don't I?
Why did you have an NFT?
I didn't have an NFT.
Why are you trying to...
Who are you trying to sound like right now? Is that your voice for those?
Why'd you have it? I'm CoffeeZillaing you.
Oh, I thought you were Marquis or that
Marky
one guy.
Mark?
No, what?
Who's the most famous Mark?
Mark
Cuban?
Cuban, maybe?
Mark.
I'm so glad he hasn't sold out yet. I hope he doesn't.
Sold out? He owns Orlando.
So? Zuckerberg owns Meta. And he's fucking bowed down.
If you could have one sentence to give to Mark Zuckerberg, and it had to be the same sentence you gave to Mark Cuban, what sentence would it be?
Release all the personal information you have on Trump. In a video game.
Okay, folks, we're going to now talk a little bit. We have a few minutes left about tomorrow. Well, first tonight.
What a thing. Oh, tonight's cool too. Tonight is cool.
Yeah. So if you're in New York City, I don't know if it's too late. I don't know if everything's sold out, but there's a movie on at 8:50 called The Last Republican.
Yeah.
Information's in the Reddit.
Yeah, the Reddit.
So follow the Reddit. And then people were, hanging out.
It's easy to commute here now. Man,
So
what a great
easy.
law. As a rich person who can pay the New York fucking geofencing fine or whatever, so
No
amazing.
principles.
I'm so happy. I walk downtown. There's parking. I rented 3 cars. I would just drive it to a new parking spot and I run to the rental and just get another. There's like so many parking places right now. And then I see all of the the disgusting people coming over from Long Island or Jersey, and I'm like, all of these guys have to pay now into this.
One of
city,
the
and it
races
feels-
that we're
oh my
watching is
God.
in Long Island, Suffolk County.
What?
We're gonna go after some of these New York reps.
What do you mean by go after? Just
Metaphorically,
chill.
electorally.
Yeah, let's slow down there, Jesus.
Now he's not in Suffolk County, but we're gonna people like MAGA Mike Lawler.
Jesus.
Who's what do you mean, Jesus?
Just you're using really.
Are
gross
you
language.
Christian?
I was Catholic.
You were a Catholic.
Yeah.
So now you're Protestant.
Once a Catholic, always a Catholic.
Okay.
But I would never be Protestant.
MAGA Mike Lawler supports Trump, the father of the SALT cap. He is the reason why New Yorkers are facing higher taxes. And Mike Lawler supports that. And so there are some of these targets, metaphoric targets. Oh my God.
Oh no, what?
There was a lawyer I was interacting with, an attorney general deputy, something from Florida. And I went to one of his tweets and it's like, Biden must resign and Trump must win. And the reaction to the tweet was when a news thing that said Biden said put a target on Trump.
I think I saw you fighting with this guy.
Yeah.
It was like yesterday, right? Or the day before? Yeah.
You watch my tweets and don't retweet?
So I got a lot of like stuff on my Twitter now. I'm worried I'm like retweeting.
Okay, so tonight we have the movie showing, and then later at that night we're going to details in the Reddit, but we're going to like a pub situation. We've rented it out. It's private. Just tell them that you're here for the Destiny event or whatever.
Just say
and try to look as nerdy because the first floor is going to be normies. So you're going to have to go up to the bouncer and be like, excuse me, I'm here for the Destiny event, and put on your best Urkel glasses, and they'll know. But we have some drink tickets that we'll give you. Don't lie if you're watching this and not going to the private event just to get a drink ticket.
Why would you even put that in their mind?
There's also going to be food there, but if you want additional stuff, you're going to have to do it yourself. And tomorrow, why don't you, do you want?
What a day tomorrow. Yeah. Oh my goodness. My good, close personal friend, Nick Mullen, will be here. I don't even know what we're talking about. That's going to be
huge.
Crazy.
He's funny.
He is very funny.
Yeah.
My other close personal friend, Marianne Williamson, will be here.
Great performance in the DNC forum.
She made some noise, which is good.
Whoa.
What?
Yeah. I mean, she did well.
Yes.
But you framed it as made some noise. Would you say that about Martin O'Malley, your crush?
He did in front when he was doing that, answering for the SSA in Congress. He made some noise.
He did make noise.
Warring pictures. I never thought about that. That's how we communicate to these guys. Who do you think tipped him off on that?
It was a DDG.
I need a bigger parking lot picture from the busiest day of the year.
Also, I didn't understand how that made any sense. He said, this is under your administration. This is what it looked like. And he said, this is after I took over. But it sounded like he was being responsive. So I don't know what the parking lot thing was that day.
My guess is, was this
during
Comer
COVID or
was
something?
trying to fight with him?
They all looked like Comer, but it wasn't Comer Pyle.
I hate that guy so much.
He's like actually dumb.
He's evil.
And evil. Well, you can be dumb and evil.
He might be more evil than dumb. But
who's the dumbest, evilest person that you interact with?
Donald Trump. Oh, that I've interacted with?
Both dumb and evil.
Dumb and evil. Dumb and evil. Usually the more dumb you are, the harder it is to be evil. The more evil you are. Oh, maybe actually, yeah. Actually, that was really easy. It is Rubin.
Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin is incredibly stupid, but also pretty evil. Yeah, that was really quick.
And shout out also to Jason Paul, who had a pretty cool moment. He was like, you guys are the to the media, you guys are the reason that we lost because Joe Biden was doing fantastic. And you wanted to say, what's up with Jason Paul, with Joe Biden today? I thought it was a pretty base moment. But yeah, our candidates that we've brought on, they've been making some splashes. Also announcement, James Skoufis has dropped out and endorsed Ken Martin, who we also will be talking to.
Not to be confused with
Martin O'Malley.
Because when he endorsed Martin, I didn't know if they were just being disrespectful to the
Martins,
governor.
Battle of the Martins.
Yeah.
But. So folks, that's what we have lined up for tomorrow. That's what we have lined up for tonight.
We have one more person tomorrow, don't we?
No.
Okay.
There may be a special guest, but that's still
okay.
Yeah.
Peace will be here.
I'll be here, and everything will be good. And really, I want to thank you for coming down and for talking to these people. I think it's really wonderful you're doing this.
Thanks for setting it up, and you and all the guys in the back. I don't think I'm allowed to name them, but they're all like Eli's and
Eli's.
Yeah, and like Inkelsteins and Weinsteins and all of this.
Jewish joke.
Why is it a joke? Cut us. Did they?